He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages, the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best-of-3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best-of-5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotae Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course alongside our broadcast partners, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back, and it is playoffs time, baby. Absolutely. It is time for those top 4 teams who have slogged through the playoffs of the group stage, into the playoffs. They are here. We are here. It is time for that top 4. They'll be fighting for the prize pool, of course, as well as you can see in front of your screens, $11,000 US. That is a lot to fight for, isn't it, Baba?
Yeah, but it is a lot, Jack. And talk about the series that we've gone through. You know, we've had summer series, we had fall, we even had, spring series as well.
Oh, yeah.
Just to get the confirmation on the SA Nationals. And talk about the huge prize pool itself, $5,000 US for first place, $3,000 US for second, and of course, $1,000 US for third place itself. And I'm going to say, the playoffs itself, it is going to be an amazing one, Jack. And talk about the group stage itself. Yes, when it comes to map-wise, we did expect to see a lot of changes. I mean, we usually don't get to see Oregon or Clubhouse.
Yeah, we did.
But this time, we did get to see Chalet being brought up quite a lot from most of the teams. And for Shaheens, interestingly enough, was a map on Skyscraper. So we might be able to see map Skyscraper coming in from that specific teams. But for now, folks, let's just take a look at our top 4 teams into the playoffs for the South Asian Nationals. And I've got to say, these 4 teams will be having a tough competition to go up against.
Absolutely. There you have it, folks. Hunters, Shaheens, KIRA Esports, and MercenarieZ in order of their placement in the top 4 of the leaderboard, folks. Let's have a look at a little intro video that these 4 teams have prepared for the Nationals. And we're back. Hope you guys enjoyed that little intro video that we prepared, of course, specifically for the playoffs. The top 4 teams, as you saw, Hunters, Shaheens, KIRA Esports, and MercenarieZ. They'll be giving it their all here today, as, of course, all things considered, they have fought quite hard to get here. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the group standings and exactly why these 4 are here. Of course, out of the 7 matches, they've won a varying amount of matches, all things considered. Hunters are yet to drop a map. So that game that we have later tonight, Hunters and MercenarieZ, folks, that one, Baba, I feel like is going to be a very, very interesting one. All eyes on them, of course, but we'll be starting off the day. We'll go into the schedules in a bit, but of course, Shaheens and KIRA, 12 and 10 points as well. You know, they have fought very, very hard. There you have it, folks, the matchup. KIRA versus Shaheens, which we, myself and Baba, will be taking you through in just a short while. It is sure to be a very exciting one, isn't it?
Yeah, despite KIRA Esports, who they had faced a lot of issues back then, especially in the group stages where they did had a lot of best of 3 matches going all the way towards the decider wise. There were some matches that they did win, some matches that they did not, and that one match that KIRA Esports had won all the way from best of 3 was up against Team Mercenaries.
Oh, yes.
Now, talk about Shaheens. They have been a very good competitor when it comes to, especially in the South Asia region. So going up against Shaheens will be a difficult task for KIRA Esports. I mean, taking a look at the bracket itself, we'll have our 4 teams first undergoing upper brackets. The loser of that matchup will have a final chance at the lower brackets itself.
Yep.
Whether it could be Hunters, MRCZ, Shaheens, or KIRA Esports. But I've got to say, these 4 important matchups will be able to determine who will be the champions for the SA Nationals. And I've got to say, all eyes on KIRA Esports, because mainly you could say that this could bring in a comeback story from KIRA Esports, knowing the amount of difficulties that they had to face through.
Absolutely, and that KIRA Esports and Shaheen's match, the one that we'll be going into right now, of course, we all know, folks, exactly how difficult it is going to be for both of those teams to really one up the other, as it were. They were looking to do exactly that, of course. And looking at the stats and everything, Leo published a lot of stats yesterday, right? And curiously enough, Deathhammer was leading in so many instances. Highest KD differential, highest number of kills in the tournament total. Just a fantastic performance from Deathhammer, regardless of the rocky start that KIRA Esports had at the beginning. I think the first 2 matches they actually lost, if I recall correctly, before they started bouncing back in the mid stages of the tournament, having another loss against the Hunters later on. Of course, that was a big one for them too. It was 7-3 and 7-3 on both maps. Last game for both of those teams in the group stages as well. So not the best match, as it were, for them to end on. But coming into the playoffs, they've had some time to talk about, not just talk about, but train as well, about what they could do better in the playoffs right now. And I'm sure that we'll be seeing some odd, different map picks, as it were. I don't think we're going to see Clubhouse in Oregon as often. It is KIRA. They do love Clubhouse. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, we might even see Bank or Cafe come out, as those 2 maps, if I recall correctly, have only been played once live. Well, Cafe was supposed to be played live, but that Shaheen's game was taken off stream. The usual stuff. But there was Bank. It was Hunters Mercenaries, I remember. 7-5 for Hunters as well. Great game. I was watching it, of course. Baba was the one casting it that day. And we hope to see some more Bank. We hope to see some more Cafe as well. I would love to see Cafe going forward. Maybe Hunters, maybe Mercenaries, who knows who could bring it out. Let's go to the map veto, folks, and see exactly what teams have brought out what maps in this first BO3 to start off the playoffs for the South Asia Nationals. KIRA versus Shaheens, and would you look at that? Bank is in play today. Baba, how are we feeling?
Well, I'm feeling excited, Jack, but the main sad part about it is that it will be on the deciders. And talking about the first and second maps. First map being on Theme Park. Shaheens love bringing this map.
Yep.
And then we have KIRA Esports. When it comes to playing accordingly to the books, KIRA Esports usually go up with the standard maps. And they've decided to bring in Villa instead of Clubhouse or Oregon. And since Oregon and Clubhouse, yes, we've seen it many times. SA Nationals, it's the 2 of the maps, it's like SA favorites at this point. So
Yep.
they decided to go off the record, and they've decided to hook in towards map Villa. And the biggest question of it all is that if Team Shaheen secure map number 1 and KIRA secure map number 2, then and only then do we get to see map Bank, in which we haven't seen Bank being played quite a lot in the SA Nationals. But Theme Park, we've seen a lot. Shaheens, they are very confident when it comes to the attack, but when it comes to post-plant situations, we usually see Shaheens go in for a very much more impactful play. Usually they just go in for frags more than just focus on post-plant situations, which could help KIRA Esports gain the momentum when they're on defense. And since Death Amar, usually, just like you said about Leo giving all of the beautiful statistics, again, shout out to Leo once again, Death Amar has been very consistent when it comes to KD ratios, the kills, and when it comes to clutch situations. Death Amar has been usually very impactful when it comes to going in for those trades. So the main question for Shaheens is they need to expect, or they have to keep a very special drone for Death Amar to know exactly at what specific rounds they have to go in for those early peaks. And if they predict it right, they could immediately remove Death Amar, force them on a 4v5 at the earliest amount of rounds, and you could say that Shaheens could put themselves into an advantage. But When it comes to KIRA Esports, just like I said, they play accordingly to the books. I'm pretty sure that Death Amar, even if he decides to go for a spawn peak or not, if that does not work out, they'll just usually go in for backup plans, and that has to be gaining control on those certain chokehold points. And when I say certain chokehold points, I definitely have to say the 90s angle, astronomy, second floor master bedroom. Those are one of the most important chokeholds for the attackers to either proceed with the push or hold out for the defenders. So the more time that they waste for KIRA Esports, the more chances that they have in securing those rounds. But Shaheens, I've got to say, their performance in the entirety of the SA Nationals has been absolutely amazing. I mean, talk about all matches that Shaheens had won. Granted, some of the matches, it did go all the way from, best of threes. But for Hunters, that was the only match that Shaheen had lost.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure that the next matchup, even if it's on upper brackets or lower brackets, we are pretty much going to see Shaheens versus Hunters, man. What do you think about that, Chad?
Honestly, you're right, Baba. Like, at one point, Hunters versus Shaheens rematch is pretty much inevitable. Unless by some, turn of fate, turn of chance, whatever, Shaheens gets eliminated early on here, which it could still happen, mind you. KIRA Esports are looking promising. They've had these last few days to really practice, to really, get themselves back into shape after the rocky start that they had earlier in the tournament. And of course, since then, I would say that today Shaheens is in for a pretty tough fight. At the very least, we should expect it. After all, it's not the Clubhouse and Oregon and Villa SA Classic no more, folks. It is very different. Sure, Villa's in here still, but there's no Chalet, no Oregon, no Clubhouse. These are all maps that these two teams do not bring out too often. Shaheens on the theme park is kind of expected. They love defender-sided maps. But for KIRA Esports, for them to pick a Villa against the Shaheens, given that this match, this sort of Villa match between these two already happened, and I do believe Shaheens actually won that one out. Well, we'll have to see what KIRA's thinking is here to bring out Villa once again. Of course, Decider being Bank, a map that we are very much excited to get to, but we'll have to wait and see before we do. And like you said, Deathmer has just been leading the charts every which way, right? And of course, there have been other, toppers, like, for instance, Cobra with the most 1vx wins, and so on and so forth. That is a great stat, by the way. Winning so many 1vxs, Cobra really just a reliable player for the team. And I do want to see more of them. And, just the teams overall, the top 8 was great. The group stages had some great matches in them. It's a shame Won't Stop Peaking or Phalanx didn't really get to make it. They were probably, like, some of the top contenders coming into the, overall group stages for the Nationals for making it up to the very top, right? I would say Won't Stop Peaking, at a point, were probably favorites to be in that 4th position, but unfortunately, they fall behind by 1 point, folks. 1 point, that's all it was, really, as ultimately it came down to Mercenaries having a 2-1 in a match where, they got 1 point extra as compared to Won't Stop Peaking, where they had lost more O2s, right? So basically how the point system used to work, right? Just to refresh all of our viewers who might be joining us right now. In the group stages, it was like points were based on the number of maps you would win. So in a 2-0 victory, 2 points. In a 2-1 victory, 2 points. 2 points is the maximum, right? But if you're losing, if it's an 0-2 loss, obviously no points at all. But if it's a 1-2 loss, then you get 1 point at the very least, and you can still progress. Now, Won't Stop Peaking, unfortunately, their losses were 0-2s. And unfortunately, they weren't able to squeeze in that 1 point or 2 points from, what they would have gotten from 1-2 losses. And that's how Mercenaries, with their 9 points, ends up in the top 4, as it were. MercenarieZ have also had a pretty rocky time in the group stages so far. They've been very hit or miss, I would say, in their playstyles this time around. So this Nationals, they've got a lot to prove going into the match tonight against the Hunters as well. I mean, the last match that the Mercenaries played on group stages was against the Hunters. It was 7-5. Hunters still won 2-0. But Mercenaries pushed them all the way to round 12 on both maps. So that's something to be happy about. That's something I feel like the Mercenaries will be very much looking forward to with this matchup, that they've already pushed the Hunters quite a bit. And it was group stages with Hunters already top seed confirmed. So now, how will both of these teams react to the fact that they are once again fighting each other right at the get-go? That's going to be one of the big questions going into that match, of course. And Shaheens and KIRA as well, they've already fought. And for KIRA, it is a bit of a grudge match that they're having here against the Shaheens, a sort of revenge tour. But again, they have to confirm those kills, they have to confirm the rounds, they have to make sure that their mid rounds and executes are done on time. KIRA, you know, like how you said, Shaheens have this issue where they end up getting a bit kill hungry. They start chasing those frags when they should be focusing on the plants, when they should be focusing on getting the site control. KIRA, on the other hand, have the exact opposite issue. Early rounds, they're great. Their efficiency in getting roamers out of places, getting kills, getting setup done for the site, immaculate. But the problem is they get that done by the minute 30 mark, and then for the next 40 seconds, they're just standing there. They don't do anything. They're like droning everything and all that, and that's great, but in 40 seconds, a lot can happen. This is Rainbow-Six-Siege, after all. I think one of the most prominent rounds where this issue became a thing was against the Hunters, where it was Oregon, I believe, map 1, and, you know, KIRA got everything set. The site was basement, right? Yeah. They got everything set. Hatch was breached. Roamers were taken care of. They were just standing there for the next minute, or not minute, like 40, 45 seconds. Everything was done by that minute 20 mark, and then they decided to execute at the last 20 seconds. So you then have to ask the question, what were they doing for those 40 seconds, right? It was very clear. They were droning. They were getting the utility set up, deciding which player needed to go where. And by the time they did that, Hunters had more than enough time to get comfortable. And as a defender in Oregon, if you're comfortable with the site, it's very hard to get you out of those key positions. And KIRA Esports, unfortunately, learned that the hard way. So we do hope they've taken that lesson to heart. You know, if they haven't, things will be very much more difficult here today, because Shaheens are aggressive. They love constantly moving around the map. You know, even more so than the Hunters, I would say. Hunters, after a point, they can get steady, right? They start slowing things down just to control the pace of the game. Shaheens, they like to keep it brisk. They like to keep it moving. And against a team like KIRA, that could actually be the play. A team, KIRA being a team who loves steadiness, right? Who loves to be steadfast, who loves having players on board, you know, more players alive, as it were, than their opposition. Because we saw against the game in the Shaheens, right? Whichever round KIRA lost 2 or more players going into the execute, they would end up losing. Even if it was a 1v1, they somehow managed to bring it down. They just weren't able to confirm it. KIRA has had that issue historically, right? Even last year when they went up to the APAC relegations, those issues were still there. So we'll have to see if they have improved on that front going into this match. But what do you think, all things considered, between these two teams? Shaheens, in a way, have a bit of an advantage, but also at the same time, KIRA Esports have made adaptations before. They made big adaptations before this. So who do you think could actually walk away with, at the very least, map 1? I'm not saying the whole game, of course. Yeah, I know you don't like to predict, right? Do predictions. Yeah.
When it comes to making predictions, I'm pretty sure that whenever I say it would obviously end up being the opposite. So I just usually say it at the end, because it's always easier and safe for me to determine who would be the winner. So all in all, if I have to answer your question, Jack, I've got to say, Shaheens, they always heavily rely on being aggressive. No matter what kind of situation that they're in, you always have the advantage when it comes to, you know, being an aggressive. They don't even care about time. And KIRA Esports, they have this specific mentality of knowing that, yes, prep phase, we just usually get those drones to find a safe way so that we'll be able to gain countless amount of information. Especially on a map like Villa, you'd always keep those hidden drones in second floor master bedroom in a way that you'll have constant information on roamers' whereabouts. So KIRA Esports, they would take those sweet time for prep phase, and just like you said, they take good amount of time to, you know, get all the breaches done. And once we reach at a minute and 30-second mark, they usually stay there because they are currently waiting for players like either a Thurv or Death Armor to go in with the initial push. You could get to see them usually go in for a cook grenade to get in for the initial pick, removing one of the important, you know, crossfire angle players currently playing in towards the site. And then you have a Thurv, if things doesn't go well, he just usually goes very aggro all the way from the side itself to get those initial frags or 2. So talk about KIRA Esports being slow and methodical, that is usually count as a weakness in itself on attack. Defense, on the other hand, they're exceptionally great. We've seen them perform countless amount of denials being made just by using utilities. We even get to see them use those beautiful crossfire angles being made from a Thurv. That Armor is more of like a coin flip when it comes to playing as the aggressive plays. So enough about us, you know, talking about the whole match itself. I know you guys are waiting for the match itself, so let's just head on in with our first playoffs. It will be Team Shaheens versus Team KIRA Esports. The first map itself will be Theme Park, a map which is being picked by Shaheens. I really am excited to see what do we get to see from both these teams here, Jack.
Oh boy, so am I. It is time, folks. Game number 1 of the playoffs will be going live right here, right now. Shaheens versus KIRA Esports, starting off on Theme Park. And yes, as you can see, we've got player cams as well this time around. Nice green background on Shrisha. I like the ideation there. Of course, Atharv, Deatham, Shrisha, Vortex, Avidvi coming out from the side of KIRA Esports. And of course, you've got the Shaheens, Envy, Mighty Ellie, Caesar, Doctor, and Skywalker. Boy, that's a dark room Doctor's playing. And that's an interesting idea there because, you know, bright screens can get pretty hard on the eyes. But I guess if Doctor's eyes can handle it, then kudos to him. But yeah, that's it, folks. There are your squad, Shaheens and KIRA Esports. They are here. They are ready. And we'll be going into the ban phase very, very soon indeed. This is going to be a fantastic match to cast. It's going to be a fantastic game to play for these players as well. There you go, folks. Game number 1, KIRA versus Shaheens. Let's get this show on the road. Ban phase, starting with Shaheens with the first ban of the day.
Yeah, there we go, folks. Shaheens on defense. KIRA Esports will be on attack on all of those 3 maps. So you could say that KIRA Esports usually have the advantage in the second half since they'll be going on defense. They've got to make sure that they would either survive their attack rounds or make sure that they have the highest win rate in the first half, and that would be all the way towards 4-2. For now, taking a look at the ban phase itself, we'll get to see Shaheens go in with the usual bans in attack. Thatcher will be going out on map Theme Park because he's usually very powerful on the side first for Armory and Throne Room because it is heavily required for a Thatcher to disable those important bandit charges, the Kaid Electroclaws. You could even include mute jammers as well, as it's very powerful and even much more powerful when OSA is in play. So KIRA Esports will make sure to disable that one important attacker because usually you could say that OSA has both the bulletproof shields and the secondary EMP, which could help the attackers on disabling at least one of the mute jammers. So they still have easier access. But now, both of them being eliminated, you still have the Flores, the explosive drones, which is very useful for the attackers. And then you still have one of the attackers like Dokebi. Dokebi could be very useful when it comes to hunting down the roamers. So you still have those on attack. Defense ban, however, will be an interesting one because Shaheens have opted out an alibi ban, which will be very hurtful for defense here, Jack.
That it will be. That is a very interesting ban from the Shaheens' side. I think it's more to do that. Yeah, I mean, of course, Atharv joking how Amr isn't going to be able to play. Yeah, alibi. Amr loves playing alibi, right? Yeah. But, of course, Deathmark can just pick whichever other defender he likes. But I feel like there's two layers to that ban. One being that they've gotten rid of one of Deathmark's great operators, right? But also, they've kept Mira in play. And Theme Park Mira is a very strong combination. We've seen it before time and time again as we go into round number 1, which is, of course, going to be on second for Bunk and Daycare to start us off. Looking at the picks from the defense, you've got the Valkyrie, you've got the Mira, both whom are usually banned on this map as well. That is going to be a very strong defensive lineup. Doctor bringing in the Thorn with the Razor Bloom gadgets as well. And of course, you've got the Denials from Skywalker and Mighty Ellie playing the GSG9 brothers. Of course, Bandit and Jaeger. And immediately you can see KIRA Esports bringing in the counter pick. They've got the IQ, the one who will be looking out for those Razor Blooms and for those Black Eye cameras. Those are going to be the important things to watch for in terms of gadgetry for the side of KIRA Esports. But of course, they've also got their soft breach. They've got their hard breach as well. No secondary hard breaches, mind you. So there's going to be a lot of verticality, I feel like, used around the hard walls as soon as they see the Bandit in play.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that having a total of 2 sets of breach charges would be a bit problematic for KIRA Esports, but those smoke will at least help them. Doctor, on the other hand, seeing the bullets fly through all the way from the cash room, he actually thinking of going in for a very aggressive approach. Claymore hasn't been placed just yet, I believe, and yeah, they don't have any Claymores from the side of KIRA Esports, so this could be very problematic if Doctor could secure a kill all the way from outside. They still have the IQ that will help KIRA Esports detect exactly where the positionings of the mute jammers are. Actually, no mute jammers again, apologies. Yeah, the bandit charges as well as the Valkyrie cams, which is very helpful for the defensive side. So eliminating that should be the main concern for KIRA Esports. So in the early rounds itself, you will expect KIRA Esports to do the same thing, you know, focus all the important frags, but talk about Skywalker, starting things off by removing Death Amarov. Well, this will be a difficult encounter here with Shaheens, as they've already secured one.
Now, this is the thing about Deathermer, right? He is leading in terms of the overall number of kills in the tournament and has the highest KD differential, as pointed out by Leo in the statistics. But the other thing is, we've seen Deathermer go down in the early rounds quite a few times, you know, kind of like Sandy, but less like Sandy from Hunters as well, because Sandy, you know, takes a little while to get started. Deathermer has historically been very, very quick to start. In the meanwhile, Doctor's going to find a second one of Vidvi going down. That is not good, as we might even get a third for the Doctor here. No, Vortex fires back, finds Mighty Ali. There's a player on that rafters, and Doctor on the stand-up gets him, and could get another one. Envy finds Vortex as Shrisha takes a minor bit of damage right below the orange stairs. He's the yellow stairs, I should say. He's the only one left alive, as KIRA Esports really hasn't been able to make any headway, and Shaheens will take round number 1 in a pretty comfortable manner, I should say.
Yeah, it was. For Shaheens, I've got to say, this is a really good start coming in from them. Removing that Amar off at the initial rounds, especially in the second half, I'm talking about the mid rounds itself in round number 1, was a good way for Shaheens to, you know, properly have a good footing. Knowing that that Tamar has been eliminated, no sledgehammer, or you could say even grenades could, you know, fly off at the hands of the defenders. So you could say that they were very safe in that situation. They pushed in, they went in on a very, they went in on a very aggressive approach here, Jack, right? Like Shaheens, they always love doing this once they get the initial frag. Once they remove that Amar, you could see the players from Shaheens, like, just not in the side itself. There was one player in the side, but the rest of the players, they were right outside in cash room. You even saw them in Dragon Stairs. You even saw, you know, Envy playing all the way from the arcade stairs. So you could say that once they got a good information regarding players' whereabouts, they initially just fall back and just play on a very aggressive approach that KIRA Esports will be facing a lot of difficulties in the next future rounds.
That they will be, I feel like. You know, KIRA, if they saw what the Shaheens did, right?
Yeah.
Shaheens were very spread around the second floor. You know, Doctor was initially out towards the cash side, and of course you had Envy and Mighty Ellie on the other side of things. They were constantly rotating around as well, because Doctor eventually fell back towards the cafe corridor, right, the vending machine corridor, because he got the call that, hey, somebody is out towards that side of the map, probably a couple of players. Deathermer went down from roughly the same angle as well, right, the sledge. So that was the call out, right, that, hey, there's a couple of people here, you might want to come help. The Thorn comes around and gets a couple of kills as a result. The pause is still in effect, folks, of course, as we saw it was requested, I do believe, from the side of KIRA Esports. So, you know, as soon as the pause is taken care of, we'll be going right back into the match. Don't you worry. You know, even if it is the playoffs, some things do tend to never change, as it were. That's why we're still just waiting for the time being. But I gotta say, though, that first round from Shaheens was well executed, well played, almost like they were reading into what to expect from KIRA Esports and sort of going off of that, right? And they did it pretty well, I will say. Now, it's up to KIRA to, of course, immediately bring out the counters, immediately bring out the improvisations, because like we said before, time and time again, we've got to make, like, these teams, of course, have got to make sure that they are playing at their absolute best here in the playoffs. There is no more big stage after this in South Asia. This is the biggest stage. This is the Nationals. And, of course, we'll just have to wait and see. And until we get an idea of what these teams are going to be bringing out, we'll just have to, you know, just wait for just a second here as we continue. There's a little bit of a back and forth between the admin and, of course, our players in the lobby, as it were. Yeah, it takes a second to get used to some changes in the setups, right? Especially video feeds and all that stuff. It is new, the stuff that we are doing here. And I am excited to see how these players, sometimes we'll be getting their reactions, right, as well on these video feeds. So I'm excited to see what they are going to have for us as well every now and again. Oh dear me, looks like Mighty Ali had to go and get up real quick to fetch something. Probably a bottle of water, all things considered, right?
It has to be.
Yeah, you got to stay hydrated, folks. You know, like me and Baba,
folks,
me and Baba stress this all the time. You got to stay hydrated, of course. And Envy has also gone to do something, I guess. But yeah, we're just waiting for that ready confirmation and all of this. Like, you know, folks, it's South Asia. Some things, like I said, they never change. But given round 1, and given how we know KIRA Esports plays, right, they take a second to get things started. Do you think going into round 2 or 3, we will be able to, see some quick improvisations, quick changes, quick counter strats or something? Or do you think, and there's a question I'm asking in the chat as well as we come back. Hello. I gotta ask, like both the chat and to you, Baba, of course. Do you think that we'll be seeing any quick counter strats, any quick improvisations from the KIRA Esports roster? Or do you think we'll have to wait until like round 3 or 4, maybe even round 5? Sometimes we've seen them, take their sweet time to get started until they get their counter strats ready. What do you think?
It's actually difficult to even predict whether if KIRA Esports could even change. Because like I said, they always go accordingly to books. Shaheens, on the other hand, they're always an explosive team that whenever they find an opportunity, they would take it no matter what. KIRA Esports, slow and steady. Maybe they could change their way of approach and attack, because knowing that you have both the Mira and the Valkyrie still being available for them, Valkyrie will be very powerful when it comes to sites like First War Armory, mainly because you'd have constant information towards maintenance. That would force the player from KIRA Esports to bring in the IQ because they have to remove those cams as best as possible. Unless and until KIRA Esports knows the exact cam spots from the Valkyrie cams, I'm pretty sure that they won't bring in the IQ, but instead bring in a certain operator that could help them gain information, and that has to be Dokebi. Dokebi could help KIRA Esports in gaining almost half of the information throughout the map itself. It even includes default cams, it even includes the initial cams that you get from the Valkyrie. You can even include bulletproof cams from the side of the defenders if they do decide to bring in the Melusi. But the main problem of it is that they have to get the early kill. Without the help of the early kill, the Kebi is mostly useless, especially on the early rounds and mid rounds itself. And since Shaheens is currently the one leading in getting those early picks by removing Death Armor quickly, it will be difficult to see whether if bringing the Kebi would be a good idea.
Speaking of information, right, since you're talking about how the attackers absolutely need information, right, they need to gain intel, they need to gain all that stuff. Dekebi is one thing, right? But of course, to really get the best out of your Dekebi, you need a dead defender, like you said, in the first few minutes, first few seconds even, so that you have the cams hacked, right? That's a great utility, but also situational, because sometimes even if a defender dies, Dekebi can't get to the phone until much later into the round, so it takes a moment. Instead of, hacking cams and getting audio cues, there is another operator that doesn't get played too often, but has been banned before as well. I think you know exactly who I'm talking about, folks. Of course, all of you at home might already be aware, but I'm talking about Zero, of course. 4 Argus cameras to boot. It's basically like how Valkyrie would be on attack, right?
Yeah.
Those Argus cams are insane, but the extra functionality being that they can even penetrate reinforced walls to look on the other side. Hatches, Theme Park's got a few, right?
Yep.
You can use them to get a good idea of where things are. I mean, the hatches aren't exactly the best places for Theme Park, don't get me wrong. But some other areas and all that, some of the reinforced walls, of course, you gotta make sure that the hatches are, not hatches, reinforced walls, other soft walls, those areas are gonna be great for Zero. And there's a lot of those penetrable walls that are present on Theme Park. So I definitely think that Zero should be played here today if the improvisation counter-strat thing starts to happen. Even if not from the KIRA Esports roster, I feel like Shaheens might actually bring him out. And that's primarily because we've seen Shaheens with the Valkyrie, right? They are dangerous on the defense. So a lot of those same principles can be applied to Zero. Just change up a few of the areas and sites that you need to watch over, of course. Bring in the secondary hard breach, and boom, you've got yourself a very strong operator to be played on the attack. So I do expect a Zero pick here or there in terms of counter-stratting. I don't know if KIRA will pick it because, Zero does have a slightly more reserved playstyle, right? And I don't really know who from KIRA could potentially take it. Maybe Vortex, maybe a Vidvi could pick Zero. I mean, Vortex was the one playing the IQ, right, in the previous round. IQ is also a bit reserved, all things considered. So I feel like that is something that KIRA should consider. As for whether or not they will, whether or not they'll apply those sorts of ideals into their playstyle, remains to be seen. But I gotta say, at the end of the day, folks, it's all just speculation. It's all just fun and games, right? We don't know if Zero will be brought out. I hope that he is. I like seeing Zero in play. I like the SC3000 and the MP7 on attack with a 1.5x because the single reason I like seeing the MP7 on attack on Zero's hands is because of that zoom scope. It makes all bandit mains extremely jealous. And having been like at some point in my life a bandit main myself, I used to bandit trick a lot in the my early days of Siege. So when that ACOG got taken away, I was a little sad, but it makes me a little bit more jealous seeing that 1.5x on 0. But I do know why Bandit's never gonna get that one back. Actually, he might have. I haven't seen the latest version of the, they had a bunch of zoom scope changes at the beginning of the season. I don't know if they gave Bandit one. They might have. I've forgotten as well. I used to remember that list so much. But yeah, zoom scopes and all that being the whole point of discussion. But Bandit's going to be important today. I feel like no Thatcher, no Osa, and if Dekebi and Lion aren't brought out, then then there's no secondary EMP, right? And if there's no secondary EMP, Bandit batteries can just sit there until the grenades, of course, come in to ruin the day. But folks, unfortunately, it seems like the technical difficulties are going to take a little bit longer than expected to be taken care of. So we're going to have to take a quick break, and we'll be right back in just a short minute. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back after a bit of a lengthy pause and rehearse that we have had due to some technical difficulties and so on and so forth. We don't need to explain it. You know how it is. South Asia, folks, kind of just tends to happen. We're going to be going back into the KIRA Esports versus Shaheen's game. Game 1 of the playoffs on day 1 as well. That, of course, we all know you all are very, very excited for. And so are we, of course, here at the Esports Club. There you have it, folks. We're going to be going in just a second. Once again, the player cams for the Shaheens, as you can see, all the players are ready and waiting. So are KIRA Esports, as we'll be going right in game number 1, map number 1. It is a go. We're going into round 2. Shaheens have already won the first round. And now, round 2. Let's see what these teams have in store for us.
Yeah, round number 1, Shaheens didn't have any problems dealing with KIRA Esports' attack, mainly because they had good amount of information thanks to Valkyrie cams, and I'm pretty sure that the default cam, even with the default cam being destroyed from KIRA Esports, they didn't have much when it comes to gaining those man-con advantage. It was usually Skywalker who did start things off with the initial frag. But for now, folks, again, we know that we did take a lot of time for that, and for that we have to apologize, but we will resume back, and without facing any issues whatsoever, we will resume back to round number 2. The site will be in second floor initiation room / office, the site where the defenders will bring in the Mira once again, but we won't be able to see Envy. Actually, yeah, Envy will also bring in the Valkyrie too. Yeah, we will still have the same composition nonetheless from the defense. The only difference is that from the side of KIRA Esports, we will see Avidby bring in the Nook. Now, the Nook is a very exceptional, operator when it comes to denying information. So, since Valkyrie cams will be so powerful, and you have another from Shisha bringing in the Jackal as well, we could say that they'll have information being gained from those anti-roam operators. Let's see, with the action phase being in play, KIRA Esports, they will now proceed with their attack push, and for Shaheens, they'll still bring in with the same operators nonetheless.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I'm very interested to see how the Shaheens, continue with their play in this second round. After all, they've already showed their hand in round number 1, or at least part of their hand, part of what they can do. Doctor this time will start off on the cafe door. He's got himself a shield and the ADS to protect that shield. Since the Nook is on cafe door, that is a valid concern, but Avidby is actually packing the secondary EMPs rather than the grenades on the Nook. That is an interesting decision there, as that does rob Nook's ability to just grenade from anywhere, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it gives her a little bit of, you know, front-loaded, forward-pushing utility, especially with that EMP, which can just disable the ADS that's sitting there, allowing for anyone else to grenade it, like, say, Death Armor, who could come and then grenade the shield outright. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, the Mira and the Valkyrie being in play is going to make things a bit difficult, and Skywalker starts things off, finding Death Armor. That's now the second round that Death Armor has gone down early, and it looks like it was on the barrel room side. We did see the Jaeger on first floor, right below, of course, the arcade corridor, or right below arcade stairs, you could say. As in the meanwhile, Atharv is taking damage as well. This Valkyrie cam is doing so much work, even if it's spotted by Vortex, the IQ. Can't exactly get it out given the position it's in, but Shrisha comes around, gets that kill onto Doctor. However, there's a player on the cross. Skywalker trying to get one, gets caught out. Atharv holding from the window, makes it a body count lead, only to be struck back as Envy fires back.
Yeah, it's a 3v3, and with Shrisha securing those two important kills, they'll now finally have access towards the arcade hallway. Now, the main question of it all is that how would they get access towards the site, knowing that majority of the gunfights that was been relayed had been all the way towards Cafe Room. Now they only have 40 seconds, and for KIRA Esports, this timing will be very crucial for them to proceed in towards the site. C4 tossed out from Invi. Will that secure a kill? Yes, it does. There goes a third. 2v3. Invi so low on HP. One single bullet to the body will confirm the kill, and Shrisha knows exactly what's happening. But no! He still gets the kill anyways. Triple kill. As not only does he gets to secure the kill, he will also secure the diffuser being dropped. 1v3, a Vidvi. He still has those secondary EMP charges, but unfortunately he won't be able to use it because all of his teammates are dead. But he will still secure one kill, only to be refragged out with the hands from Mighty Ali. A very crucial round from Shaheens, as we get to see Envy secure 3 important kills. Despite being low on HP, he will secure that headshot that will put Shaheens on a 2-0 scoreline on a map like Theme Park.
Here we go, folks. 2-0 for the Shaheens. KIRA, you can see, are very heatedly discussing on what they can do and can't do. Deathmar's probably pretty mad at the fact that he's gone down early for 2 rounds in a row now. And that, of course, has definitely not helped them as a team. They need to get it together. They need to bring themselves out on the best foot possible. Like we said before, this is the playoffs. This is it. There is no higher stage from here, because after all, this is, of course, the biggest point that you can get to in South Asia. After this, of course, comes other prospects and stuff that, of course, we're not going to be talking about just yet. But, of course, we'll have to wait and see for that. Whether, of course, they are in the remaining year or the next year. Again, all depends. Right now, site has changed once again. 2 rounds in a row for Shaheens, as they have moved now to first floor armory and throne room. Brought out in this first half of defense once again. This time an even heavier setup on Cafe door right there. You can see a shield with 2 ADSs this time. Of course, 1 secondary EMP can take both of them out, but of course, Doctors aren't going to be too willing to allow that. They've got the castle in play as well. Caesar bringing in that operator. Deathmar's back on the sledge. All eyes will be on him, mind you, given that Deathmar has yet to secure a single kill for himself. Shrisha's gotten one. Atharv has gotten one. Avidvi has gotten one. I think Vortex might have caught one in round number 1. I can't remember exactly. But that's the thing. Everyone's going to slowly start pulling ahead. Deathmar also... No! He's gone down again! How does this keep happening? He's still alive, and I think that was another explosion that just went off. C4 potentially on this... Oh, that might have actually been a spawn peek out of the refrigerator room here, as he will be revived. Deathmar is back up on his feet, but Shrisha and Avidvi are both taking damage. Vortex's Claymore will be what finds Envy. A jump out from the Valkyrie. Unfortunately, the Claymore was there for that exact action.
Yeah, at least on the bright side, they've removed the trouble shield connecting towards arcade hallway, but Doctor is still contesting, and let's not forget, he still have those welcome backs. Shot from Doctor to secure a kill from Atharv. Second, will he get it? No refrag from Shrisha. Control is still in the hands of KIRA Esports, but once again, they're losing a lot of time. 1 minute and 40 seconds only to remove Doctor and Envy all the way towards Cafe. And you still got to worry about Caesar and Skywalker, who are still contesting in towards Cafe. Information will be given from the Iana's Gemini. You still got to be careful on the rest of the players here. Now, Skywalker still holding the angle, but he still gets caught out from Vortex. Beautiful shot. 3v2 as Caesar gets one, falls back to safety, knowing that the side is on first floor armor in throne room. They have done the major damage, but the major problem is they don't have any explosive utility. C4 has already been expended from the Kaid, which means that KIRA Esports can safely secure a plant once at least even, Caesar or Ideally gets taken out.
And that's the thing. Given that it's a 2v3, given with the full 60 seconds remaining, KIRA can make this work. But here's the question. They've got the setup for the site almost ready as well, because there are so many open hatches and verticalities that are present. Thanks to the Shaheens themselves, how long is it going to take for them to execute into the site? Grenades out from Shisha does not find much other than a few sparing bits of utility here and there. Deathamer standing on split door. Mighty Ellie knows full well that someone's going to be emphasizing through that corridor. And of course the rotate that they have inside of barrel room. Caesar waiting and watching, takes out the drone. His position is now given away. Takes a couple shots. He's still taking them thanks to the pings coming in from the Valkyrie camera. Could potentially get taken out if he's not careful. Diffuser is being traded hands right now. They're going to come in through split and through the barrel room. But the question is that the right idea? Shots fired and the UMP finds one. He's holding off for another. There's a Kaid on cross as well. But Caesar with the triple now. He's got himself into a good position. But wait a minute! Vortex walks in split. Comes out on the armory side and finds both going into Furnace, into the cross, into the site. Beautifully done by Vortex. That was absolutely necessary for the team right there. Had he not made that play, then Caesar's triple kill would have been the defining moment of that round. The Kaid not watching split as well. A momentary lapse of concentration from the Shaheens. And of course, Envy is not going to be too happy about that.
Yeah, he definitely won't be. A heroic work from Vortex as he'll secure the round on attack in round number 3. The amount of damage that Shaheen had dealt all the way from Cafe, you had 4 players, Jack. 2 of which was, played to it accordingly. Doctor and Envy was the one holding those crossfire angles from arcade stairs, and one with the help of the deployable shield. Doctor was playing as a Frost. Second, you see the same exact positions being used from both Caesar as well as Skywalker. Although Skywalker didn't get to secure his first kill, Caesar did, and once he did, he fell back all the way towards the side and decided to hold his ground. And since this was a 2v3 situation, KIRA Esports, all they had to do was to secure with a normal push, in which 2 of them did make the usual push all the way towards the barrel side, but the one position where they did not expect was Vortex. Despite having a lot of information towards second floor, the main cause of problems for Shaheens is that they didn't have enough information towards the hallway side. Sure, default cams were present from the side of Shaheens, but KIRA Esports already neutralized it, meaning that Shaheens was also having less amount of information.
Yep.
Both from KIRA and Shaheens, knowing that they didn't have information, they secured the kill with Vortex having that surprise attack, securing that 1v2 clutch. Despite Death Armor being initially picked out thrice in the first half of Theme Park, if Death Armor gets picked out again for the fourth time, I'm pretty sure that Shaheens are using this technique to ensure that Death Armor won't be able to make more impactful plays. Speaking of making impactful plays, we will be taking quite a lot of damage all the way while repelling from the window of Cafe Terrace. So he will be taking a lot of damage, but he will still stay alive and use his utilities accordingly.
Doctor once again back on Cafe Door, contesting this side of the building. Shisha's got a nice area to be watching as well with the upside down rappel onto another door. This time, of course, it is the door in the bathroom, but Doctor goes down. Deathamer's got the first one. No! Shisha threw that grenade, and it was uncooked as well, but Deathamer just walked into it. The team kill was probably the worst thing that could have happened. Deathamer just got himself on the books as well. Neither of those two will be too happy about that, as the trade came from themselves, no less. And Avidvi's less on health as well. So if Avidvi goes down, which it looks likely, then Shaheens will once again have the body count advantage. Skywalker, takes a bit of damage, but Avidvi, there we go, goes down. Envy has taken that kill in return. Mirror windows are compromised, but of course it doesn't matter if the players behind them are still able to catch the shots. Envy, Envy was right next to that window, as he's actually going to go down, but Vortex, a third was the one to go down. Vortex took Envy off the board. Mighty Ellie finding another kill in the meanwhile. That's your breacher gone. Shisha and Vortex, the last two standing. They've got to find these 3 players, because kills are the only way to go at the moment. I don't think they can get the plant off safely, if at all. And I'm not seeing the diffuser icon on either of those two. No, it's dropped on Cafe Balcony. Vortex popping in through the window where he got envy from. Shots fired. Mighty Ali finds Shrisha, and it's really all down to this last player. But never mind, there's one on Arcade Balcony, and that is, of course, Skywalker, the Jaeger, to finish off the round. Deathammer probably could have been the defining player in that round. Took out Doctor on Cafe Door without using utility either. Some minor bits were spent, right? But the shield was still there. We saw the grenade was dropped so that the shield would be gone, but it also meant that Deathammer would be gone for the rest of the round. Chuckle-worthy moments right there from KIRA Esports, but Shaheens will now make it 3-1 in the first half. And mind you, Theme Park is a heavily defender-sided map, so the fact that Shaheens have won these 3 rounds, great on them, but they need more because the second half is going to be all the more difficult.
Yep. If I have to be, on the side for Deathammer, he was all the way from Arcade Hallway, right?
Yeah, he got that
was
kill on
all by
Doctor.
himself.
Yeah, he walked into Arcade Hallway
and
then
since
came
once
back.
he got the initial frag, he was more afraid knowing that there might be another player, like either Skywalker or Envy, that
Probably
could
coming up
establish
the
that
yellow
crossfire
stairs,
angles.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
I believe the main reason why Deathammer had to sprint all the way towards Cafe was because he was more likely, afraid knowing that there would be another trade that could happen from Shaheens. But turns out, KIRA Esports decide, well, how about a grenade would secure your thoughts? So, yeah, Deathammer, very unfortunate that he had to go out with a grenade that was supposed to remove the deployable shield. But all in all, jokes aside, we decides to bring in the Amaru this time. Gara Hook, which will mean that there would be an extra effort from the window side where he was establishing his, vertical line of sight, right? Not vertical line of sight, the inverted rappel window in which he did lost the gunfight to Mighty Ali, right? So he would be going in for another attempt, but this time he'll use the Gara Hook to get himself the early advantage when it comes to being in the side rather than holding an inverted angle. But turns out the initial frag is still favoring for Shaheens no matter what. Doctor will secure 1 frag. He is still at the same place in Cafe. He will secure the important kill where the Yana won't have his grenades to remove those deployable shields. And once again, they're using the same tactic that they're using for the past 2 rounds here, Jack.
Yeah, I feel like this is something that, Shaheens have decided to go for all in, right? Because this just keeps working, and removing this one frost from this one position takes so long for KIRA Esports. And there you go,
God.
What a shot! Vortex finally gets a return, getting that elevated position in, but Avidvi goes down, and meanwhile, Envy takes that kill back. It's a 4v2, make that a 2v3, as Deathammer finds Shrisha. That's the trade. But the question is, can they get, once again, 3 more defenders? And look at where Mighty Ali is, waiting just below the yellow stairs, rafter platform thingy that you can get on. He's moving all the way back now, this time towards Dragon Stairs. Decides to go for a big, long rotate, of course, just to keep himself safe, as it were. Sight is, once again, as it were, on the second floor initiation. Punk Daycare was the last round. And again, it's just down to these rounds that KIRA Esports are not able to win for whatever reason have you. They're just being taken out left and right, and they cannot afford this.
They definitely cannot. They've made so much mistakes for these past 4 rounds, and Shaheen securing 3 rounds on defense while doing the same exact thing over and over again. This is going to put KIRA Esports on a much more major disadvantage. But here's the thing. KIRA Esports have always been in this situation. So I'm pretty sure that even with them having a major disadvantage in the first half, there has to be some reply being made in the second half where KIRA Esports would be on defense. But let's just focus on this round as of now. 25 seconds. Deathammer and Vortex, the only 2 players left for KIRA Esports to secure round number 5, where they still need to deal with 2 C4s. One in which Envy has, and the second from Caesar if they decide to proceed with the push. Mighty Ali, aggressive plays, secures the kill. There goes Vortex, 1v3. Not a lot of time left, and Deathammer, although he will secure a good headshot to remove Mighty Ali, he doesn't have enough time left. And just like that, we will see Shaheens secure round number 5 without facing any issues whatsoever. And if I have to recall back the round itself, this specific angle that Doctor is playing, do KIRA Esports know that there is a hatch right from top of it that they could counter it? Because you don't see KIRA Esports using the hatch.
You're talking about the vending machine hatch.
Yeah,
right?
the vending machine hatch.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
could
yeah.
use it by, using those frag grenades to at least remove Doctor from that position by bouncing it through the wall. They could do that, mainly because Doctor is playing at a very long angle. And since, yes, Baba, there is an ADS that could catch one of the projectiles, while you also have the secondary EMP charge that could disable those ADS. Because, let's face it, it's placed at the floor. I mean, it isn't placed at the floor side, it's placed at the wall.
It's on the wall, right?
It's on the wall, not at the floors where it could catch the ADS. And since the grenade has been thrown out mainly towards the deployable shield, instead of using the secondary EMP charges from the wall itself, which mind you, it could go through the wall itself, you could disable 2 ADSs. And you could either proceed with using the grenade from the hatch to secure the kill off from Doctor. They could do that. Or there's a secondary choice where you could still bring in the Nook, gain entrance towards yellow stairs by pushing either from locker room entrance or from the window side or bathroom side, and proceed with the pressure being made from yellow stairs. The Doctor would be forced to look at 2 angles more than just one. And even with the crossbar angles being placed, I'm pretty sure that once you have the element of surprise, this should help KIRA Esports proceed with the kill or at least a trade, which could help them gain access whatsoever. But talk about round number 6, Srisha. Oh boy, all the way in the side. He will secure one.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute!
Kills.
He's in here
boy.
already!
The element of surprise is in, and Srisha decides, you know what? The hell with strategy, I'll get kills instead. Triple kill. There goes Skywalker as he decides to drop down from the hatch. Envy, all the way from the barrels side. It's just 2 players left. DMR is very strong. And Atharb will secure the post plant nonetheless. 4v2 as Doctor secures 1 frag. Post plant will be in with the help of smoke gas canister. Actually, smoke grenades. Apologies. 35 seconds as Avidvi secures 1 more. Important kill. And it's Doctor all by himself. 1v4. Everything has been taken care of. Doctor still in the site. Won't be able to secure a kill. And just like that, Srisha will secure the round as well. KIRA Esports will end the first half on a 4-2 scoreline with an aggressive playstyle from Srisha. My goodness. Especially when the Castle was placing his armor panel. Jesus, the timing was just so crucial. And Srisha just looked at the opportunity and he just took it like a pro.
Yeah, absolutely, right. I gotta give credit where credit is due. Srisha, well played. The decision making, the kind of snappy decision making that the drones probably said, right, that hey, their setup on site isn't exactly done. They're still getting a reinforcement off. The dragon door is still open. The castle is probably gonna put it down now. He got a call from the drone. He decided, I'm gonna go right in, because dragon door getting closed off would have been huge. It would have made the line of sight from the breach of just a linear line of sight, and it could have been held all the way from Armory. Instead, the door remained open, the castle went down, and the other player who was still reinforcing got caught by now the aggressive Twitch, who then walked in and held Furnace absolutely wonderfully. Very well done by Srisha right there. That was the play that KIRA needed to win that round. Now, we're in the second half. It is round 7 after all. So KIRA Esports are on the defense. The rounds that they won on the attack were on Armory and Throne Room. So that is an important thing to remember, because Armory Throne, both times we saw Shaheens, they extended a lot. There were multiple players in like the lab storage area, in upstairs obviously. We had like 3 players in the first round 3 is the first time they went to Armory and Throne.
Yeah.
There were 3 players above, which became 4 in the middle of the round as well. And this time as well, they were looking for something similar. There were frost traps away from the site, and all the jamming stuff and utilities were placed away because they wanted to stretch themselves out. And KIRA caught on to that. They were like, yeah, they're stretching themselves out again. Let's punish them. Let's drone the site. Let's get the breach done quickly. Nobody was in maintenance. That's the big thing. No defender from Shaheens was in maintenance that round. This round, however, of course, we're changing things up again. Since KIRA Esports is on the defense, they've decided to go second floor bunk and daycare right off the bat, as is standard and to be expected for these, well, I guess for these teams at the end of the day. There's once again a player on cafe door. This time, it's one of the KIRA defenders, Atharb, the mute, sitting behind a shield, and Deathamar's going to be taking a ton of damage. That Valkyrie is now downed as well. Got a bit too aggressive, I feel like. And that's going to be the first kill as Mighty Ellie takes that Doctor, preparing the Candela. That's going to force the shield player to evacuate. Another Candela is going to be thrown. There's an ADS that'll catch it. There you go. The third one's going to be thrown as the Ash charge is going to burn the other ADS. Skywalker just walks in. The flashes, are there. Blinding lights. A Skywalker gets one. A Turf going down. It's 3v5. KIRA losing bodies. Another one could go down here. Vidvi has to be careful. Mighty Ellie falls in the meanwhile as Vortex takes a return kill.
That's the only kill that they'll ever find.
Oh my goodness.
Skywalker and Caesar, both of them just pressuring towards the cafe place. And now Shrisha is all left by his lonesome. 1v3. A difficult situation for Shrisha to clutch this round out. And now we will see Shrisha.
Ooh.
Okay, an accidental team kill that will put themselves off on a 1v2. They will secure the post run nonetheless and removal of those default camps, which could have helped Shrisha secure this clutch. But time's running out for the defender. He needs to secure these 2 important kills for him to get the clutch. But turns out it will be a difficult encounter because once he gets the kill, there will be a trade nonetheless. Doctor will be found and Shrisha will get caught in the crossfire. Shaheens will secure round number 7 with a beautiful use of the Candelas. To force themselves in a much more of a blinded state all the way from arcade hallway. And though, if you make a difference between the push that had been made from both KIRA as well as Shaheens, what usually KIRA Esports were heavily focused on removing the deployable shield first and then proceed with the denial. You see Shrisha, sorry, not Shrisha, Team Shaheens, they usually go in with the Candelas first to block the, or should I say, to blind certain lines of sight so that Skywalker could get the opening by pushing very aggressive towards the side on Cafe. Despite knowing that there won't be any players using for C4 throws all the way from below Kitchen. Kitchen has already been taken, I mean, not on Kitchen, first floor in a drug lab room, right? The place where the C4 throws could happen from Cafe side. So since Shaheens don't have to worry about any C4 plays, they just need to worry about the angle that had been placed from the side of KIRA Esports. Now, since they did succeed in removing that, they used the flashes, they went in for the push, they kept pressuring, and that pressure was more than enough to put KIRA Esports at a much more disadvantage. Now, round number 8, I believe they will go in towards the same side once again, second floor bunk and daycare. And I'm hoping that KIRA Esports might find a solution to this problem.
We'll have to wait and see, but KIRA's definitely going to need to get a couple rounds under their belt right now. Vortex with the run out right at the beginning of the round. That run out, of course, oversees one of the four spawns, that Theme Park has. But it will not be catching anyone, as we saw, of course, none of the members of the Shaheens have any damage done to them. Doctor this time on the Nook, changing things up. This is what I like about the Shaheens, right? Similar to Hunters LFO, Shaheens changes their operators, changes their roles, changes their entire round playstyle depending on what they want to accomplish. Once again, heavy, interference being run on the cafe door as you've got the calls coming out from the Dekebi. This is in play. The Dekebi calls, that is logic bombs from Envy, the first one of which is used. Vortex going down, this time to Envy. The Dekebi finds one, and a big one as well, from not in any of the areas where the fighting has gone on so far. Cafe is being, taken care of slowly but surely. There are no secondary EMPs as well. There's a bunch of grenades, mind you. Doctor had, I should say, as he takes a bit of damage. Vidvi's the one to go down, though. Doctor finishes off the Frost and walks into Cafe. Takes out the Valkyrie camera. Caesar finding Deathammer. It's a march to victory right now for the Shaheens, as nothing seems to be able to stop them. And there you have a third on the floor. Shrisha's the last one standing. Needs to find at least a couple, but no, Skywalker's too fast on the Ash. And that is a flawless round to the Shaheens. They are now 6-2 up, and it is very clear them picking Theme Park was an absolutely wonderful decision for them.
Shaheens, they're playing fire with fire, Jack. It's the same push that you've seen from KIRA Esports while they were on attack first, right? The first half, the same push that we see. The only difference is that they are winning those challenging gunfights despite KIRA Esports having the most strongest hold all the way from arcade hallway. And the best part about it is that they're not using the hatch itself, Jack. They haven't used the hatch at all. It's just a simple push from Cafe where you see both Envy and Skywalker, both of them contesting the angles. In which one of them, if that does not work, you still have Skywalker to secure the kill nonetheless. So it's more of like a contingency plan, or should I say a backup plan for Shaheens, where it's just working flawlessly for the past 2 rounds in attack. And just like that, they will secure match point 6-2. Now, talk about this round itself. KIRA Esports, they are heavily focused on going in for a very standard approach, and that definitely did hit them a lot, because Shaheens, they're using a different approach, and it's not standard. It's very, you could say it's more of like a newer strategy where KIRA Esports are not familiar with, and that is definitely hitting them a lot on this map.
See, that's the thing about attacks on Theme Park, right? Attack on Theme Park is usually pretty difficult because when you try the standard attack that most players will be used to from your Oregons, from your clubhouses, right, from even your villas and villas and chalets, it's usually like the kind of attack that you love diversifying on. 2 players doing utility clearance, 2 players holding off on breach, 1 player going for roam clear, or 2 players on roam clear, depends on what you like. But on Theme Park, specialized attacks are honestly the way to go. Attacks based around one particular idea, probably a couple places on the map. Deathhammer gets the first kill this time, that is huge. Caesar goes down, but the most important part of it all is that the first frag is for once in the favor of KIRA Esports. They've been losing first body in most of these rounds. I can count probably 3 rounds in total that they've gotten first kill on. This round being, of course, one of them. The other one being Shrisha's Twitch Rush in round number 6. And I believe the first floor bunk daycare round in round 3 as well. So not the best start for KIRA in this matchup, all things considered. But Deathhammer finds a second one. Amar's angry about this. He is not happy at how this match has gone so far. But he will be punished. Skywalker finally catching that trade. Gets one back. Definitely needed to once more. In the meanwhile, the Ash, of course, going around. Dragon needs to be careful as Doctor and Caesar have been taken care of. Those two have been doing quite a bit of work, being a bit of a menace, being a nuisance, clearing utility, playing flex wherever possible. Doctor with 6, Caesar with 5. Envy currently on 7-3, but Mighty Ellie takes a bit of damage, trying to peek into security. Gotta be careful about that. As this hold from KIRA once again looking solid, but not quite if you lose bodies. Initiation is pretty much cleared out right now, and 1 breach charge means Skywalker has an entryway.
And now with tons of information, good control from Cash, removing both a Vidri and Death Armor, things will be even much more tougher for KIRA Esports. But the same thing could happen for Shaheens because the Mankind is equalized. Envy is just deep all the way towards the second floor of his site. But he wants to contest the angle. Summer Beach chance to open up lines of sight. Envy will be taking some minor damage from the blast radius, but they're losing a lot of time. 40 seconds. We see the players from KIRA trying to fall back as a third secures a headshot to remove Envy. An important one at that, since KIRA Esports will have the advantage in man count. With Envy being removed out and the rest of the 2 players just fumble down all the way towards the second floor hallway. As you can see, Death Armor from the side of KIRA Esports is currently a bit angry at the moment. Playing as the Valkyrie, he did secure 2 of the kills, and even though the hold wasn't looking that good at all, they will at least secure the win on this round itself. 3-6. KIRA Esports will need 3 more round wins on defense. And I've got to say that there is a lot of work that needs to be done on the side of defense.
A lot of work indeed, as at the moment, KIRA still need to win, 3 rounds for overtime, as that is a comeback and a half to make against the Shaheens on their own map nonetheless. We'll just have to wait and see how that goes for them. They've won themselves bunk. Mind you, they picked second floor bunk 3 times, Baba.
Yep.
3 times. That is insane. And that kind of repetition, I think Shaheens probably were thinking like, no, it's got to be initiation this time, right? 3rd round. And then Deathhammer playing aggressively on the Cash to Dragon hallway area. That's where the Valkyrie got those 2 early kills from, right? Doctor and Caesar getting caught off like that definitely didn't help. Shaheens were probably expecting office, I'll be honest with you. And when they saw it was initiation, when they saw it was like bunk daycare again, they probably got a little lax, right? Thinking, yeah, we've done the same push twice. We've just changed a couple of operators. We'll do that again. It'll probably be standard stuff. Let's go from the Cash balcony this time, get things started, and we'll all be good. But this time, Shaheens were caught off by Deathhammer very proactively playing that same area, the Cash entry and, of course, the Dragon Stairs. So all things considered, well played, but KIRA needs to do more of that, and they cannot afford to slip even once. Because if they do, it's 0-1 on the map count, It's 3-7, 4-7, whatever round count that happens in. And of course, the pressure will be on.
And since Death Armor's performance in the first half has been completely shut down by Shaheens by securing those initial frags, they cannot heavily rely on that important player, and they need to rely upon themselves. Shrisha, Atharv, Avidvi and Vortex got to make sure that if things does not work out well, they've got to bring this back. And looking at Shaheens' performance though in the second half, it's just... The interesting part about this is that KIRA Esports, despite them going in towards, second first sites, they haven't thought about going in towards Armory and Throne Room, and that kind of surprises me a lot. So there has to be a reason behind why KIRA Esports are just heavily insisting on these two sites. I mean, I can understand, mainly because Shaheens have secured both of their attack rounds, but going in for the same side once again, with Shaheens already knowing the exact game plan from KIRA Esports, shows that they could just save their attack rounds and use it for late post plans, as you can see right now. And since they have good information, Death Armor somehow will get away with the kill. Vortex will secure one more too. This is looking fantastic for KIRA Esports as they'll secure 2 kills.
And 2 very important kills at that. Mighty Ali and Doctor, the second one of whom, the latter of whom, wanted to come up the vending machine, arcade stairs, got caught by the Jaeger, who had taken a little bit of damage earlier on. But again, this very one-sided push from Cafe and arcade stairs is being read into like a book. And so far, it's been... Oh, no! You gotta at least let me finish my thought, Skywalker. He got one, team killed, and immediately got punished on that Cafe door. This time, Shaheen's deciding, all right, let's go through Cafe. It worked for us twice. Let's see if we can make it happen. Not to be. KIRA Esports had themselves set up for a Cafe push. Once again, were a lot more proactive, were a lot more hungry for those kills as they came. That's the important part here. KIRA did not go out hunting for kills. Instead, they waited and they let the Shaheens think that they could get map control. They couldn't. And that is what made all the difference in the world. Now then, 4-6. KIRA's starting to gather some momentum here, Baba. And it could very well be a comeback situation. Although there's still 2 whole rounds to go for that.
Yeah, and since map Theme Park is famously known for their defensive wins, there's high likely chances where this map could go all the way to round 15. But looking at Shaheens' attack, where it's so powerful for them to win those crucial rounds, they have secured match point. But the main problem of it all is that how would they secure Armory and Throne Room, knowing that they have a lot of denial operators? You still have Vortex with the bandit charges. Denials will be made at least from 2 of the walls. You still have a third who will bring in the Amaru. Sorry, the Aruni. When it comes to confusion, it's still the same, right? Amaru and Aruni, both of them has the same rhyming words. You always get confused no matter what. But yeah, talk about the Aruni Surya gates, which could help at least, forcing the attackers to either lose their drones or utilities. It is a very good operator when it comes to challenging those long-range gunfights, knowing that she also has the DMR. So what I'm pretty much guessing is that KIRA Esports would go in with the same hold that Shaheens were doing in the second half, but this time they will have at least one of the players, that would be the Jaeger, playing all the way towards the bathrooms, actually not from the bathrooms, from the drug room side, where they'll have ample amount of information and also a good amount of denials that could help the side from KIRA Esports to hold their ground properly, and none of those flank opportunities will also be present from their end.
I guess we'll have to wait and see for that, as right now the Shaheens on the attack once again, this time falling in towards the cafe entrance, the entrance of Cash Room and Dragon Balcony, that is. Coming up slowly but surely, approaching the second floor roamers area. You're going to have to use a little bit of breaching, a little bit of entryway requirements will be there. But of course, Doctor can also set up some verticality in waiting room and in office. We rarely see that for first floor armory and throne room, but it will be in play this time around. You've got, who I believe is the bandit, yes, Vortex, trying to actively trick right now the exothermic charges of the thermite. Skywalker still has both, but wait a minute, that might have just worked. Yes, it did. Skywalker's exothermic charge, one of which is already gone. That is a big drop. You've got the Lion scan as well, but Caesar unfortunately unable to help, even with the secondary EMPs. You gotta get the E1D out quickly, but no, it's gonna go off nonetheless. I think Wait, has it been denied? Not
Nope.
quite. The Thermite hasn't put it down yet. Okay, Skywalker anticipating the tricking decides, you know what, I'll save my exothermic. Let's go elsewhere because Skywalker's the only breacher as well. If you notice, there's no Ace or Hibana, but they know full well that there's got to be somebody in the bathroom side. Skywalker cannot afford to let go of this angle, not just yet. Avid be going down, and there you go. The player in a drug is spotted. Doctor finding one in the meanwhile. Deathhammer goes down. This could be the final round for all things considered, folks. Shaheens are looking to finish it off. Armory and Throne Room, for whatever reason, has been rather attacker-sided today as Caesar finds another. A Turf goes down. One player all the way back towards the throne has been spotted. The other one towards Furnace needs to be found. Vortex running around inside the side, has to be careful. He's behind the throne right now. Shots fired. Mighty Ali taking some damage. The cross has to be watched, and there you go. Flawless for the Shaheens as they will win the round and the map. They have taken their map number 1, folks. And as you can see on the KIRA Esports cam, Deathhammer is not happy with that performance. As, you know, I mean, why would you be as a team? It's a 7-3, 7-4 actually. At the end of the day, couldn't even push for overtime. It's closer than it looks, as it were. As Doctor's going to be bantering about the fact that he has 7 kills, 7 assists, and 7 deaths as well. Pretty interesting stats, all things considered, as we come back to us once again, folks. And I gotta say, great performance from the Shaheens. KIRA Esports did sort of start to pull it back towards the second half, but again, even Theme Park's defender side of nature can't really help you when you're already 5-2 down. They can only do so much, right? And it went all the way to 6-2 as well. 7-4 is the final score. As we go into the highlights, we'll talk a little bit more about the match that we have seen so far, folks. But I gotta say, great stuff coming out from the Shaheens today. KIRA Esports, a glimmer of a great performance. What could have been? We'll have to see if on map 2 Villa they are actually able to bring that out.
Yeah, map number 2 Villa for KIRA Esports could be their last hope for them to proceed into the next phase of the playoffs. But going up against Shaheens, just like we said already in the early rounds, it was a difficult task for them.
Oh, yeah.
So, talk about the entirety of the highlights. This was a huge major difference between who would have the better defensive hold. And we all know who would be the winner. It's obviously the Shaheens, because the amount of denials that we've seen, the deployable shield, Doctor engaging those important lines of sight in which he shouldn't have won, but he won majority of those gunfights anyway. And even with the ban phase itself, knowing that Alibi has been banned, Alibi could have been very powerful in this hold that we see here from Doctor. So with him having a major difficulties, especially the weapon itself, which has low amount of fire rate, but you still have a 1.5x scope, which could help you at least secure a kill or two. And this round from Shrisha, knowing that every single strategy hasn't been working out, the armor piles hadn't been placed already towards from the Dragon Stairs entrance, decides to go in on a rampage, removing every single player out of the site and securing the win. But I'm pretty sure that that wasn't still enough for KIRA Esports to cement their ground out in the second half, mainly because Deathhammer had to do the heavy lifting once again in the second half. 3 kills, and then he was initially picked out. The second thing, also the same thing happened where Deathhammer secured the initial rounds, and that was the only particular round where KIRA Esports had secured their, their win on the side of defense. So, talking about the whole standpoint on this matchup, Shaheens had absolute control on both defense as well as on attack. The main problem that they had to fix was a method to figure out exactly how to remove Death Armor, because he was the main reason why Shaheens had a major problem to it. On attack, he was getting picked out 4 times in a row in the first half. That literally put KIRA Esports on a major disadvantage. The second half, sure, that Amar made some impressive performance, but Shaheens figured out a way to remove those certain aspects. And also, how can I not forget about the out of nowhere team kills that had happened from both the sides. That Amar, poor guy, he was just sprinting to fall back all the way from Cafe, only to realize that there was a frag grenade just waiting for him to get traded out nonetheless by his own teammate.
I gotta say though, minor chuckle-worthy moments aside, this game was a pretty good way to start off the Nationals, I feel. Like, this map definitely showed us both the pros and cons of both teams and their overall playstyle and what can and can't be improved. Shaheens, on most executes, looked fine. Sometimes, however, they were a bit shaky, especially if their first player would go down in a moment where coordination was required absolutely the most. Like in round 10, right, we saw the first kill go off. Mighty went down on Cafe, and where Doctor, not Mighty, excuse me, excuse me there.
Yeah.
Mighty Ali was the one who went down. No.
Oh,
I got it wrong because round 1 is a pre-rehost, right? So the thing got shuffled. So I was looking at the names there instead of off the top of my head. Anyway, Mighty Ali got taken down on the entry in Cafe, and Doctor was supposed to come up arcade stairs to try and flank that Jaeger who was playing there, Vortex, right? Unfortunately, Vortex walked away. Mighty Ali went down to someone else, and the Nook, Doctor, was left without enough info to really contest anything, but needed to get a trade, so he rushed up the stairs only to meet Vortex face to face and get taken down. So there were a couple of good moments of, just bait and switch and coordination plays from the side of KIRA Esports. Unfortunately, not enough of it, not enough of those moments and instances, and they couldn't really string along a performance because of that. And since they were not able to, of course, they end up getting taken out as quickly. I wouldn't say as quickly, but they did not put up too much of a fight, as much as they would have liked to, for sure, especially in the first half. They would have liked a few more rounds. They would have liked those first 2 rounds in the second half to go their way. Maybe things could have been different. I guess at the end, we will, of course, never know, folks. Enough about what ifs, of course. That takes care of everything we pretty much had to say, right, about the game itself. We'll go to the match standings and statistics in just a moment, once we have everything ready, of course. And, yeah, that's just gotta say, great performance from the Shaheens. I do worry, though, because they was 7-4 on their map already, right? And KIRA were definitely starting to pull back. So they've definitely awoken more so now than at the beginning of this game. So that is probably cause for worry for the Shaheens, because Villa is KIRA Esports' pick. And sure, Shaheens did win the Villa map between these two teams. That was in the group stages. KIRA has had plenty of time to prepare Villa even more since. So I fully expect overtime, maybe even a KIRA win on map number 2.
And since in the group stages, we did see Shaheen struggling a lot with KIRA Esports, right? They did go all the way to map number 3. The only difference was the map itself. So Bank will definitely be a huge deciding factor to, see whether if KIRA Esports can secure a win or not. But if you take a look at the face cams that have happened from both the sides, right, you see how calm and composed Shaheens are.
Yeah.
And then you have KIRA Esports Death Amor, who's been so frustrated, knowing that every single strategy hasn't been worked out. The players are getting picked out quite early enough, especially in the first half. And Shaheens, knowing that they're building up this heavy roam duty game where if both Doctor and Envy's been eliminated, another shall take its place.
Yep.
So it was like a way that KIRA Esports, despite knowing that they're playing on a very aggressive state, they are still somehow trying to figure out a way to dispose the aggressiveness that's been shown towards Shaheens, and it hasn't succeeded for them in the first half, not at all. Instead, we see, the only round on attack where Shisha just finds the opening and just secures the kill nonetheless on the side which is on First World Army and Throne Room. Second half, on the other hand, was also the same thing, right? You even saw KIRA Esports replicate the exact same plays that Shaheens did while they were on defense. And turns out that didn't work out because Shaheens knew exactly what the counter was and they countered it efficiently. So the main problem that I have to ask for KIRA Esports is, since this is the map that you're going to see on map number 2 will be Villa, this is a map being played by KIRA Esports, I believe that banning a certain operator like Amira could definitely help them proceed a lot of attack round wins in that specific map itself. Because let's face it, having a lot of information on map Villa means more dangers towards the attackers. As we take a look at the map summary itself, Skywalker and Doctor, both of them securing 10 kills, 2 initial frags, in which both of them was removing Death Amar, who is currently having a total of 7 kills, 3-3, balanced as ever. But for KIRA Esports, this is currently their danger zone by not securing their first map here, Jack.
Absolutely. The 7-4 from the Shaheens has put KIRA, like you said, on a highway to the danger zone. As well as have to wait and see how KIRA Esports responds from here. Like I said, since it's 4-7, KIRA did get a couple of rounds, so it gives me hope for them at the very least that in Villa they'll be able to pull off a better performance. But like you said, Vortex and Trisha, 10-7 and 10-9. Vortex doing a lot of work for the team just in its entirety, right? 73% on cost, 1-1 on the first kill trade, and a 1.23 rating. pretty much equivalent, just less on cost and one less entry kill than Skywalker. So that's a commendable performance from Vortex. Shrisha as well, a little bit lower on the cost, a little bit worse survival rating because of 9 deaths, but still matching or trying to keep up with Doctor from Shaheen. So those top 2 from both of those teams are doing really, really good performances. It's everyone else that kind of pulled things back. For KIRA Esports especially, you look at a Thurv, 4 and 855%, pretty quiet map for a Thurv. That is not at all up to his standard, that is for sure. Deathamar being the current kill leader for the entire tournament, 7 and 9, 64%, 3 and 3 on entry. Good stats, but could do better. And of course, a Vidwi, 2, 9 and 27%. That, of course, is just not a great time for a Vidwi. Probably one of his worst maps in the entire tournament. And I do feel bad for him, but he's going to have to pick it up. Map number 2, Villa. It is picked by KIRA. They are attack first. Now, that surprises me, actually, because Villa, much like Theme Park, is a pretty defender-sided map, right? So the fact that KIRA picking the map means Shaheen's got the side pick, and they picked defense first. So they're taking care of defense right off the get-go, which interests me a lot because, you know, knowing Shaheens, they would have gone attack first normally. So why have they gone defense first, letting KIRA go defense second? I'm not entirely too sure. Well, let's just have to wait and see. Of course, Bank is a little bit of a back and forth when it comes to which sided it is, right? And we'll just have to wait and see how Bank goes. But of course, Villa being map number 2, folks, I feel like it's going to be a great map for play as well. We do hope that you are ready for map number 2, but we will be as well, and the players need a little bit of time to get ready for map 2. So we'll be taking a quick break. We'll be right back with map number 2 Villa in just a short while. Stay tuned.
Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think you wanna be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your breath without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm staying faith, I don't believe the panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think you wanna be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been
again, then I stop myself for a while. Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men. Say again, Grim. I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why? Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals, supported by Ubisoft for Rainbow-Six-Siege, of course, hosted here at the Esports Club, powered by Zotac Gaming, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back for map number 2 of the first match of the playoffs. It is KIRA Esports versus the Shaheens, and we've already had map number 1. It was an explosive map filled with a lot of great moments, a couple of chuckle-worthy moments, and all that stuff that we love to expect from this great game called Rainbow Six. Now, to get into the recap of map number 1, let's go into the map veto to see what happened in map 1 and what map we are going to be expecting now in the second one. The first map that was picked was Theme Park, and it went 7-4 to the Shaheens. Shaheens picking that map. So it was expected that they would win, but KIRA Esports could have put up a bit of a better fight. Now then, map 2, Villa. KIRA Esports have already played this map against the Shaheens, and it got close. I remember that much. And, we'll see if they can pull together a win here, because they will need to if they want to avoid the lower bracket.
And map number 2 will definitely be able to determine whether if KIRA Esports can, put us to decider. And for both of us here, me and Jack are very interested to see what map bank has in stores. I'm pretty sure the audience as well are very much interested to see what both KIRA and Shaheens will perform on the decider map. But in order for that to happen, they need to make sure that KIRA Esports would secure map number 2. But let's not forget, all 3 maps that we're seeing right now, Theme Park, Villa and Bank, all of the 3 maps, KIRA Esports are going in attack, which means that there's high likelihood chances where it could go either a 2v4 or a 3-3. And talk about map Theme Park itself. Talk about map number 1 itself. It did end up on a 4-2 scoreline, with Shaheens being the one in the lead. Now, talk about map number 2. This is Villa. Once again, it's almost as standard as you can expect, right? So expect a lot of information operators like the pulse, which could be used on first floor. But enough about we'll talk about the speculations once we reach into the match itself, folks. Map number 2 is prepped and ready. Shaheens, they've already secured their first map on Theme Park, and they're looking to finish the second and make sure to proceed into the next phase. But for KIRA Esports, they're also thinking of the same thing. So let us proceed to map number 2. Villa is opened up. KIRA Esports, they're going to start it off with the ban phase.
Here we go. Map number 2 is now in play. Shaheens, once again, have the first ban of the map, and the first attacker to go out this time around, it is going to be the Thatcher. No surprises right there. Thatcher, of course, is pretty much a favorite to be banned here and now, and because of that reason, well, he's going to get banned once again. Those EMPs, fantastic gadgets that they are, is going to be taken care of yet again. And yeah, we're now going to be moving. Wow, excuse me for the butchering of the sentence right there. But yeah, map number 2, ban number 2, Flores this time around from the side of KIRA Esports.
Yeah, Thatcher and Flores being the ones banned on attack is usually the standard ones that you'd see, but a Goyo ban on defense is saying something from KIRA Esports, because map Villa, you'd usually see a double denial operators like the Goyo and Smoke being played all the way from second floor. So those Vulcan shields will be very powerful, and Shaheens, once again, they'll be here to ban the alibi on defense. Once again, it's the same ban that we've seen on map Theme Park. And once again, we will see the same ban being made on map Villa as well. Shaheens, they are pretty much going in for a targeted ban this time, knowing that Death Amar would usually bring in some very important plays that could help KIRA Esports secure a lot of rounds on defense. So they want to sacrifice by removing alibi this time. I mean, you even know that we have players like Invi and Doctor that could play the alibi. But since this is the playoff, this is South Asian Nationals, they're going to make sure that whatever opportunities that they have, they'll make sure to give it all they've got. Let's proceed with round number 1, with the side being on second floor statuary and trophy room. With KIRA Esports being the one on attack. Shaheens, interesting use of the operator. Caesar, once again, with the castle. You even have the Azami not being banned. The keeper barriers will be very important all the way towards second floor statuary room. And of course, Doctor will be the one bringing in the Valkyrie. Informations will be crucial all the way towards 90s hallway. I'm quite intrigued and interested to see what Shaheens will put up a fight, especially on this side here, Jack.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty interesting, play, I feel like. Pretty interesting strategy coming out from the side of the Shaheens, as they will, once again, bring out those, very interesting operator picks, like you said, right? The Castle, the Azami, everything will be in play. The Valkyrie as well. And that, of course, once again, that alibi ban from the side of the Shaheens. Again, doing a lot of work, right? There's multiple layers to that alibi ban. As Doctor already trying to pick a fight on the balcony, opens up a new line of sight with a Deagle as well. The cross is being watched by Skywalker as the Thurv is taken. Just a little bit, not a whole lot, but just a tiny amount of damage for the time being. Shrisha trying to come up main stairs. Shots were fired towards him. Wait, there's somebody approaching aggressively, and that's Skywalker. Wait a minute. He's not going to let Shrisha contest main stairs. In fact, he will be the one contesting main stairs. Instead, gets the first kill. That is Shrisha, the Twitch down. Doctor finds the second. A Thurv going down now, and Doctor's going to retreat back up to the second floor through red carpet stairs just to see if the castle needs any support. C4 explodes, but to no avail. Defuse has been dropped as well, and KIRA Esports once again very early on the back foot.
Cook need response from Vortex. Won't be able to find anyone all the way towards the landing zone, but they've got to figure out a way to get at least an elimination or two, because Shaheens, just by securing those 2 kills, they've decided to play it very safely, and they will do so by staying all the way towards the second floor site. Informations will be given from the Gemini replicator indicating that there is one player all the way towards second floor trophy room. But now, talk about the utilities. Death Armor also has a grenade. He could use it for the initial frag, but he gets removed out from Caesar. With Armor gone, it's a 2v5. No more grenades. No code grenades to remove the players off from trophy and statue, which means they need to rely heavily towards gunfights and crossfire angles. You'll be able to see that right now. A minute left for KIRA Esports to proceed with the push. Not a single player from Shaheens have been eliminated. Only a minor damage being dealt around from Doctor, and still he proceeds with dealing major damage to Vortex. That with the hands of Caesar. Skywalker will be taking the same damage as that too, and turns out they will secure a kill. Will be IND. Headshot to remove Vortex, and now with the diffuser still being dropped from landing, Skywalker is actually very hungry to find the exact player. Avidpi currently all the way from red stairs, hunted, and will be taken out. Flawless round for Shaheens as they're looking very confident on Map Villa.
Oh, very, very confident indeed. In fact, some of them are all smiles, as you can see on Skywalker, Envy, and Caesar's faces right now. They are very happy. So starting off on a win on map number 1. And yeah, that's definitely not going to be helping KIRA Esports. That is for sure. KIRA need to pick themselves up. As we said before, it's very interesting that the Shaheens have decided to go defense first on map number 2, right? They got the side pick and they decided, you know what, let's go towards defense. Let's take the advantage first instead of second. I feel like that's because Shaheens are very confident with their attack on this map, and they just want to get the defense done. They want to get that advantage, and they want to clean up when they go to the attack. Otherwise, there's no reason for them to pick this, right? It's a slightly uncharacteristic of the Shaheens as well. But here we are. The first round going to them in emphatic fashion as well. It was a flawless round nonetheless. KIRA, once again, they got to buckle up, and they got to do it quick.
They have to. Especially with a flawless round win like that in round number 1. This is going to hit a lot when it comes to their morale. And talk about Map Villa, which is knowing that they've made yet another important ban, the Goyo, which has been removed out. So it's very much useful on the sites on second floor AVG, right? You'd have the Goyo's Vulcan Shield, the Azami Kiba barriers, deployable shields. Yep. Pushing towards landing zone is a no-go unless and until if you have a cook grenade from the attackers. And he has to be present all the way from the piano room in order for that to happen. So, knowing that Goyo's Vulcan Shield isn't available, they could still use the same strategies by holding all the way from landing, but in order for them to deny those cook grenade, there has to be at least one roamer from Shaheens to be defending that important line of sight, or should I say a particular room in itself. Doctor, on the other hand, will be playing the long game as usual, since he's playing as the Valkyrie. All it requires is just have information and play to it accordingly. Knowing that there is players just pushing all the way from Astro, they will secure an important kill. With Skywalker gone, Doctor needs to do something about this.
That's a big kill as well. Skywalker is a thorn in the KIRA Esports side, but something that they have taken care of course, is that Melusi now gone. Doctor, the Valkyrie. Where is this Valkyrie playing? What is the position here? As you have, of course, the Twist Drone finding, alongside, of course, the IQ, finding those black eyes and taking them out remotely. That is very smart stuff from the KIRA side. They decided, all right, black eye cameras, they're going to be a problem. Let's take him out. Let's not worry about these at all. And there you have it, the Twitch now dispensing of a mirror window as well. Big stuff happening right now for the KIRA roster as they have really done a lot of setup at the moment. Where is the Azami? Envy could put a Kiba barrier down on this door, once again having that half down angle. Ooh, Doctor nearly got a kill there as well with the pre-fire. Not quite connecting, unfortunately. That leaves the player still being alive. One's approaching this door on the landing right now. Should see him, but no! The aim was on the waist level, or crouch level, I should say. And Trisha getting the fire off. Gets a second kill. That's now Doctor gone. 50 seconds. And KIRA could storm the site. They've got the setup, and they've got the amount of ground needed to do that.
And Mighty Ali is just stepping it up, pushing all the way from 90s hallway to see whether if he can catch at least an operator 2 from the side of KIRA Esports, but turns out it's too powerful. Oh, shot from Death Armor all the way from the window side. And now since the whole place of reading room has been compromised, a bit we will secure 1-2, which will lead to Mighty Ali all by himself.
Wait a minute!
But he will still secure 2 kills nonetheless. That's 1v3. Diffuse has been dropped, and still there's problems arriving all the way towards the landing. So there's still a chance for him to secure it, but Vortex will arrive just in time to deny this plays being made from Shaheens. My goodness. 1-1, KIRA Esports, they've secured every single kill. And Mighty Ali, he could have at least stole the show away. But it was just in time that Vortex had to, shut it down, because it was too much for them to handle, man.
It really was, and wow. Mighty Ali nearly clutching out a 1v4. Got the diffuser drop as well, mind you. That is what would have caused so much panic. And if Mighty Ali had managed to find the 2 players inside of Aviator, he could have actually evacuated Study, gone into Aviator, and saved himself from Vortex coming around the back, because he had no intel on that, right? I don't think a Valkyrie cam had given him that intel. I don't think a cam was there to begin with. So that was great stuff from Vortex. Absolutely clutch flank, because I mean, had that flank not happened, there was no way KIRA was going to walk away with a win. I mean, they still could have won a head-to-head gunfight, but with the way Mighty Ali was ducking and dodging and, bobbing and weaving, I don't think that Shaheens were, looking spry, KIRA were looking spry enough to get away from him. So it's good that Vortex did the, flank when he did, as we're still going to be going to second floor AVG. Interesting from the Shaheens, once again, breaking character from what we've seen of them in the group stages so far. They have gone back to the same site that they lost, and they are very much adamant on winning this site. This time with the smoke in tow, Skywalker opting to stay in the site. Caesar will take over the Malusi instead.
And look at the information being gained from the shock drones. Finding exactly some important, useful information. Shisha will find out the location of Doctor, and now since they have the information, they just have to establish crossfire angles and remove the player out without being traded out as well. Because for KIRA Esports, having the advantage is exactly what they need, and since Doctor's location has been compromised, my god, Doctor!
The fadeaway!
How can you just get away with a kill knowing that KIRA Esports know exactly your location? I mean, I can understand Doctor, he didn't have any idea that he was being watched, but somehow getting away while doing a 360 headshot comes back towards landing, and Shaheens are like, you know what? Yeah, this is worth it. I'll just fall back.
I mean, more than just that, right? The fadeaway right there from Doctor, he was just pre-firing the door, expecting someone to be there, catching one as well, and he saw the Twitch drone, right? Yep. That's primarily the reason why he decided to fall back, because the Twitch drone had given away his location. He couldn't afford to stay there anymore. He realized it, fell back, and on his way, he takes out the Iana. That's a big drop as well. Your Geminis, grenades, drones, all gone. That is a huge, huge loss for the KIRA roster, as that was a lot of utility. Envy finding a second one now. That's Death Armor gone. And these are 2 important frags. C4 goes out, and Envy finds a second. A turf to fall, and there goes Shrisha. Vortex, the last one now standing, caught inside of Trophy and Trophy entrance window. What can he realistically even do here? Position given away, finds 1, finds 2. All right, Shaheen's deciding, yeah, 2 bodies, we can trade for that. Doctor takes damage on 90. Okay. Wait a minute, Vortex has found himself a few kills here. He could find one on 90. No, Doctor has fallen back. In the meanwhile, Mighty Ellie will have to do so as well. Vortex taking shots towards the other end of 90 because there is the Jaeger here. Gotta be careful. Did he see the... I don't think he saw the leg. Not quite. One peek out from the Jaeger will work here as Mighty Ellie takes damage. But no way, Vortex with the quad.
No.
He could actually catch this if he is able to find Doctor's location. The position is given away. The Valkyrie cameras are still there. Doctor needs to get this IQ before things get hairy. The prone peak will be heard. He's seen it. He knows where the IQ has to be coming from. He could get the shot off. There we go. Finds the hitbox. Just a little bit of the IQ was exposed in the doorway, and he got the kill. But a mammoth effort from Vortex. Monumental amount of work. And Shaheens, this is a warning sign for them as well. They were 5v1 up, and 4 of them deciding to actively contest an IQ who was caught in one position. This shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have been a 1v1. It should not have been this tense. And Shaheens, I hope they realize that they cannot afford to do this because Vortex was one bullet away from making it 2-1 for KIRA.
Now they definitely have to respect KIRA Esports because that wasn't how Shaheens was supposed to go, right?
Yeah.
1v1 with a Widby almost securing an ace clutch, which could have been very dangerous for Shaheens, especially the amount of work that they did just to remove the players out from KIRA. So at this point on round number 4, I'm pretty sure that they won't, go in for those isolated 1v1 gunfights and make sure that if they have to secure a kill, they have to make sure that the teamwork is going well to them accordingly. Make sure that they have good crossfire angles, make sure that the trade outs are going well, make sure that they push together instead of pushing one by one. Now on round number 4, Shaheens, although that they have this match under control, they've got to make sure that they shouldn't get the best of KIRA Esports, because let's face it, this is the second time where KIRA Esports almost had an opportunity to clutch this round, right? Twice. And granted, even with KIRA Esports having a major disadvantage, early round is where Shaheens shine a lot. And since they've secured a lot of good rounds with the initial frags, the late round is where Shaheens falter off very quickly, especially knowing that they only have one player left. They decide to go aggressive in a way that they could get a kill or 2. But this is KIRA Esports' map pick, so Shaheens, they really need to be careful in order for them to put themselves in a really good lead in the first half.
They gotta be careful. You are 100% correct about that. As like you said, like we pointed out, things could have gone very differently, very quickly in the last map. It didn't. And Shaheens will be counting their lucky stars for it. As right now, we've gone off to trophy statuary once again from the side of the Shaheens defense. Avoiding first floor quite a bit, it seems, but Skywalker will find Shrisha, this time on the Thorn, as, that Razor Bloom wielding 50 cal SMG brandishing operator gets one, only barely walks away with, just a minor chunk of his life right there. And he finds someone down below. The call out was there, I think. He just peeked around and said, yeah, all right, I'll get that kill. Envy goes down. In the meanwhile, DBNO hasn't been confirmed yet. Vortex is coming in for that. A third will do so. And Vortex gets another one in the meanwhile, actually. The Ace was the one who confirmed the kill, and Vortex found someone else. That is 2 big drops right there. Doctor and Envy gone. Wait a minute, Mighty Ellie has an angle, but no! Couldn't get the kill, ran out of bullets. A third turned around and shut him down. Suddenly, the body count advantage has gone to KIRA Esports. Skywalker's early round work, unfortunately, not quite paying enough dividend right there. The mirror window will be working against the castle as well. So Caesar has to be careful on this. Skywalker, where is this Thunderbird? Caesar finds one. That's a big drop as well. A third for the diffuser gone. Skywalker's being very careful about this. He's just peeking on a tight angle. Cannot afford to give himself away. 30 seconds. KIRA, what is the thinking here? Caesar slides away from the IQ's line of sight. Vortex couldn't quite confirm it. As a Vidvi, once again, use the Gemini. Back on it. He's trying to find these players. He's trying to find the info. But of course, you've got the Surya gates to worry about. Not the Surya gates, excuse me. You've got the covers to worry about as well. But no, the Gemini has given away the position of 1. And that's well done by Vortex. Playing behind that Gemini. But wait! Caesar had the angle. He denied the plant. The timer runs out. And Skywalker, oh my goodness, the Iana, excuse me, I almost said the wrong name, but the Iana didn't have the view of the mirror window. That's where Caesar got it from. I don't think they knew that the mirror window was open.
Nope, they did not.
Well done by Caesar. Now that's some thinking right there. He opened the mirror window after blinding it. He made sure that they didn't know where Caesar was in bedroom. That mirror window would have been trouble. Right.
Yeah.
And, oh, well done. Let's go. Let's have a replay, dude. We need to see that one again because my goodness. Here's the replay, folks. First off, there's shot from Skywalker.
And not just
stuff.
that, I just realized that since Caesar, not only did he remove the mirrors, KIRA Esports knew that the mirror was opened up.
Yep.
But here's the thing.
There it is.
Caesar, he did make a cross all the way towards second floor Astro, and KIRA Esports thought that, look, he already crossed towards it. There's no one on statue, which means that there will be 2 players at least on trophy on Astro.
But he came back.
But he came back by heading towards the bathroom side, and next thing you know, crossfire angles. Information's been given from the Iana, although they didn't secure one. Caesar used that as a misinformation for KIRA Esports, and that level play that we've seen from Caesar is a job well done. Playing as a support, the UMP, knowing that going in a head-to-head gunfight is a very difficult task for any of the support players. So he decided to use it to his advantage. You know, holding those pixel angles, making sure that he has the advantage by, giving, wrong kind of information for KIRA Esports, and securing a win like that is going to give Shaheens a good lead itself. This KIRA Esports, once again, the push was good. They even, downed and confirmed the kill from Envy, where they did force them, where they made their presence known all the way from landing zone. They've got control on stairs. They made sure that there won't be any C4 plays. Skywalker was still alive because he ran all the way back from Astro stairs. And next thing you know, Shaheens, despite having a major disadvantage, the outplays from Caesar could be the main highlight as to why Shaheens won that round in the first place.
I mean, yeah, I have to agree with you there. The outplays, Shaheens aren't even directly contesting anymore half the time. It's more that they're just playing for whatever pick that they can get. As if you're wondering why we're taking so long to get into the next round, folks, a little bit of a technical pause has been taken. But of course, as soon as we get the, unpause call, of course, we'll let you know as well. But I gotta say, you can see KIRA Esports in the faces that we can see, like Atar of Death or Shrisha, they're worried. They're not exactly sure what's going on as we go into the rounds. Once again, it is round number 5, and I think we're going to be going down to first floor dining room because both Trophy and Aviator have been won. Both second floor sites, Shaheens have won. So now they have no choice but to go to dining and kitchen. And I say no choice, even with the library living room site being available, nobody plays that site. Let's be real here. Hunters are the only ones historically in South Asia to have played that site. And I mean, there's been a couple of other teams over the years that have played the site, right? But right now, out of this top 4, only Hunters are the one who play that site, and they play it very effectively. So Villa against the Hunters gets even more difficult, but Villa against Shaheens is also really difficult because of those outplays, because of those movements, those maneuvers. Shaheens are excellent at doing that, and it is really difficult going up against them. So I wonder what is going to be the thinking from KIRA Esports now, because they need to find a way to somehow put Shaheens on the blender. They just haven't been able to do so yet. Even when they do, they have problems.
Always have, always will be. For KIRA Esports, that is their main, challenge, that they need to figure out a way to, make sure that they have this map under control. And knowing that the pulse would give ample amount of information just by staying in the site and maybe adjacent towards the site itself, they have to figure out a way to remove that information gathering operator, and they will do so, especially with Vortex. You're still playing as the IQ, so the RED scanner will at least secure a kill or 2, but Avidvi on the other hand, Wallbang secures a headshot to remove Envy. Now that's the meta. No C4s, a vector won't be available, but still they have a certain lines of sight. Now IQ on the other hand will detect Pulse's information, and he will do so with the help of the normal ping. But this information gathering operator needs to be removed, and it needs to be right now, because if one of the C4s, which has been pre-placed and detonated, I believe, won't be able to secure a kill, but that is the only C4 that they have at the moment, because Envy is already gone.
Yep. That mirror getting taken out early in the second floor is just gonna hurt. the Shaheens quite a bit. They're making a few new rotates, especially on the red carpet area, right? As we've got verticality being set up by KIRA Esports, they've got the sledge, they've got the ace to help, they've got the breach charges on Vortex playing the IQ, of course, everything for verticality, as this entire dining kitchen site can be forcefully evicted, as it were, by the attackers if they can get the proper areas open and the proper parts of the ceiling taken care of. Caesar halfway down the, well, halfway below, I should say, the red stairs right now, red carpet stairs. Mighty Ali playing just below the Astro stairs. He's got to be so careful right about now. Caesar's holding. This is a nice angle to have, but there's somebody right there about to contest, or willing to, at the very least. He's looking into Memorial from that angle that he's got right now. There's a player there. He hears the noise being made, wants to slowly scuttle away down below. Mind you, it's a 4v5, and 37 seconds remain. KIRA Esports once again are taking their sweet time with their shots fired. That's Diffuser! The pulse goes down, and meanwhile, Shrisha getting taken out. But Caesar has made a big waste of time for these attackers right now. Shots fired. He's still alive. Vertical angles aren't quite able to find him. As Shrisha goes down, that's Diffuser dropped again. Doctor in the site. Gets one, gets taken down. Deathmark comes in for the trade instantly. Diffuser hasn't picked back up. The plant has to go down. Vidwi has to get it on the floor. Vortex going down while Vidwi goes down as well. And Caesar finding the final two. Shaheens, they lost second floor control, so they played off the site and they dropped Diffuser time and time again. They happened to find the carrier so many times, and once again a round goes to the Shaheens. They are now, what is it, 4-1?
Yeah,
4-1 up. They've taken a pause. I think it's a tactical pause from their end, as they are now going to try and figure out how they want to proceed from here, right? Because some of those situations have been getting a bit dicey, but they might also want to see if they can do something different, as it were. In the meanwhile, once again, you can see worried faces in the KIRA camp as they're just trying to get around. They're trying to do something here. 2 rounds, they possibly could have done it. And actually 3 rounds, right? That came all the way down to the 1vx, right? And of course, 1 round they were saved by Vortex. The other round, Vortex once again nearly saving them with a 1v5, but it wasn't to be. And finally, you had round number 4 on Trophy, which again should have been theirs, right? After Skywalker got those 2 early kills as a Thorn, he retreated. And the rest of Shaheen's kind of just fell by the wayside. It was a 2v1. The plant was going off. They just didn't know where Caesar was. They didn't have the intel, and because they didn't, they unfortunately paid the price for it. And again, it speaks to KIRA's one major issue. They take too long. They simply took too long. Even the last round.
Yeah.
They had setup done, practically ready, because the mirror was doing a lot of work above. So much verticality, so much that they could have done. They got the breaching, got all that. They had, I think, at about 1 minute and 10 seconds, they had it all done. They had the lines of sight. But they didn't move. They didn't get to sight. They didn't actually, do anything with it. All that advantage, only for them to then try to push right at the very end of the round. Kind of doesn't work, right? So it is what it is. And for now, we'll just have to see how KIRA Esports push on from here. Once again, tactical pause is still in effect. Once it is done, we'll go right back into the round itself, folks. Round number 6, the last round of the first half, and that of course means that Shaheens have one more opportunity to, just make a big lead here. This is KIRA's map. They were the ones to bring this out, so the worry for them is even bigger now, because they decided to pick Villa against the Shaheens, a map that they went overtime on before. They probably thought we can force them to overtime again and take a win off them. Unfortunately, so far, given that it's 4-1 already, it's looking mighty undoable right now.
Yeah, at this point, you could say that in round number 6, this could end up on a 5-1, Jack.
It really could, yeah.
It can. Especially on the previous round. Like you said, they took way too much time. And talk about Shaheens, once they realized that they just lost Envy, you saw one of the players just fall back to safety and just play off angles, which it did eventually work out a lot for Shaheens. Now, KIRA Esports, despite having good information towards second floor, the main problem had to be all the way from red stairs, right? So information was a lot less all the way from first floor side. The windows were, even though they tried to gain control of Memorial by jumping or vaulting from the window side, that didn't work out. And every single time where KIRA Esports decide to make a play, there is always a counter from Shaheens no matter what. Even if it's either from the hands of utility game or from those challenging gunfights in which Shaheens has secured a lot. Both on map Theme Park as well as on Villa, we get to see Shaheen secure good amount of important kills, but they usually fall apart in the late rounds, mainly because it was a 1v5, 1vx situation. You'd usually see, Shaheen's knowing that we got this in the bag, we don't have any problems with it. But you could say that Shaheens were, they started getting greedy for getting maximum amount of kills. They tried doing that, and eventually they decided, you know what, enough is enough, let's just play this as safe as possible. We'll go aggressive whenever we want us to, but when it comes to those 1vx situations, we gotta make sure that we have a good amount of protection from the site. We make sure that we play accordingly to utilities. So if you take a look at Shaheens' play, they don't use utilities a lot. Explosive wise, yeah, sure, we seen them use the C4, didn't work out while they were playing as the Pulse. But if you just take a look at the composition itself, usually when you see a site like first floor kitchen and dining, you'd usually have at least 4 operators having 4 C4s and a Pulse. That can give you constant amount of information, especially when you don't want to play towards second floor. And since Alibi's been banned, it could have been very helpful if they had 2 operators without the use of Mira.
Yep.
And Mira, the main reason why she is there in the first place, with the side being on first floor, is mainly because of that one specific defender called Alibi wasn't available for the defenders to be in play, which means that they couldn't afford to use those good crossfire angles. The MX4 Storm, such a deadly weapon, high fire rate despite having less amount of damage. You could say it's almost equivalent to the P10 Roni. They could have brought in the Mozzie this time, but since the P10 Roni has its fair share of issues, you'd usually prefer to go either with operators that have good frag potential weaponry like the MX4 Storm. So for KIRA Esports, and once again folks, if you guys are wondering why we're still in the webcams, mainly because we're still in the pause time. I believe it's a technical issue from either from KIRA Esports or from the side of Team Shaheens. So we just have to wait it out and see every single thing has been fixed out. But yeah, for Shaheens, this is a very powerful performance coming in from them, Jack. I mean, 4-1 in the first half itself on a map which has been picked by KIRA Esports. Not likely a chance that we will get to see Bank here.
I mean, it's looking less and less likely with each given round. I gotta agree with you there. But we'll just wait and see about that for the moment, as it looks like we are going to be going back into the game, folks. There we go. The wait is over, and we are now resuming the match. 4-1. Shaheen's very much in the driver's seat. The question is, how does KIRA Esports adapt here? We know that attack on Villa is pretty difficult, right? But some would argue that attack on Villa is still better than attack on Theme Park.
True.
And in the meanwhile, KIRA Esports, once again, have only taken 1 round on the attack so far. We've seen teams like Hunters, MercenarieZ, even Shaheens dominate attacking halves on this map, whereas with Theme Park, it's much harder to do. Even Hunters sometimes wind up in that defender-favored flow of Theme Park. So we'll have to see how KIRA Esports adapts for this final round in the first half. If it's a 5-1, then even with the defender-sided nature of Villa, their chance of winning are very, very low.
Very low indeed, Jack. I mean, this is very concerning for KIRA Esports. I mean, they've only secured 1 round on attack, and that was on second floor site. And Shaheen, since they secured 4 rounds on defense by successfully defending all the 3 sites, including on first floor kitchen, there was a chance. There was a 2v3 situation where Caesar gets away, knowing that time was still in favor for Shaheen. So round number 6 will proceed. Action phase is also present. So is Envy, who has the MP5K in hand. A submachine gun, very deadly in long range combat. Interestingly enough, he chooses to use the holographic side instead of the 1.5x scope, which I mean, every player has its own preference, and I'm pretty sure that Envy, since knowing that on map Villa you usually engage in mid-range gunfights, but I forgot about the pre-play C4. Oh, just by listening to the wall.
No way, how does he get
No.
invincible?
Are you kidding me? Triple kill. He's all by himself in this side and he secured 3 kills.
Oh my goodness, a Turf came back and found 2 of his own, but Skywalker instantly shuts him down. Vortex, the last one standing, right outside the Fox window. Skywalker's found his position. SMG-11, mind you, is going to be hard to take that gunfight. Decides to go for a gas canister and walks away cool as he please because they know full well that they can't afford to throw bodies at Vortex once again. They did that once. We saw how that worked out. But Envy, lone roamer in trophy stature, not even in trophy, in Astro, pre-play C4, beautifully done. That's
No
just,
Valk.
that's 5-head energy right there. No Valk, yeah, absolutely agreed. And of course, after that, just the player repelling Astro, whoever that was, sleeping on the wheel. Like, there's no two ways about it. Sleeping on the wheel. And of course, then there was that leg level breach in trophy, in stature itself. He used that against the attackers. They made that breach, and the attackers died for it. Aturv was the ace. He got that breach done. He got a couple kills in return, only for the smoke to come in and say, no, you're not having your Envy moment. Not today.
Yep.
Vortex has just been roaming around the map, trying to find anything that he can possibly do about this. Is the Zofia, of course, will accidentally use one of the concussions where he meant to use an impact. There we go, shield taken care of, but he takes damage, more damage done. That's Skywalker doing what Skywalker does. He's on the magic pixel of HP as well. There's only so much that the Zofia can realistically do here. Picks up the diffuser, 15 seconds on hand. At this point, Vortex is just giving his team time to talk about what has been going wrong, because this round was just arguably one of KIRA's worst rounds I've seen from them in the Nationals. And that's saying something. The disrespect.
No.
He just walked out there looking for a fight,
I didn't see that.
and he went away with a knife kill to boot. Okay, yeah, there you go.
Pinch me. Is this really happening?
Yes, I mean, you're seeing the replay, aren't you?
Jesus.
It happened, Baba. It happened. I don't know what to tell you. Envy's triple, just insane. And then, you know, Skywalker, cool as you please. He's out here. He's knifing. 5-1. KIRA Esports. You guys were the ones to pick Villa. You're on the defense side now. Show us what you got cooking, because you got to have something at this point.
You know, I wish we could have seen the webcam from KIRA's end. I'm pretty sure that Etamar would be furious by now. I mean, knowing that Envy, who's all by himself, no information, he just listened to the vault sound all the way from the window side, secures a kill, gets the second of the player repelling from window, and an out of nowhere wall bang from the window side of master bedroom. I'm just quite speechless to know what exactly happened at that moment, because KIRA Esports 1-5 on a map like Villa. I'm pretty sure that Shaheens won't have any difficulty securing the next 2 rounds on attack itself. But we still have some hopes. KIRA Esports will choose out bringing heavy duties of trap operators, the Capcan and the Frost. EDD is very powerful, so is the Frostmat traps if the attackers are not wary of these certain utilities. But we just have to wait and watch to see what kind of action, what Shaheens will reply back on attack.
A Frost and a Capcan combo on Villa can be dangerous, yes. There's plenty of windows and Vulcans that you can use them on, but Skywalker's is going to find someone right off the get-go. Dathamar's gone. Mighty's taking a ton of damage, not sure from where, but the ace has to be careful with whichever area he picks as his entry. The Valkyrie gone means that's one of the C4s, right? The only C4 remaining is with Shrisha, aka the Capcan. But whoever's roaming down below has to be careful as well, if there is anyone. Mighty's been down. I think he intentionally did that.
Oh, okay.
We saw him rappelling up to the roof, right? So I think he intentionally did that for the reset, because it was like 5 HP. Instead, he'll be 20 HP, which is better than nothing, right?
Yeah.
Vortex in the meanwhile going for a peek out of bedroom window. We saw him a second ago, but no, he's going to fall back instead of it. Main stairs being held down. Shrisha has taken damage. That's your Capcan. You got to be careful with the 9x19 VSN. It is a powerful gun, even if it's not the best, most high damage gun. Caesar's grenade will finish off Shrisha. That's one taken care of. And they're storming main stairs. Doctor finds a Vidvi. Vortex in the meanwhile getting one back. It's Mighty Ellie down. Caesar's been DBNO'd as well. Is that a Frostmat at work? Not exactly sure about that one. Sorry about that, folks. But, all right. What do we got here? A turf. Looking for the cross here on the hallway. We'll find one. That's Doctor gone. That's a big drop as well. He's slowly retreating. Damages Envy on the way back. But Envy's approaching. Gets that. 1v3 now. Last player's inside a bar. Shots fired. Envy wants this kill. Pistol out. But Vortex could only do so much. Shaheens finishes him off. And with that, it is 6-1. It is match point. Shaheens, 1 round from closing this game.
1 round for Shaheens to proceed into the upper bracket finals for the playoffs. And KIRA Esports, oh man, this is not looking good for them, Jack.
Yeah.
6-1. A map being picked by KIRA Esports. And you could see the level of frustration that Death Armor is showing right now, right? I mean, this is their map. Everything was looked into it accordingly, and then you see Shaheens making plays like Envy, triple kill, and then you even get to see the previous round too. Shaheens, they just lost bodies 1 by 1, including on the early phase, the mid rounds. This could even include late rounds as well, which hurts a lot once KIRA Esports have to hold down the side, or should I say hold down the fort all by themselves. 6-1. Shaheens can end this match in a 7-1, which would force KIRA Esports all the way down to the lower brackets, and wait and watch to see which team will they go up against. Will it be MercenarieZ or would it be Hunters LFO? Match will happen after the first match comes to an end, folks. So really excited to see what would be the end result of that. For now, 6-1, action phase is ready, and for KIRA Esports, can they hold out for a total of 5 rounds? That's the big question.
I mean, 5 rounds of near perfect siege is going to be really, really hard. Doctor's already DBNO. Okay, somebody decided to go shooting out of one of the doors of kitchen pantry. All right, that's interesting from KIRA. I mean, no holds barred, right? They've got nothing left to lose in this game except for the game itself. So they'll just do whatever they can. Doctor, low on HP, but I don't think that's exactly going to persuade him to stop being aggressive, right? If there's one thing Doctor loves to do with the Nook, it's be an aggressive, you know, just a thorn in the side of the defenders, as it were. But for now, we'll just have to wait and see. It's coming up the main stairs. Be careful of frost mats. There is none on
is one
this.
from the stairs, I guess.
Oh, this is the red stairs, right?
Oh, yeah.
Main stairs has one. The red stairs doesn't. He's going to go for a grenade from below. Not going to find much. Any utilities that were there, he's taken care of that. But still, just waiting, watching. Slowly but surely. Skywalker as well on the window. Study's been taken control of as a Turf takes a bit of damage. Wait, Doctor, that low on HP is still contesting a vertical angle. That takes guts, man. I'll give him that. He's a brave, brave soul. Oh, boy.
I mean, he really is, but for Shaheens, they're currently wasting a lot of time. 1:30 seconds, Doctor secures a kill. Just like I talked about Doctor, you know, still trying to contest all the way from piano side. He will secure a kill despite being so low on HP. And Shisha will respond back with an important kill. Skywalker's down, so does Doctor. Caesar's been down out as well, so this is looking good from KIRA's perspective. But turns out Shaheens are responding back. Triple kill for Death Armor, but now it's all up to Envy. 1v3. We've seen Envy made a miraculous play in the early rounds, playing as the mute. Can we see him make this clutch? Well, information's been given with the gunshots, pushing all the way aggressive. Finds one, gets this, almost gets the second, but a trade will be made nonetheless from KIRA Esports. This could have gone from down to worse from KIRA Esports, as Envy, he found out both of the players, right? He even found the Valkyrie. Valkyrie was down. Or he almost had to remove Avidvi out of the place for Shaheens to secure the round. And KIRA Esports just barely managing to get out of it.
Much like in the first half, you know, second floor Aviator was the site of choice. You had Mighty Ellie on the Jaeger. He nearly pulled off that 1v4, right?
Yep.
Vortex coming around from the back, you know, flanking behind Study is what saved KIRA in that round, right? Once again here, you had that mute, you know, in Study. Now, the Zofia, what she knew, right, was that, the player of Zofia, right, what they knew was that, yeah, the mute's going to peek, probably the breach. I'm going to walk in, I'm going to get out of the line of sight of that. But the thing is, the door is still a very viable option for that SAS player sitting inside a study. And that flank actually was what helped. Again, a flank or a quick turnaround at the end, very possible second of the round, is what saves KIRA from losing a round. That's the second time now for both of the rounds that they have won. So they definitely got to up their game. They've taken one round, but it was so very shaky. I don't know how long they're going to be able to pull off something like that for.
Yeah. Shaheens, they did take a lot of time, mainly because Doctor was down at the early rounds itself, right? So they had to, figure out a way to compromise it at that moment. So they could had an initial frag, but this time Doctor will secure his first prey, and that is Death Armor once again. There goes your Valkyrie. Now, since he's showing his presence all the way from the kitchen side, he might be able to face the Jaeger Atharv. And if he does not secure this kill, then I could say it's dangers once again from KIRA. Okay, this is good. Atharv making a very brave decision of falling back. Let Doctor have control on the first floor, which means that they are more likely to be cooked naded all the way from the floor's place. But all in all, they'll just be patient. KIRA Esports, they're going to play to it accordingly towards utility-wise. Despite with the Valkyrie being out, the C4 would be a lot of problems. IND will secure one more. This is looking good. Grenade from Doctor will secure it. There you go. 2v5. KIRA Esports, they are slowly losing every single place, but Vortex still holding his ground from Astro. He will get 2, but he will get shredded out nonetheless. 1v2 and Atharv. Despite getting the kill off from Mighty Ali, it will be Doctor who will get the final frag, and he will be the one to help Shaheens proceed into the next phase. Congratulations for Team Shaheens as we get to see the scoreboard itself. Skywalker with the MVP. And just like that, we will see Team Shaheens proceed into the next phase.
Vortex going 13-8, as you could have seen in that scoreboard for just a second there, folks. But unfortunately, not quite to be for the side of the Shaheens, as it were. KIRA, they tried, but Shaheens were the ones to bring it all out. Shaheens are the ones who win, of course, this matchup entirely, as it is 7-4 and then 7-2 on the two maps. Shaheens are your victors for match number 1 of the playoffs. They will go forward to upper bracket final, aka upper bracket round 2, aka the first semifinal. You get the point. It's a bunch of terms. Anyway, let's go to the highlights and talk a bit more about the map that we have just witnessed. Of course, Villa, which was picked by KIRA Esports, mind you, Baba. They were the ones to have picked this, and they unfortunately got 2-7'd on it. Shaheens really pulling out all the stops right at the beginning, showing us exactly what to expect from them in this competition, which is no holds barred, absolutely looking to tear through their opponents whichever way possible.
Yeah, and with the alibi ban that's been used from both, from both the maps too, from Shaheens, it really did help out for them to secure a lot of rounds on attack. And Skywalker, bring in the Ash R4C, securing great amount of kills. Securing his initial gunfight with Death Armor was a very important one for Shaheens in order for them to win more of their future rounds. Of course, on map Villa, we did get to see Shaheens, going for a very mistaken plays, like letting Avidvi almost secure that clutch, right? The 1v5, which almost could have happened if Doctor had no idea where his final location was. So Shaheens, they decided to get a little bit greedy at the moment, try to go in for those 1v1 gunfights, which usually didn't work out a lot. And then this play from IND, my god, C4, confirmation on the kill, second kill all the way from the window. This round really did put KIRA Esports on a much more major disadvantage, and I've got to say, round number 6, once that happened, 4-1, Shaheens, they had no problems dealing with the defensive holds that's been made from KIRA.
100% agreed, of course. It's just, it was just a round and a half, a map and a half indeed for Shaheens. Again, 7-2 against KIRA is no easy feat. But of course, it continues that discussion that, Yumi and CCV were having before we started today's games, right? That KIRA has definitely had a bit of a dip in their performance compared to where they were Pro Series Season 1 or First Edition, Spring Edition, right? That's what it was called. So in Spring Edition, we saw a very, very dominant KIRA Esports, right? Sure, they got sent to the lower brackets early on, but even then, their lower bracket run was great. all the way up to the lower bracket decider finals where they lost to, I believe it was the Hunters that season. So they were playing really, really well, and the only one who could stop them was the Hunters, right? Then going into Pro Series 2, once again, lower bracket KIRA run. This time they were stopped by the Mercenaries. This was Summer Edition. And then the third time, this time in the Fall Edition, it was the Shaheens, mind you, who sent KIRA out of the competition early on. Well, towards the, middle part of the tournament, as it were, but yeah, it was still the Shaheens. So for KIRA, this match was important. They needed to get a win over the Shaheens. They needed to put themselves on the board once again, but it simply was not to be. Shaheens have once again triumphed over KIRA Esports, and it is a 2-0. Shaheens not even dropping a map. Continuing that trend, mind you, Shaheens have only dropped very few maps when it comes down to the entirety of the Nationals. The only few maps that they have dropped, I believe it was one against MercenarieZ, of course the two against Hunters. But other than that, nothing really particularly comes to mind just yet. I'll go back and look over the data, of course, but I gotta give it to them. Shaheens they've quickly risen to be one of the region's favorites, especially for winning it out. But the Hunters, Hunters are going to be probably their biggest competition, and that is by far.
Yeah, Hunters and MRCZ. Let's not forget about the rest of the two players rest of the two teams from this playoffs. And I'm pretty sure that we will see Shaheens face off at least with both of the teams, which will happen right now. Actually, for Shaheens, it will be tomorrow. They've already secured the spot. And for KIRA Esports, their safety net has been dismantled, which means that they only have one final chance. That chance is all the way towards the lower bracket. 7-4 on map Theme Park, 7-2 on map Villa. A dominating performance from Shaheens, both on attack as well as on defense. An attack is usually Skywalker, who'd usually win most of his initial gunfights, and Envy making memorable plays on map Villa itself. And I've got to say, KIRA Esports, I'm hoping that we'd see them come back in tomorrow's matchups, but for now, all they've got to do is just make sure that they won't make the same mistake twice.
We'll just have to wait and see how they perform tomorrow. But once again, for a reminder, folks, the teams that lose today are not being sent out of the Nationals, not just yet. It is a double bracket playoffs, whole double bracket situation. So that means that the teams who lose in round one, those two will be facing off against each other in lower bracket round one tomorrow, while we also have the upper bracket final. Those will be the two matches tomorrow. And then day after, which is, if I recall correctly, Monday, that will be, of course, the lower bracket final or semifinal too, depending on how you want to call it. And then the grand finals itself on Tuesday. So not much left in the Nationals now that you think about it. But I gotta say, whatever we've seen so far has been amazing. The match summary coming in for, of course, all of our viewers at home. And there you can see the disparity between the two teams. Deathamar and Shrisha and Vidvi, such quiet performances from them. 44% and 33% cost percentages, only 3 kills to each. Two entry kills between Vidvi and Deathamar, 1 each, and their ratings as well, sub 0.6. Atharv as well, 44%. Atharv doing a lot of the killing between, the members of KIRA. Vortex was the one really leading the charge, 13-8, 67%, 1.41 rating. But really, that's just only so much that they can do there, right? Shaheens, in the meanwhile, well, it's a very even scorecard between them, very well distributed. The lowest cost is 56% to Caesar and Mighty Ali. Both of them were more, focused on just kind of staying alive. Mighty Ali actually having a pretty quiet map by Mighty Ali standards, I guess. 5-7, 56%. Could have done a bit better. But the rest of the Shaheens picked up the pace very, very well. Caesar doing a lot of the fragging work, as it were. Envy getting entries. Doctor 3-0 on entry. Skywalker 3-1 on entry. Just leading the charge. 78% each on cost as well. Just fantastic players, those two. I mean, we got to agree on that much. 7-2, folks. That is Villa's score. And as we will go into the map scores in just a second here, we will once again recall what the scores are. 7-4 on map 1, 7-2 on map 2. Shaheens have won out this fixture 2-0.
2-0. Man. Especially for Mighty Ali, he only used 1% of his powers. So he's just, he's just patiently waiting it for the next future matches, right? I mean, who knows? Maybe, when Shaheens would go up against Hunters LFO, Mighty Ali would just, tone it all the way to the top, That's what I'm saying at the point. But all in all, jokes aside, KIRA Esports, despite them having a lot of issues, I could clearly understand why. Mainly, they've had a lot of roster changes, right? Back then, we did get to see Shinra, who used to play a lot when it comes to those initial picks, right? He was very aggressive. Back then, LMG metas were a thing, yeah? Finka. Shinra was a demon with the UMP, with the LMG. Every single time when you see an initial frag, Shinra always win it. No matter if it's in Oregon, no matter if it's in Villa. And now, since we saw Shinra, shifting his roster from, KIRA to MercenarieZ, we saw, a brief moment of Shinra being on MRCZ's end, and this time he's been, on MercenarieZ's end. We see Din being replaced out from Shinra. So, with all of that roster changes being made, KIRA Esports, they're still trying to, piece them back together in a way that they could at least proceed with more future matches. But since they have a lot of problems when it comes to coordination, Shisha on the other hand, he is an exceptional player. Even if he is playing as a support, he still deals major damage. He still provides teams with excellent information. Death Armor, amazing player as always when it comes to those initial frags, but this time up against Shaheens, he's been shut down quite a lot, and I believe that alibi ban was more of like a targeted ban for him. That's what I'm guessing. It's just a guesswork at this point. But all in all, Shaheens, an impressive performance that we've seen both from Doctor and Skywalker. And also, let's take a look at the player spotlight itself. It will be Vortex. From the side of KIRA Esports, playing as IQ on attack, Jaeger on defense. We did get to see him almost clutch a 1v5 ace clutch, which unfortunately was denied from Doctor. 23 kills, 70% cost, 1.15 kills per round. So even though Vortex usually had to step up, knowing that Death Armor usually get picked up most of the rounds both on map Theme Park as well as on Villa, he did try to equalize in a way that it could favor for KIRA Esports, but unfortunately it wasn't too much. Vortex, despite his impressive performance, it still didn't go out quite well as expected.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. Vortex tried quite hard, probably one of the better players for KIRA today, and very deserving of the player spotlight, obviously. But unfortunately, not quite able to bring it home for the team in some of those very, very important rounds, of course, that we have talked about before. But even in some of the other rounds, right, like round number 2 that we saw, it is absolutely amazing, as it were. Well played to Vortex, well played to the rest of the team. But of course, team stats, as you can see, folks, Shaheens were the ones to win it out. Envy 17-14 on kills, Doctor 19-13 as well. Clearly doing a lot of work. Skywalker 19-12. Both of those two, Doctor and Skywalker, they are absolute powerhouses for that KIRA Esports, that Shaheens roster, right? Anybody going up against Shaheens, first of all, they'll have to be wary of those two. But then there's Envy. And even if you take out those three, there's Mighty Ali and Caesar on the back, who are more than willing to take you to town if you feel like just because it's them, they won't be able to pull much off against you. That's not the case. Not with those two. We've seen that so many times by now. But, of course, it bears repeating, folks, as well, that at the end of the day, this entire team, much like how we talk about the Hunters, much like how we talk about MercenarieZ, it's not just a couple of individual players that make the team, not a couple of individual gunners or support players. It's the entire team. The 5-man roster that you're seeing in front of you, they are the ones to make this team what it is, and they play and gel so well together. It really is just a fantastic thing to see. And we've said it before, right? We do hope to see more from the Shaheens, and we are getting that, aren't we? Now they're 1 win away from getting into the grand finals of the Nationals, stamping their importance to the South Asian region. Of course, we'll have to see who they end up facing, as there is still a second match to be had today, and we'll get to that in a bit. But once again, Map Veto, aka the match scores so far. Theme Park 7-4 to Shaheens, Villa 7-4 to the Shaheens. KIRA Esports, well, unfortunately, they could not pull themselves together on Villa. I was excited to see Bank, but it will be on the back burner for now. Who knows, maybe Hunters bring it out again against MercenarieZ. They did once, and it worked for them, right? 7-5, it almost didn't work, but it could this time. Could work even better, knowing the Hunters. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, that concludes game number 1. And any closing thoughts, Mama?
Any closing thoughts? I want to see Cafe and Bank, Jack. That's what I want, all right? Because every single group stages that I've seen, Oregon, yeah, I can understand. It's every single time I see Oregon's Beyond Decider, I'm pretty much sure that it would usually end up in a 2-0. Most picked maps is usually Chalet, Chalet and Theme Park. Rarely we do get to see Skyscraper being picked from Shaheens or maybe from the side of MRCZ. But all in all, Bank and Cafe Dostoevsky are the two least maps that's been played in this group stages, and I could even include the playoffs as well. So take a look at the brackets. Once again, match number 1 done and dusted. Shaheens will secure 2-0 and will proceed into the upper bracket finals. And for KIRA Esports, they'll be relegated all the way down to the lower brackets, which means that we still have one more match to go, and it will be Hunters LFO versus MRCZ. The blood battle, or should I say the rivalries that we've seen time and time again, all the way from the August majors. Boy, oh boy. It's still a talking point at this point.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Hunters, MRCZ, they've been through many situations, they've been through so many problems. Although despite, we did get to see them have a lot of roster changes from MRCZ's and Hunters LFO, we have seen them be in tip-top performance. Including on group stages, they haven't lost a single map. We haven't seen a single decider map. They even defeated Shaheens on a 2-0 scoreline. So imagine what this result would be up against MRCZ. They could end up on a 2-0. It could happen. And MercenarieZ, knowing that they had a lot of roster changes, once again, like I said, they brought Din, which is an excellent player. You still have Nodi Ashrit, who is, of course, an analyst, a caster, a player, a coach. He's basically an all-rounder for MRCZ.
He's the South Asian everyman.
Yeah, he's the South Asian everyman. Every single time, if you want to find an analyst, yeah, you have Nodi Ashrit. You want to play as the smoke? Well, Nodi Ashrit has it covered. And Hasib, filling the shoes of Hasib is actually a difficult task. But really, Nodi Ashrit, man, his shotgun plays with the M5 is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I gotta say, Nodi Ashrit is a great player in his own right, sure. He's taking over the spot that Hasib has historically played, but even then, he's doing it in his own way, right? He's not exactly trying to emulate Hasib, and that's the great thing that I like about Nodi Ashrit and his playstyle. But, of course, we'll talk more about that. We'll talk about MRCZ and Hunter's playstyles when we get to that match, folks. With all that being said, match number 1, once again, has concluded. Like we said, of course, it's a 2-0. To the Shaheens as well. A big statement to the other 3 teams in the playoffs that they are not here to mess around. And of course, they are looking for the highest possible challenger in this tournament. And I'll be honest with you, Baba, it's going to be difficult for anyone going up against them. Even if it is the Hunters, I do not expect Hunters to have the same kind of outing that they did against the Shaheens back in the group stage. I mean, if we remember the group stage, right? It was a 7-1-7-1, right? 2-0 to the Hunters. They absolutely dominated the performance in that matchup. But at the same time, the argument could be made that Shaheens were probably taking it a little bit easy, all things considered. We didn't see this Shaheens that match, right?
Yeah,
we saw a more relaxed, a more methodical Shaheens, less aggressive overall. So I want to see this Shaheens go up against the Hunters. Who knows if that'll happen. But folks, before that, Hunters MercenarieZ, game number 2. We'll be getting to that in just a short while. Until then, a little break. Stay tuned.
the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
myself for a while.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals. I'm your host, Blackjack, joined alongside my co-host, the real CCV, as we are back for the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. And of course, like I said, Blackjack, CCV, we're here for today's second game, the one that we've all been talking about, Hunters LFO versus Mercenaries. How excited are you?
I mean, it's a matchup we've all been talking about since 2020, and we haven't stopped talking about it. This is a matchup that has stood the test of time in of itself. You know, you talk about the player changes in the rosters. Yes, these rosters have had players, you know, new recruits coming in, older players moving out, or you know, going to other teams as well. Everything has happened, but the names still stand. And then again, the core players whose names are associated with these rosters are still a powerhouse and a force to be reckoned with, and also players who are highly admired and looked up to in the entire region, and for good reason as well. Hunters and MercenarieZ have made it to the playoffs. They are amongst the top 4. We can have a look at the brackets as well and see exactly, you know, how they finished and what kind of future lies for them. So the double elimination brackets are pretty simple. The winners of this matchup, they'll be facing off against Shaheens in the upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, the losers will go up against the likes of KIRA Esports.
Absolutely, and of course, both matches are going to be pretty difficult in each and every respect. Of course, Shaheen, some would argue, is more difficult than the KIRA Esports match, given the performance we got from the Shaheens not too long ago. KIRA, unfortunately, their streak of unfortunate matches continuing, as it were, after the rocky start in the group stages that they had a couple weeks ago. And of course, MercenarieZ as well, they haven't exactly been on the best of form either. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform against the Hunters today, because that game, they looked really good. Sure, it was a 2-0 finisher, but MercenarieZ still looked very, very good in that match. It was a double 10-5. So all things considered, they could pull out something really special here today. We'll go into the map veto. Once we do, we'll go into that in a bit, folks. But once we do, we'll see some pretty interesting map picks. I do feel like that'll be the case. Of course, before that, we've got the team intros and all that stuff for all of our viewers at home to enjoy as well.
Man, Hunters LFO, you know, the entire team led by Jittery as well. We all know Jittery. The only thing he does more than click heads in the server is use XD. But apart from that, the entirety of Hunters, right, we've known these guys time and time again. We have seen their performances right now here in the Pro Series, in the Community Cups, right now in the Nationals as well, and even outside of that. But their competitors, well, they're also an equally, if not even more popular team. Let's have a look at MercenarieZ.
Man, oh man, the MercenarieZ. Times have changed, and so has the roster just a little bit since we've known them in the early months of 2020. But they are still as strong as ever. One of the top 4, easily one of the top 3 as well in most situations. KIRA Esports tailing for the 4th position at the moment, but MercenarieZ, to get back on the topic, of course, they have been a formidable opponent for the Hunters for so long, and they will be looking to reinstate that name for themselves today.
That is true.
As, of course, we've had more than enough rivals for the Hunters to tango with over the last couple of months now. The Pro Series really has brought out the best in so many players, and it's so heartwarming to see that as well. But MercenarieZ, the old guard, they're not going to let that slide. No, siree. We'll be seeing probably some of the best Siege from them in a while that, we'll be seeing tonight. Of course, it all depends on how the Hunters end up playing as well, because let's be real here, that team, they always have something up their sleeves.
Oh, absolutely. Now, let's see, their thinking put into practicality. Let's have a look at the map veto. Let's see exactly which maps these teams have chosen and in what particular order. So, the best of 3 shall be starting with the choice of MercenarieZ. We go to Villa. Very, very standard. Very, very normal as well. Nothing out of the ordinary. I think the one map of Villa everyone remembers that Mercenaries played was recently in the Nationals against KIRA Esports, where these guys were down 1-5 and then they pushed it into overtime. So keeping that in mind, you already know, no matter what kind of situation Mercenaries will be in, they can still pull that entire match out of the bag and they can still clinch it for themselves. If they are in an advantage, you're already under heavy trouble if Mercenaries are your opponents. Even if you have the early advantage, you never really know how Mercenaries are going to, continue and when exactly they'll strike. But after Villa, we move on forward and Oregon will be our next choice.
Now that's a very safe pick from the Hunters, I think, at the end of the day, because Oregon is a map that everybody knows, right?
Right.
It's played almost every single match, nearly every other match as well these days. Even with the advent of Chalet, more Clubhouse than before, more theme park than before, Oregon manages to stay on as one of South Asia's classic maps, as it were. And the fact that the Hunters are going there is an interesting decision from them, I feel, specifically, because against MRCZ, they haven't been shy to bring out the odd maps, right? Like Bank, like Cafe, like Skyscraper. But MRCZ has also proven recently that those maps they can tango with as well. So I think Hunters are picking the safe option today just so that they can get the win, get themselves into upper bracket finals, and then pull out the really odd choices. Because we saw a lot of those odd one-round only type of plays, right, from them in their last 3 matches of the group stages. They really pulled out the stops. Even against a very, very incumbent Mercenaries who were looking for the victory, Hunters had a hard time. They still pulled it off. And credit where credit is due, they've been performing very, very well. Not a single map has been dropped by Hunters so far. And even if Mercenaries made that massive comeback on Villa, they'll have to be very wary of the fact that it's Hunters they're taking on this time around.
True, and with Oregon being the next confirmed map as well, right? We talked about a historic map for Mercenaries very, very recently up against KIRA Esports. For Hunters, it's going to be when they faced off against the side of Shaheens on Oregon. And that was Hunters LFO. You just can't stand up against. You try to, fight them, you're going to lose. You try to work your way around whatever their plan is, whatever thinking they're looking to do into the game, you're still gonna lose. No matter what Shaheens were putting up on the board, it was being denied. I mean, everyone remembers the 2 versus 5 was pulled off. If Hunters can do that, one can only imagine, in a normal setting, in a 5 versus 5, how they're looking to get that start. Because I think the major lesson both of these teams should really be looking to enforce in this particular matchup, the one lesson that we have learned from the match we just saw, between KIRA and Shaheens, it's the fact that the early kills will matter a lot. So much of that in-round momentum and so much of the coordination as well amongst the teams relies on that first kill. So Mercenaries and Hunters on Villa, Oregon, and even Chalet, considering how much roaming goes on there, they will have to prioritize and heavily focus on the first kill, regardless if they're the defenders or on the attack.
Absolutely, 100% agree with you there. Chalet is, going on to the decided map, since we've already brought it up, might as well talk about it, right? Chalet is one of those maps that some could argue is at the very least a little attacker-sided. At least I tend to say that a lot, right? So I feel like on Chalet, more so than even Villa and Oregon, entry frags will matter the most. Because if the attackers get themselves going right at the beginning of the round, they get the roamers cleared out, that leaves them with plenty of time to just set up and take out defender utility. Something that's a little unspoken on Chalet is that we sure say that it's attacker-sided, or we say that it's balanced between the two sides, but at the same time, there is a lot of defender utility in niche spots as well that can be set up. Similar to Theme Park, right? Tons of cover, tons of hard cover. That's the thing that matters. And attackers getting that time with the entry frag, it'll matter heavily for them. And if they aren't able to, if they instead start losing bodies early, like we've seen happen to so many teams, then it'll be so much more difficult for any team attacking on that map to be able to pull anything off against the defenders. So it's one of those maps, right? I would say right now it's probably more balanced than anything, given the amount of play it's been getting as of late. So I want to see how these two teams play on that map, because it's almost for certain, in a way, that we'll be going to that map. But then again, Baba and I said the same thing about the first game, right? So who knows, really? It is Rainbow-Six-Siege after all. Anything could happen. Anything is a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, with predictions, I am going to abstain completely. I'll have my one, just, the prediction for the grand finals. But apart from that, I'm not going to say anything. But yeah, Chalet is indeed that possibility. And you mentioning the roam clears as well, right? I think one of the teams that comes to mind are actually multiple teams. are going to be the teams that sadly won't able to qualify, who have had a generally more aggressive mentality in the entirety of South Asian nationals. Team UWU and Won't Stop Peaking are the two teams that really strike your mind instantly. Those guys, whenever they play Chalet, especially WSP, it was, a map in their portfolio permanently. They always went there. Whenever a best of 3 happened, first, second, third didn't matter, but Chalet was going to be played eventually. And they did. And that's all they wanted, on their own defenses. They had most likely always used to be Mando, who was going for those roams, who wanted to go for the initial kill. The runouts were happening, and on attack as well. They were really, really adamant on getting the active droning and essentially clearing out all of those rooms and then proceeding forward, and then eventually going for the execute or thinking of planting the diffuser, getting into the bomb site. But their priority first was we clear the roamers. Doesn't matter what the bomb site is, doesn't matter where we are entering, how we are entering, how many people, all irrelevant. We want to clear out all these people on the defensive side, roaming around the map. We get rid of them, and then we can focus on the diffuser. Then we can focus on who the anchors are and how to get rid of them, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that roam clear opens up a lot on Chalet. I mean, it opens up a lot on any given map. It's kind of one of the fundamentals of Siege, right? Something that Aggressive really likes to talk about. The fundamentals of Siege. And on Chalet, that's kind of reinforced, right? That roam clear becomes oh so ever important because so much of it has hard cover, crouching spots and standing spots that defenders can just hide behind. And if you don't clear them out, if you don't keep those flanks under watch with like Nomad or Claymores, even Gridlock, say Nomad gets banned, Gridlock is still available, right? Operators like that are very important on Chalet. And it's honestly kind of sad sometimes that Nomad gets banned and nobody picks Gridlock as well. Kind of an odd decision making there, but I can see why. Gridlock is a little on the slower side, 3 armor, 1 speed and all that. But her track stingers give enough utility. I'd say, picking her would be a nice option. Regardless, tangent aside, I would say though that roam clear, very important. But mind you, anchor play on Chalet is not to be underestimated. Because, like I said, those roamers have tons of cover. Now imagine what the anchors in the site have. You practically won't be able to find them. It's like finding a needle in a haystack half the time. So much drone work is required. So much clearance is required. Especially if a Zami goes unbanned on Chalet, might as well forget finding them, focus on the plant. And then they'll come to you. That's the most important part.
Or their C4s will.
Or their C4s,
That's the one thing about the anchors as well, right? No matter which proper anchor you talk about, people like Smoke and New, the 2 SS brothers, even Mira, you can even wrap up, Maestro, or not Maestro, actually, Echo really gets picked a lot more frequently. We haven't seen Maestro, honestly, a lot in the Nationals, if any. But yeah, any of those anchors, it's the same situation, regardless of what kind of anchor they are. If there's someone who can play behind the utility, kind of like a Mira behind the Black Mirror, a Smoke behind the bulletproof shield that he usually has situated on any part of the map, you can take any bomb site for that matter, they are quite difficult to remove, alongside the fact that anchors in general, they have plenty of free space to roam around. The bomb sites on Chalet aren't very restricted. Like there are other maps where if an attacker pushes, you have little to no room. If you take an example, Cache and CCTV on Clubhouse, right? If, as an attacker, you get the CCTV breach done and you get the construction breach done, the defenders are going nowhere. Where do they have to roam? Inside of the 2 small rooms and the eastern red hallway? Yeah, they can move around, but it's still very lethal. They can come under your crossfire anytime. And you can pick them off. So mostly they're sitting. On Chalet, most of the bomb sites, that's not the case. Basement, wine and cellar, so much room. You can go towards the blue hallway, 2nd floor office and bedroom. Okay, that one's a bit more structured in such a way that you will have to cross a rotation, you will have to cross a doorway, but still, even in the bomb sites, you can play around. You can go to closet, you can go to piano, you can go to bathroom and, play around those areas. And that's also one of the keys of Chalet, is that as an attacker, you need viewpoints and you need avenues of entry and avenues to watch for the defenders in multiple regions. You can't go for a singular or a double-sided execute. Like again, I'm just going to use Clubhouse as an example. On CCTV and Cache, you can't go for a CCTV breach and garage execute. That's just not possible. You can't only attack from 2 sides. You need bathroom coverage, you need mezzanine coverage, you need solarium coverage, so many angles, and that's what can make it difficult for the attackers. But in doing so, the attackers also plenty of time find kills and essentially win those rounds.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, right? When it comes to those rotates, especially on that second floor side that you mentioned, that's where a lot of the defenders end up dying. Like, say, the rotate between piano and bathroom, or the soft wall that gets breached, right? The cross rotate between closet and piano. Or if someone tries to cross bedroom itself, it's much riskier to do that, but sometimes you don't even have a choice. Solarium is such a big thoroughfare for defenders as well. Solarium stairs, we've seen so many grenade kills on that part of the map, or even mezzanine balcony, where sometimes attackers can get picked off from a defender with a cheeky run out from the library balcony, right? Not library, the office balcony, the one that's outside, of course. Or if a defender is trying to retake the site from the back, you have somebody in the balcony who's done the breach, watching diffuser from outside, gets the kill anyway. That's just one of the things of Chalet. Cross angles, long lines of sights. It's a great map for those ARs that the attackers have, and that's really the reason that attackers push ahead so many times, that they can just afford to hold the longer angles. Lots of SMGs, they have such steep drop-offs. They can't exactly go for longer range gunfights. They have to close the gap somehow. And shotguns, you might as well forget about them on most maps. I mean, unless you're Ashrit on second floor piano, then you can, play the shotgun as much as you want. But everyone else might as well forget shotguns exist, because the kind of distance you need for shotguns, Chalet just does not let you have. And that's why Chalet is such an interesting and even important map, I would say. But of course, like we said, it's decider map. We don't know if we're going to go there. We speculate we're going to go there, like say 80%, I'm almost sure, give or take. Again, I'm not saying anything concrete, just so that we don't jinx it. Yeah.
Allegedly, allegedly Blackjack has said we may go to Chalet.
We may go to Chalet, yes. But we never know at the end of the day. It could be a 2-0. If Hunters continue their winning streak, it could be a 2-0 at the end of the day.
MRCZ.
Or MRCZ.
Or they just pull off the biggest upset anyone's ever seen. Because that's the thing about, this entire matchup, the history behind, Hunters and MRCZ, is that for most of the head-to-head, statistically, Hunters have had the advantage. But the times Mercenaries have won have been the most important.
Absolutely.
And I think the biggest example of that is going to be during the mini majors, when Hunters were looking to qualify for the invitationals, and that's when MRCZ defeated them. So yet again, you never know for the nationals. Granted, it's the upper bracket semi-finals. Even if Hunters lose, they can still go into the lower brackets, defeat KIRA Esports, defeat their next opponents, head on forward into the grand finals. It's a possibility. It's not like this will be the first time Hunters have made a run to through the lower brackets. This had happened in the summer edition of the Pro Series, where Mercenaries had defeated Hunters. Hunters went to the lower bracket, fought their way from lower bracket quarterfinals to semi-finals to lower bracket finals, and then they went into the grand finals, and then they defeated MRCZ again. It can happen. It indeed can. Or I think it was the spring edition, because that's when MRCZ had defeated Hunters, and I was very confident. I was very confident in my prediction. I was like, MRCZ have defeated Hunters. It's going to be a 3-1, and
we all saw how that went out, didn't we? Yeah. I mean, I was just as confident. I still gave them a 3-2. I thought Hunters would put up a fight at the very least, right? 3-0 to the Hunters. I mean,
yep.
Credit where credit's due. They really brought it back that season, and they've been on a high since. Only fall season they fell short against the Shaheens in the finals, but after that, again, they picked it up so well. Again, not a single map so far, whereas Mercenaries are basically in fourth, just about squeaking into that position, because Won't Stop Peaking was just 1 point away as well. One match won or one map taken in any 1-2 losses, and Won't Stop Peaking would have had a very good chance of getting into the top 4 as well. So MRCZ must know they were this close to getting eliminated here in the Nationals, and they need to make the best of this situation that has presented itself in front of them. They're going to be going up against their age-old rivals, as it were, a match we've talked about for so long, and not even just today, I mean so long in the last 2 years even, especially after that mini majors that you mentioned. I mean, man, I still remember that night. Like, we were all cheering for Mercenaries' win, yet it was a little bittersweet because SI was denied to the Hunters, right? It's so close to them. But, of course, folks, we're not going to be taking too much longer here and now. We're going to be going into match number 2, Hunters versus Mercenaries here at the South Asia Nationals. As you can see, the squad is here. Hunters LFO with Sparko, Jittery, Sandy, Rattler, and Beat. Everyone is ready to put on a show. And of course, conversely, we have MRCZ. We'll go into their player cams in just a hot minute here. I gotta say though, Hunters, They have that little bit of apprehension on their faces, right? You can see like Sparko's thinking constantly about what to do, how to, go about this game, as it were. Jittery as well, arms on his head. They're doing a lot of thinking, as it were, because it's Mercenaries. You never know when Mercenaries can pull
And the
up.
match is just about to start. That's
And the match is
also
about
the
to start. Yep.
So yeah, everyone is ready. Hasib is playing for Mercenaries. Now
All
this
right.
is a huge advantage for them. Sadly, the problem with Mercenaries has been, and even these guys, the players themselves have talked about it during the interviews we had conducted, right, that Hasib personally is preparing for higher studies. He had exams, because of which he couldn't really focus on Rainbow-Six-Siege, and that's perfectly fine. That's his personal decision. But overall, that meant that Mercenaries had to have their sixth, their sub Ashrit, their coach, their analyst, substitute, hype man, everything. He was playing for their side, and although I gotta really commend Ashrit's performance.
Yeah,
he was
that is true.
quite consistent in plenty of the matches. Hasib is the IGL. And even if you have Ashrit as the coach, playing, and he can also IGL, it's just going to be quite different. And it's going to be quite different in the nationals, and that was one of the problems for the side of Mercenaries. But right now, Hasib is in. Hunters LFO are ready. They are starting out on defense. Mercenaries are on attack. So keeping that in mind, yet again, we've got to see how exactly the tone and theme of this match changes. Is it going to be the attackers who will be in that favored spot, who will be getting more rounds to their name, or will the defenders have an advantage? We just saw KIRA versus Shaheens. We just saw what happened on the map of Villa. There were plenty of instances of Shaheens having really solid advantage, but there were many mistakes being made from the rosters as well. This time, these two teams, I think they'll be looking to just play as simple siege as possible. Don't overdo it, and that should be their helping factor. And keeping that in mind, the bans are also following the same routine, as simple as standard procedure. Thatcher is gone, followed. Okay, well, that's not standard, not very standard.
Yeah, not at all standard. Thatcher and Lion. That is a ban for the Mercenaries that I simply was not expecting. Lion, we have seen a little bit of from the Hunters, I won't deny. So the fact that he's gone makes a bit of sense. And Lion, just in general, very annoying attacker to deal with, right? Forces you to stand still in awkward positions just so that you don't get caught out by his intel game. And of course, in the meanwhile, Mira is going to be banned from the side of the defense. That's a bit more standard from the MercenarieZ side.
Especially on Villa.
Exactly. We saw in the last game between KIRA Shaheens exactly how powerful Mira can be on this map, as Valkyrie will be the final ban of this first map here. So 3 standard bans, all things considered. Valkyrie and Mira are very powerful. We saw the strength of them in the last game. But the Lion, now I'm interested to see what that does for the Hunters specifically, because Mercenaries, we didn't really see them play the Lion. Right?
Necessarily.
Not necessarily. Hunters have played it quite a bit
Rattler,
in these nationals, Rattler especially. So I want to see how it affects them, but that is, of course, in the second half. We're going to be going into round 1 of the first half with the Hunters coming out on the defense. Hunters are defense on all 3 maps tonight, folks. They'll have the first half advantage for Villa. Let's see what the Mercenaries have in store for them.
So, yet again, I'm surprised an Azami hasn't been chosen, but I think Hunters are looking for that for Trophy and Statuary. Not necessarily opting for the Azami just yet on Aviator in games. They feel like she'll have more use there. Honestly, yet again, for this entire matchup, honestly, we can take KIRA versus Shaheens as a benchmark to see how these teams would play against one another, to see how these teams are really, looking for those skills. Because the mentality of KIRA and Shaheens was quite different. Those guys, they were focusing on those off-handed kills, especially Shaheens. The amount of initial C4 kills they managed to find against the likes of KIRA Esports, always, it confused KIRA and it really caught them off guard, and it was one of the keys of success of Shaheens, those pre-placed C4 kills. Because as an attacker, you're entering into the bomb site, you get blown up by a C4, your teammates are also like, well, we can't really do anything about it. No defender peeked you. All the defenders are safe and sound. We can't get a trade. It's a proper 4 versus 5. Your life is just gone, sadly. So keeping that in mind, we need to see, the mentality of Hunters starting out on defense first. They have brought out 2 C4s from Rattler and from Beat. Doesn't look like they have been placed anywhere just yet, although as soon as we get a sound of something blowing up, we may see, the intended consequence of that, if it finds an attacker or not. But so far, what the defenders are relying on are majorly their bullets to get rid of these attackers, and the attackers simultaneously are looking for the same thing, they want to enter the building. And Mercenaries have chosen and have opted for the south side approach. Get in from study, get in from library. The active droning is happening. Taha has 1 drone in study. But It's Hunters are ready for it, and already we see that. Yep, Ion has been downed in our studio. Yes, MI7 picks up a kill. That is really good, but still for MRCZ to enter, it's going to be difficult. No, if MI7 wants to peek an angle, he shall. Jittery also severely damaged. Not a major way for him to heal back, so he's going to have to stay back and hold off.
Alright, so it looks like MI7 was actually anticipating some sort of, attempted confirmation onto Ion, because Ion got down and the call-up would have been there, right? That, hey, there's somebody down, you guys might want to confirm this. Wait, B? From first floor bathroom? Alright, that's one place for the guy to be, that is for sure. Gets that kill, that's Din, your Zofia gone. A bit of utility will be hashed away from the MRCZ side, and this is where Hunters, I feel like, have really been for most of the nationals, right? Especially recently. Jittery goes down in the meanwhile. That's your smoke gone. Hasib taking that kill. That's a very good kill. Beat going down as well. Okay, 1v4 now. It's all down to Sparko, the lone Jaeger. Unfortunately, can't quite confirm on the Ion. Turns around and gets that kill. MRCZ with a strong start. I gotta say, even with Ion getting downed early, they found the players coming for the confirm. They punished them, MI7 specifically, punishing them adequately, and then pushing on towards the victory. Good stuff from them. Hunters, maybe taking things a step too far where they didn't need to. Yeah, they probably need to pace themselves a bit better.
That's the thing. For Mercenaries, seems like, I mean, again, it's just round number 1. It's too early to, call for anything major.
Yeah.
But seems like Mercenaries, everyone is in that mentality of getting those kills, You have MI7 picking up 2 kills, Ion also did, Hasib got in on the action, which means that everyone is ready to take the gunfights. And that is also, again, really something very good for Mercenaries, primarily because of the fact that there have been times where some players in Mercenaries just don't have good days. And the thing is, it has been a prominent case of theirs multiple times, I remember Mercenaries up against Militant Esports, I think it was the 4 versus 5, where it was, MI7 alongside, was he alongside Shinra? I think he was.
Yeah, Shinra was playing that.
Yeah, it was a substitute, and still it was a 4v5, so he was there, and still the both of them, they just couldn't get off the mark, they just couldn't get some kills, and it was really Ashrit who was doing a lot more of the work. I think Din as well was having a tremendous day. So Mercenaries have these star fraggers, right, in the form of Ion and Din, the two most recent recruits. If you don't count Shinra, he had also joined the organization prior to these guys coming in. But still, MRCZ have these star players, but there are also times when they just don't perform. So for Hunters, they also need that consistency. Their star players or their players who are really looking for kills are going to be Sandy and Jittery, because we've seen these guys most prominently in the server. But that's not got to say, and I'm not taking anything away from the remaining players, even the supports. There's a reason why MRCZ and Hunters are in the playoffs. There's a reason why these guys are fighting for the $11,000.
Yep.
It's because everyone can put up amazing numbers. Everyone can have an amazing performance. So keeping that in mind, not only do you need your star players to get the entries and to have the breakthrough plays, but the support always needs to be there in the form of utility or in the form of trades.
Now there's an interesting position that B's playing, and he's got the cover from the castle barricade and his own Azami Kiba barriers that he's using to play in this bedroom cubby area, right where the double window is, and the archway, of course. Sandy going down in the meanwhile. Din finds that first kill. Din was the one taking damage a minute ago, but it seems like the tables have turned once again. Ion gets one, Din gets another. Hunters are... I'm not sure what's going on with them. They feel like they're just overextending where they really don't need to. Rattler's now taking damage as he will go down. MI7 finds that kill, and Sparko, droned out, exposed. Taha from the door finishes it off, and a very quick take from the Mercenaries. Really seems like, looking at Sparko right there, as you can see, this second round now being taken against them, feels like they weren't quite expecting for Mercenaries to come out guns blazing right from the outset.
Yeah, and Hunters, if anything, are, I won't say caught off guard by it, but rather surprised that, in such a manner, MRCZ are just able to stomp over whatever kind of defense Hunters have had. Because in the two rounds that we just saw, we saw two very different forms of defense. On Aviator in games, it was focused on the roam game, and it was focused on slowing down the attackers. But on Trophy and Statuary, it was just prohibiting the attackers from entering the building at all. Regardless of that, every single time, Mercenaries just didn't quite care for the setup. They honestly went for the kills, and it worked. In round 1, it was MI7 who started things off, and yet again, in similar fashion, You know, one by one, you have these Hunters players and they're falling by the wayside. Most importantly, without any trades whatsoever. They're isolating the gunfights purposely and still sadly losing out on them. And I think that is really what is costing them a lot of, you know, a lot of the ability to win back, or essentially have a fight in these rounds, because these 2 rounds, yeah, they've really been favoring Mercenaries. I mean, especially the last one. It was a flawless round.
Oh, yeah.
There was no way Hunters could have gotten back into it in any sense of imagination, right? Hunters were just not in the element. So keeping that in mind, yet again, we have the objective swap. This is the, I mean, everyone has talked about this multiple times. All the casters have mentioned it. I have also made it a particular point of mine. Hunters always go for this very versatile and very dynamic defense, where even if they lose a bomb side, they lost AV 10 games, they were like, okay, that's fine. We'll go to trophy and statuary. Let's try our defense there. Lost there. They were like, that's perfectly fine. No need to repeat. It's kitchen and dining. And now that they're in kitchen and dining, this is where they're looking for a win. Even if they don't find one, I have a strong feeling it'll be AV 10 games chosen next up.
Or even if the Hunters feel like it could be living room
I mean,
library, all things
Hunters LFO
considered.
after all. That is true. That is true.
They've played it, what, like a grand total of 5 or 6 times in the entire time we've
Plenty.
seen them on Villa. Yeah, which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
plenty considering that site. So we could see it again, but it all depends on how the Hunters are feeling right now. Should they lose this 3rd round, I feel like their confidence is going to take a little bit of a hit, which might mean they'll go back to the old reliable second for AV Games Room instead of a riskier site like Living Room Library. Because at the end of the day, sure, it's an unknown site for most teams, but even then there's risk in it. So Hunters, whether or not they take that risk, I think highly depends on how this round goes. MRCZ this time, less aggressive. They're really just taking out utility, setting things up for a vertical push. Slowly but surely, there you have Hasid going ham with the sledge on the floorboards, on the hatches, whatever he can find. Just breaking wood left and right. That, of course, allows for a lot of, you know, Overwatch on this site. A lot of just attackers being able to see. But wait, Taha?
That's the diffuser.
That is diffuser as well. Yeah, I don't think that was advisable. The Pulse
And that's the
Rattler now
hard breacher.
has the Pulse's control over the diffuser. Hard breacher's down. No matter how much verticality you get, this is a big drop nonetheless. And where was he going?
You don't question that. You don't question. Oh my God,
Ooh.
Sparkle. Whew. He's completely gone. Jittery's like, well, that's my cue to retreat back into the bomb site. 2 of my teammates just died in a span of 15 seconds. We are now at a man disadvantage. Reinforcements are needed and anchors are heavily requested because of the final 30 seconds. This is where they're looking to hold the bomb site, but sadly they just can't. No matter the angle Hunters are holding. Let's have a look at Jittery, how he plays this. Now, he holds the angle, MI7 swings wide and peeks him out. Now this is, I mean, to me, this is just like purely mercenaries, you know, having a far better time with their crosshair placement in the server. And a tactical timeout has been requested by Hunters, and honestly, a very due one. It is needed, because the way in which MRCZ are playing, I can't believe, Jack, I'm saying this, but Hunters LFO are having a difficult time just getting kills. Like, to everyone watching, right, we all know Siege is a very complex game, but I've made this statement many a times. At the end of the day, it's a first-person shooter. You shoot things, you shoot people, that's how you get kills. Hunters are not able to do that, and that is a very weird situation, because I genuinely cannot remember the last time this had happened, that Hunters are just not able to win the gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really come to my mind either. I mean, look at how things are going right now.
They have 2 kills as a team.
As a team, they have only 2.
Yup.
That is, the shutdown from MRCZ is just insane right now.
Yep.
And mind you, the second kill only came in this last round that we just had. Rattler finding the diffuser because Taha pushed up a bit too far.
Yeah.
And that was just the only mistake from MRCZ so far. 3 rounds, 1 mistake, 2 kills for the Hunters. That is, the turnout for MRCZ right now is absolutely insane. Hunters needed this tactical timeout that they have called, and even after it's done, they'll need a couple seconds to just brace themselves, because, like you said, right, it's not that they were caught off guard. I feel like they are absolutely surprised right now.
Just not able to perform.
Yeah.
And yet again, the reason I particularly personally am quite shocked is that, yes, this happens plenty of times in esports, even in the nationals, but for Hunters LFO,
Of all teams.
one of, if not the most experienced team, surely it can't affect them. I mean, granted, it's the playoffs of the South Asian Nationals, but Hunters have played in equally important tournaments before. We remember the mini majors, right? We remember what all that meant. And yes, there were times where they didn't have the best of performances against South Asian teams, Southeast Asian teams, Oceanic teams, but still they put up some kind of a performance. This is a complete shutdown from the side of MRCZ, and one can only imagine what kind of a conversation must have happened in the call of Hunters. What were they discussing amongst themselves? Because how do you recover from just not being able to perform as a team? Not even not even a single player here or there. All 5 of them. It's it's blank space for them in the server.
Pretty much, like, I gotta agree with you there. It's a team like the Hunters to be in this sort of a position. And mind you, Villa is considered a defender-centered map, right? So the fact that Mercenaries have taken 3 rounds away, they've made it so that Hunters cannot take a lead. Even if they win these next 3 rounds, it'll only be an equalizer. Mercenaries go into defense, they get the advantage. So Hunters really are in, they're not in a catch-22 per se, they're almost in a catch-22. If they lose a couple rounds from here, things get mighty difficult for them, and they know this. That conversation that you alluded to, right, it's hard to tell exactly what would have been said, but it has to have been something along the lines of, we need these 3 rounds. There's no way we can afford to let go of any one of these, because the second half is going to be difficult. It's attack on Villa. There's no way it'll be easy. Nobody's expecting that, but still. Jittery takes a bit of damage. Not really sure where that happened from. Could have been some stray bullets coming towards him from the study side of things. But that smoke has to be careful. Of course, Jittery is playing one of the most important roles on the defense. The smoke is an essential fragment of this defense right now. But Mercenaries once again opting for that breach in through the Astro bedroom side. Hasib finding Sandy this time. 0-4 for Sandy is unusual from just highly unusual from that player right now.
Yep, there's Rattler. Oh, he wanted to go for the double. Really prominent, attempt from him, but beat for the second time in the entire matchup. He has been caught off guard, and again, Sparko was plainly holding the angle. He still lost a gunfight to Taha, who was swinging wide. Now, these are the kind of kills I am most confused at, and most people would be, is that there's no way Hunters can lose out on these kind of gunfights, It would be one thing to, not be situationally aware. I'm looking in the left direction, the attacker approaches from the right and kills me. Okay, that is still perfectly fine. It can happen to players, but we just saw his replay. Let's have a look at it as well, and we saw his point of view. He swings wide and gets the kill. He just swings wide. It's a dry peak, and he wins the gunfight against Jittery. Very peculiar, I guess. I mean, MRCZ could, they couldn't be happier, because for them, this is a very easy matchup, if I'm being honest. Yeah, this is, I'm running out of words to say, honestly.
Honestly, I'm just speechless right now, given the performances from these 2 teams, especially the lack thereof of the Hunters. They're now sitting at, what, 5 kills as a team? No, 4 kills as a team in total, I think.
Out of 4 rounds, as a team.
Out of 4 rounds, as a team. Beat and Rattler are the only 2 to get off the mark in this matchup so far.
Yep.
That is an insane statistic. And like you said, what really surprises are those dry peaks.
Yeah.
MRCZ have all the confidence in the world to go for these sorts of dry peaks, because they never do. And even then, they're winning them. They're winning these gunfights.
Exactly.
And Hunters not being able to get these shots, highly unusual. Like completely unaware of what's going on. Like you said, right? There's very few words I can use to describe this, because this is not something that I don't think anyone in South Asia has seen in a long time.
Hunters.
From Hunters, specifically from Hunters.
Yes. There have been times where Hunters have been in the situation of Mercenaries, and they've done this to other teams. Yes.
Yeah.
But you don't expect this. And I think I have mentioned it twice already, and I know me mentioning it again is going to make it a bit annoying for all the viewers having to hear this, but really it's the manner in which MRCZ are getting kills. A 4-0 lead for Mercenaries wouldn't be the most unusual thing had they been winning the gunfights, back to back, or like highly contested 1v1s, and you have clutches or something along the lines of that. That would be Hunters just being unlucky with the way. But this is not a Hunters or a side of Hunters you have ever. I mean, okay, maybe you must have seen somewhere in history. But seriously, wait, huh?
Oh no. I think Taha had a momentary drop in his connection or something.
Oh.
Probably the worst time to have that, I swear. Sandy's chasing a kill right now. Okay, he gets a C, but Ayan's there for the trade instantly. Fires back and gets that. A good trade as well. Sandy, if he gets going in any server, you know damn well he's going to get more kills. Ayan, all right. Peeks it, finds MI7. Sparko's once again on the back foot, has to fall back. He's got more teammates to rely on, but he knows full well that the last time he peeked from inside a trophy, his head got taken clean off. So he'll decide to fall back, so will Beat, it seems like. Rattler, of course, inside the site, as he's been so far in this engagement. 2v4, MRCZ on the back foot. For the first time in this map, again, against the Hunters, it's a highly unusual statement to say. But here we are, minute 15 on the clock.
Yeah, Hunters going to hold the angles. Problem for them is mercenaries. Still good chance for them to break through because look at the two operators that are alive. Zofia and Iana. There are 2 frag grenades available, 2 drones for them, Claymore as well, and he's got the Zofia explosives to further instigate any gunfight. And then you've got the Gemini replicators for Ian to get information and again to further confuse the opposition. Keeping that in mind, like I said, mercenaries have the avenues of striking, they have the opportunities. Only thing for them is they actually need to do it, and time is running out. Then finds a complete headshot onto Rattler, and that is yet again your mute gone. Sparko will have to be the anchor in the bomb site because a Beat is on severely low HP. He can easily be killed. A stray bullet here or there, and that's the Melusi gone. So Sparko will have to take, you know, the bulk of the responsibility. But good thing for Hunters is there is very little time remaining. They can draw this entire round out if they want to. How exactly did they do it? Diego's holding the angle. The 2 attackers approach him. They are looking to pester him around. They're looking to get that kill. 7 seconds left on the clock. Ayan goes down. It's all down to Din. 2 seconds. He's got to push into wall. Now Beat jumps into the action, and it is going to be Hunters LFO dragging out the clock eventually. Mercenaries, they wanted to make the move, but sadly they just couldn't. So yeah, unfortunate round for MRCZ. You know, Taha disconnected, but overall Hunters were looking a lot more confident. I think Hunters are now like, if we can't completely kill them, we will pressurize them through other methods. You know, we are going to go for our C4 play. We are going to drag out this entire round so far, so long, that MRCZ have no choice but to rush desperately into the bomb site.
And credit where credit is due, it finally worked for them. Something to give way against this absolute wall that was Mercenaries for these first 5 rounds, I'll say. Even in that last round, MRCZ still looked really solid. Even with just Din and Ayan remaining, it was hard to tell what they were going to do. And Hunters still were playing for picks because they had no intel on where they were going to be coming from. Now, I do believe a pause has been taken from the Mercenary side to get Taha back into the lobby. He did have a disconnect just a second ago. Hopefully he gets back soon and we can resume the action as well. You can see Jittery. Once again, we see Jittery, Sandy, Sparko communicating with the rest of the team. And, you know, Beat and Rattler, they're going to be chipping in with whatever ideas they have. Right now, we just finished the 5th round. It is 4-1 in Mercenaries' favor. Hunters finally put a round on board. And they're going to need this second round no matter what. Because going into attack on Villa, like we said before, it's a daunting ask. 5-1 down, like we saw what happened to KIRA Esports in the last map, which was literally Villa as well. If you're a 5-1 down or 4-2 down on Villa, going into attack, yikes, I do not envy that position any team has to take.
I mean, that is true. You know, on Villa, it's going to be extremely difficult. And granted, yet again, you know, Hunters LFO. If there's any team who can also make a comeback, just like Mercenaries, Hunters are up for the task and they are extremely qualified. But under these circumstances, I think the Hunters may just have to, you know, take the loss and focus on the next map, focus on Oregon and how to proceed from there, how to get back into the game. Because I don't think the likes of Hunters would, you know, want this much pressure on them since the start. If we consider the hypothetical scenario that, okay, Hunters, they lose out the best of 3, no matter the score, they lose out, they go against KIRA, Hunters will be like, okay, we can defeat KIRA Esports. But problem is, it's the lower bracket. You never really know what's going to happen. Even after they win against KIRA, they will have to face against the losers of MRCZ Shaheens. They may either have to face off against the team they lost to in the grand finals of the fall edition, or they may have to face off against the team that just defeated them in the upper bracket semi-finals, you know. big problem, and consistency will start to become an issue, which is again so unusual. We are mentioning consistency for Hunters when really they're one of the teams you never have to talk about it.
I
It's
know, right?
really KIRA and MercenarieZ's consistency that we had been mentioning, and it had been a major talking point during the entirety of the South Asian Nationals and even the fall edition of the Pro Series, how they were playing and the ups and downs these guys were having. But still, right now, okay, it's only a single map, but it says not the Hunters LFO everyone is used to.
100% for sure. Like this Hunters is one of the rarest thing to see in South Asian Siege, right? Like, sure, we have our jokes about how Bank and Cafe are never played, and they're some of the rarest things to see in South Asia. But this Hunters, to be pushed back this far right at the beginning, is not at all expected in any even circumstance, right?
True.
Maybe like back in 2019 or early 2020 when teams like Vector Sports and all were still playing, right? They used to give Hunters a run for their money, and Hunters, of course, back then were Union Gaming as well.
Yeah.
But
No, Quantum G1.
Quantum G1, then Mammoth Gaming, then Union Gaming. The names and times have
Who
changed
knows
as it
even
were.
CSBD, but
Yes. But right now, for the last couple of years now, Hunters haven't had this big of a challenge. The last time Mercenaries pushed them back this far was, again, harkening back to 2020 when they played that mini majors in November. It was such a great game to see between those two teams, regardless of what the result was, right? And I feel like, if nothing else, we're in for a Mercenaries who will be harkening back to their heyday, because they know full well that this is one of the biggest and bestest stages to pull out a performance on. If there's anything you have in reserve, Nationals, pull it out, let the world or let the entire region see what you're capable of.
Yeah, I gotta agree to that. I mean, this is the time for Hunters LFO to, really show why they didn't drop even a single map during the group stages. This is the time. But sadly, it's not their start, and okay, now let's take into consideration maybe they're just not having, the best of starts. Happens to the best teams in the world. If you talk about esports, traditional sports as well, can happen to really anyone. It's more about how exactly are Hunters looking to pick themselves back up and get back into the game. So far, having a look at the players, either it's a lot of thought that's occurring from them, or one person is talking and everyone is listening, which really, that's also something you desperately need. It doesn't necessarily have to be the coach or the analyst or the IGL who's, just doing the talking. Everyone can pitch in, but it's how the teammates respond and also take in that entire, information. Let me give an example to everyone playing. There must have been a time where all of us must be in a quick match or a ranked match, or okay, even scrims and all, right? We play those and we are giving information that there's a guy, top red stairs, go kill him. People can listen to it, they're just not, actively hearing it.
Yeah.
It's reaching their ears, but nothing's happening. And I feel like there are a lot of up-and-coming teams that have this problem. Considering the fact that I am nowhere near these up-and-coming teams and, the level they play at, I obviously play at champion and, like, the best ranks.
Yes.
But still, keeping that in mind, everyone has faced those issues. Problem is, when you're in an esports team, those issues are the ones that matter. Like, okay, me losing, a ranked match, it feels bad, but it's only 30 MMR gone and I'll recover it. Or I'll completely tank my rank and go down to, copper. But for these esports teams, $11,000 are on the line.
Oh, yeah.
They need the victory. So essentially, a lot of communication needs to happen from these guys, and they need to talk amongst themselves about exactly. We can see Ayan right now, and on his monitor still seems like Taha hasn't joined back in. Sadly, a little bit more weight, and this is me in accounts class. Let's just head down, just until the teacher says get back in, and then
you just have to perk up like for the next 5 minutes at least, right? Oh boy. But it looks like we're going to be waiting for just a little bit longer, folks. Again, apologies for the inconvenience, as it were. But really, this is stuff out of our control. We can't really do much about this until we get Taha back into the lobby. As we're cycling through all the player cams, you can also see like kind of the emotions that they're wearing on their faces as well. Jittery, we saw him be a bit apprehensive. He is the IGL after all, so he's got to lead his team through this awkward patch that they're having at the minute.
Yeah.
We We saw, yeah, probably someone from the Hunters lineup probably cracked a joke. He was all smiles a second ago. But even after the joke has passed, you can see he's still pretty serious about this because his performance this map has been pretty quiet so far. I think he's sitting on 0 kills, maybe 1 or 2 in the last round.
Beat picked up a couple of kills.
He
No,
picked
it was
up a
Beat
couple,
and
right?
Rattler that
Beat
picked
and
up.
Rattler, yeah. They picked up a couple kills, all things considered. Sparko, of course, chill as usual, you know. It takes a lot to face someone like Sparko at the end of the day. But, all right, looks like we've got Taha back in, so we're going to be going back in. It took a hot minute, folks, but we're back. It is now round number 6. We're going back to Trophy Statuary. Hunters, this is their last round in the first half, their last round of defense, and their last chance to have a fighting chance going into the second half.
Absolutely, yeah. Took a while, but I don't think anyone watching was complaining. You know, they got to see the players and yeah, their emotions and all. And again, sadly in Rainbow-Six-Siege, not many times in tournaments we'll have the cams. We had them for the fall edition of the grand finals of the fall edition as well. Really good. But yeah, this gives a lot of insight into the players, their personalities, and of course during the game. Because one of the things, you know, that I personally at least realized after the interviews we had with these players, by the way, interviews up the Esports Club Instagram, R6 Esports SA Twitter, check them out, your favorite players, a lot of content, a lot of amazing, you know, insight they gave into their personal lives and all. But yeah, during the interviews, we got to see the personal lives of the players. Now, thanks to the cams, we can also see how they are in-game. And we'll also, I believe, we'll also be uploading the comms of these players for a couple of instances on social media later on. So definitely everyone watching, be on the lookout. You can see how, if you are, again, an up-and-coming player, hearing the comms, hearing how efficient these guys can be with their communication is going to be a major help. Even if they make mistakes, you know, you can learn from those and you can essentially, you know, improve those and make sure they don't happen to you. So it's always a big help, you know. Whenever tier 1 organizations and rosters like internationally also upload that, it's really good to look at their comms and, you know, see how they're playing forward. But right now, Hunters LFO seem like on the foot forward. They want to start things off in a better manner, and they certainly have. Then, Jackal gone, roam clearance. What's that? You'll just have to live drone these defenders and then eliminate them from the bomb site or next to the bomb site.
Yeah, and even with the Jackal gone, you know, MRCZ, they can still do that. We've seen their droning has been great. As Ayan will find Jittery. Jittery going 0-6 as well, I've just realized. Oof. Highly unusual performance from him, especially after... Yeah, I mean...
when I said the only thing Jittery does other than click heads is you say XD.
XD a lot, yep, so yeah.
Boy.
Anyhow, that's a brave fight that Sandy just took there and gets the kill to boot. Hasib going down on the trophy entry window right there. That's your sledge gone as well, so 2 more grenades will no longer be in play. Hasib's been doing a bit of killing so far, but Sparko bites the dust in the meanwhile. Taha getting that kill. And once again, another key player taken off the board. Taha taking damage in the meanwhile. Coming in the bathroom, of course, Rattler is going to be behind that shield, just waiting for somebody to come and peek him. The gas grenades, everything is in his pocket. Everything is in his control. As in the meanwhile, oh no, Sandy couldn't get the shot. The grenade, it blew up right in his face. Ayan will confirm that, and that is arguably the biggest confirm this round so far. The gas grenade is thrown. Rattler is trying to delay these attackers from the bathroom.
What?
Ah.
This is the 5th team kill. No, actually the 6th team kill we have seen this day.
Yep, and Beat's not going to be happy. Rattler, I mean Hunters themselves are not going to be happy about this. 1v3. The Kaid peeking bathroom is seen by 1. Trying to get a kill. Will get away with Ayan. Trying to find another towards the bathroom window. Shots are fired. The position of the Twitch given away. Beat wants to peek this. Slowly but surely coming up. He's going to take the shot, but MI7 walks away with the kill. Beat missing, trying to retreat through the smoke. Not to be. As MRCZ, in a highly unusual turn of events, I mean, this entire match is unusual, but it's a 5-1 to them against the Hunters going into the second half.
4-2 on Villa heading onto your attack is still salvageable. It's difficult, but it can happen. 5-1 just tips the balance in favor of a specific team, the one in advantage to an extreme extent out of which you cannot escape. Sadly, that is the situation for Hunters, you know. 4 rounds down, MRCZ already, you know, a single away from match point and securing overtime, 2 away from sheer victory, means that MRCZ have complete freedom with how they want to treat this defense. Right now, we can see they've opted for Aviator in games. If they want, they can even go to Trophy and Statuary. They can even take up Kitchen Dining. Maybe try to again, catch Hunters when they aren't necessarily paying the most attention, get around that way, and then come back to the safe bomb side, then get back into AVG. But regardless of whatever MRCZ want, like I said, they have complete freedom. It's up to them. They want to go to Aviator in games as the first bomb site. Perfectly fine. There is nothing or there is no one stopping them from doing that, and still they have a solid advantage. Now let's see what kind of defense are they planning. Aruni, Goyo, and then you've got the Frost. So heavily they are focusing on that area denial. Heavily are they focusing on restricting the ways and the manners in which Hunters can, get into the building, which I feel like on Villa is a necessity, because unlike Skyscraper, unlike Chalet, Villa horizontally, at least laterally, isn't the largest of maps, and I feel like the attackers can make a lot of progress very rapidly. You clear out one room, you clear out Trophy and Statuary, that is so much of the second floor done. Next up is the 90 hallway anyways, and you're next to, executing. It's not like Chalet where you have to go through solarium, bathroom, bedroom, office, and then you get to mezzanine, then you get to library, and then you get to first floor. It's quite more direct, which is why the defenders need to employ all of these operators who can slow down the attackers.
We'll have to see how effective that is, and looks like Ta's going to be quite effective already. Beat goes down. Sandy, in the meanwhile, finds one, and there's Sandy with the trade. Quickly, double kill for that Zofia. Sandy is clearly not having any of this right now. Has picked up his personal performance quite a bit, but he needs to do even more. Coming down the hallway, sees the Frost, but Hasib gets away with that kill. No damage done to the Frost as well. That is a very good gunfight. Beautiful grenade from Rattler, anticipating somebody coming down the stairs, probably sending that grenade to take care of the Goyo canister as well. Finds MI7. Din and Hasib, now the last two standing inside of the side, minute 20 on the clock. So that's a whole 80 seconds that the Hunters have to set up a push into the side, go for the plant, or go for the kill. Sparko is the one with the diffuser, as always, of course. He loves going for plants. He loves staying on the backside of things, just supporting his team wherever possible. Already a Selma has been used on that main wall that Hasib is staring at. The reinforced half of that main wall, of course. Din playing behind the bar. The safest place to play in. Normally you'd see a smoke here, but there is no smoke, not this time, from MRCZ. They, like CCV said, they've gone for that area denial, time wasted sort of lineup. Jittery, gotta be careful. That angle can be treacherous at best. And Din's now taking a bit of verticality, but no, Jittery gets that headshot. The plant is coming off. The player is involved, is now known. Hasib gets one, but the plant will happen nonetheless. Jittery shuts him down. It took a little bit of doing, but Hunters have put their second round on board. A bit of relief, as you can see, on the Hunters' faces as well in the player cams. But of course, MRCZ, they're not going to be phased by this. They are still 3 whole rounds ahead and 1 round away from map point as well. So this could very well still go their way. It only will take a couple rounds, realistically speaking.
Now, these are the kind of rounds, that were being anticipated, at least by me, at the start of this matchup, before we had seen how the game would progress. Very close rounds where kills are being traded off back and forth, and all of the team and both of the teams and all of the players are essentially securing their presence all over the map. This is what we saw at the start of the round. We saw 1 kill here, then we saw a double from Sandy, then we saw a nade kill from Rattler, and you never really know which team overall is in the advantage in the aftermath of the situation. Only now, after a minute and 30 seconds had passed in the previous round, did we realize, okay, Hunters have plenty of time to execute, alongside the fact that they've got, they are outnumbering the MRCZ defenders. So keeping that in mind, this time, Mercenaries and Hunters, they will be a lot more careful with the kind of gunfights they go for. Will they be safer in how they proceed with things? Will they be safer in, their dry peaks and swings? I doubt it, because again, these guys, they're looking for kills, plain and simple. They want to secure the round in the simplistic manner possible. They just want to get rid of their opposition. It's a very simple objective of theirs, and I feel like they can achieve it, but it's very, very risky. Drawing on the clock on Villa is quite difficult unless you have really solid anchor presence as well. And without, Mira being present, I mean, Mira is completely banned. Without smoke being chosen from MRCZ, gives Hunters that advantage to move on forward and to essentially, get more and more rounds on their attack. You get rid of the roamers, and the anchors don't really have much room to move around or much utility to work with. This time, Rattler, he had the information. He swung wide, but yet again, what happens? Mercenaries just deny the kill.
And it's really got to be said, Mercenaries, even after these couple of rounds that they have lost, their confidence is still brimming quite clearly as they are still getting these dry peaks and even holding plain angles. They walk away with gunfights that honestly not a lot of people would expect them to. And that, of course, allows for even better play from them. Again, this time it's Rattler to go down first. MI7 takes a bit of damage while that window was being opened, the bedroom window, of course, but isn't in any immediate danger just yet. Taha, in that gunfight that he had against Rattler, took a ton of damage, so he should be back in the site, playing it safe for the time being. There is no Frost in play. This time, instead, it is the Capcan who's been brought in. Once again, denying area, forcing the Hunters to look at wherever they're stepping. Any single area. Oh, what a shot! MI7! That's... Oh, Sparker's going to remember that one into the next map, that is for sure. As that is another massive, massive kill. Now, even with the Ying in play, not a lot is going to matter as Din gets one. MI7 finds another. No MRCC player has fallen yet. Damage was done. Finally, Beat gets the first Hunter's kill in this round. But again, it's another one of those rounds, CCV, where the Hunters just cannot put a foot forward.
I mean, this is just complete, defragmentation of Hunters LFO in this round. The entire attack was, picked off one by one. They just could never get that foot forward. They just could never get in any means whatsoever into the round. Taha has been downed. Was it because of the Goyo canister?
I think it was,
Yeah, but still, revived nonetheless. 30 seconds. Beat will try something, but yeah, it's very, very difficult for him to proceed forward. High likelihood chance, and most likely it's going to be shut down anyways. Then gets the final kill, and yeah, you can see MLCZ, yet again that motivation brimming, and everyone pumping each other up. This is again one of the best things about team sports and esports in general, is that even during not so good times, you can essentially have your teammates and they can have your back, and you can support one another. But when things are going your way, well, then there's no stopping you whatsoever. And I feel like for MRCZ, that is the case applicable to them. It is going to be, match point for their side. So Hunters LFO now need 4 rounds consecutively in order to get back into the game. Is it possible? Yes. Is it going to happen? Good question, but it's unlikely. Rationally thinking, I feel like Mercenaries just have this entire map secure. The way in which they're playing, very difficult to eliminate them. Not only that, but for 4 rounds, oof.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, for 4 straight rounds, I mean, sure, a team like the Hunters on any other day, you could say that 4 straight rounds of near perfect siege would have been possible for them. But today, tonight, in this particular match, it is a hard question to answer. And most likely, it is not going to be the case for the Hunters. Mercenaries have changed things up. They've gone now down to the first floor site, dining and kitchen room, refusing to go back to AVG, given that Hunters already won that. They don't want to give Hunters any advantage whatsoever. That, yeah, maybe Hunters are more familiar with that site when it comes to attacking on Villa. So they're not going to go back there, not until they are forced to. And, I mean, if they win this round, they won't have to worry about that either, right?
True.
It'll be a 7-2 if they win this round. The map will be done. We'll be going into Oregon. So we'll have to wait and see. Looking at the defenders once again, you've got the Capcan, you've got the Frost. The Trap duo is back in play. No Goyo this time, though. They've instead swapped out for a Mute. Taha bringing out that particular operator. Of course, Ayan and Din staying on the Melusi and the Jaeger. And a couple of roles have been swapped here and there. Of course, MI7 going into the Frost this time around. As far as the attack goes, nothing too particularly specific from the Hunters. It's just a setup. Yeah, the same setup. They're just tailor-built for verticality, right? Roam clear and verticality. No Jackal even from the Hunters, which is odd from them because I feel like at the very least, Jittery likes to go Jackal sometimes, or maybe Beat, when he's not playing Twitch, can switch to Jackal, do some roam clearing. But we've seen the rise of Twitch as of late as well for South Asia.
Yeah,
right?
the
Utility clearance, yeah. Utility clearance has been so important, but wait a minute, MI7 goes down. That's a Sandy in Memorial
Next to the
already.
bomb site, yeah.
Yeah, he's okay. Haseeb's coming back, trying to help, and he's going to get that. Oh, what a shot. I got to admire that one. Haseeb finds Sandy, and the immediate panic, gone. nothing to worry about again. But Rattler finding Din. Again, another attacker close to the bomb site, this time on the pantry stairs. Looks like Hunters want to apply pressure inside and offside, forcing MRCZ to kind of play half and half, half in, half out, trying to catch them on these rotates. But Ayan, coming up red carpet right now, could turn the table on the players who are above.
Right, let's see. He's going to be away, and that is proper siege timing if I've ever seen one. Really feels bad for Beat, but we've all been there. Every siege player has been there. So that's going to be the Twitch now gone and pressure relieved on the second floor. Now the attackers only have a single avenue. That's going to be the first. Rattler finds an off-guard kill. Taha was really not anticipating such a fast push. The attackers are into the bomb side. They can plant the diffuser if they want. Defenders, yeah, they've got the impact nades, but it's more about their survival. Hasib's location is known. The attackers, oh no, they're prioritizing getting the diffuser down. One really solid kill. Sparko goes off. Hasib tags him, and yet again, it's the two people who have known each other the longest, once more in a 1 versus 1, fighting for survival, fighting to keep the map of Villa going. Who's going to come out victorious? It will be Sparko. The round where he shows up, the round where he gets the kills, is the round needed the most from him. Before this, he had no kills on board whatsoever. Now he's got 2, and 2 very important ones, because these essentially mean Hunters are still in the fight.
Absolutely, they're not done yet. Sparko making sure that everyone watching and everyone playing know that full well Hunters are still going to be fighting no matter what. They've now taken dining away from Mercenaries, which of course, puts Mercenaries in a bit of a spot of bother. Do they go back to dining? Do they go back to second floor? They can't go back to trophy just yet. They just won it after all. They've gone back to dining. Feeling confident about this site. I can understand why, because Sparko ultimately had to do a 1v1 plant clutch, which is a very difficult thing to do, and not likely to happen a second time. And of course, that's exactly what Mercenaries are banking on, because the on-site pressure that Sandy and Rattler were trying to apply didn't really work out. Second floor was relieved very quickly as well. So it really comes down to how Hunters try, I don't know, something different, something new, I guess. Even with the same operators, you can go for a different kind of play. And is that actually an Amaru swap that Jittery is going for?
Secondary hard breach gadget or flashbangs? That's the question. It's going to be flashbangs as well. So only Ace as the primary hard breacher. I guess they're looking for just to get into bedroom very, very quickly. Have the Amaru jump in. But still, maybe astronomy is what Jittery is planning. You never know. It's quite interesting, because not bringing the secondary hard breach, it means he's just picked Amaru for, you know, the gadget. Yes, the G8 is a terrific weapon on its own. It's personally a favorite of mine. Well, you're not going to prioritize a full operator just because of it, especially when you're swapping her out for that Iana. But Jittery doesn't care. No matter what it is, as long as it shoots bullets, Jittery is going to kill people, and Sandy follows suit. Mercenaries are in a very difficult spot. Ayan already on 11 kills, downs another. He secures it. That's the dozen for him. And Mercenaries have half those rounds, but they want to push it to 7. They want to get it, and they're getting back into this round very rapidly. It's now a 3 versus 3, and very quickly, before even the blink of an eye, Hunters LFO have lost out on the man advantage they had worked so hard to create.
Absolutely, that pick on the Amaru from Jittery, using it to get into 90, and then flanking the players above. Beautifully done, very smart stuff. But as MI7 finds Sparko, it just sort of highlights what's been going on for the Hunters, is that just they keep losing these gunfights. MRCZ keep finding these positions to play in that Hunters just can't get them out of. No matter what they do, they take advantage. MRCZ fire back instantly, and it's almost like MRCZ, even with players down, are expecting Hunters to, I don't know, maybe get a little bit loose in their coordination, play a little bit loosely today. Something or the other, as MRCZ truly has shown up. I mean, all things considered, given how their group stage went, this is the MRCZ we expected in the group stage right from the get-go. And today, they really picked a day to show up. I think we can all agree on that.
Let's just wait it out. 55 seconds, yet again. Attackers, not a lot of time. Manpower, it's running out. You know, they're already at that disadvantage. They've got smokes and a frag grenade to work with. All of these vertical angles, they are very, very useful. But how you deal with them? is most important. Rattler missing out that frag grenade as well, potentially missing out on a confirmed kill onto then. The attackers will have to push. They will have information. They have spotted out the Jaeger, but Diffuser's not with them. Either they send someone to pick it up. That's also going to cost a lot of time. Rattler pushes in. He tags the Jaeger severely, but the defenders still hold on, and the attackers have got no choice. They need to move forward. Really nice headshot with the LED-5, but it's all down to AR.
Oh my
and
goodness!
Pete and Rattler are able to secure the round yet again. Hunters LFO hold on, and this time it is really going to be pestering the side of MercenarieZ. The late rounds are completely failing by the wayside for them.
Absolutely, and you can see it sort of reflecting on the Mercenaries' faces right now. They're not exactly sure what's going on. Hunters keep getting away with these late round plays, beat that triple kill, and all he had to do was get in the sight. Rattler on the other side was being a constant nuisance from the laundry door, so that opened up the sight, opened up the entire defense because they focused on Rattler. And sure, Beat took a Capcan trap to the shin getting in there, but it didn't matter. Beat was all in for the kills right then and there, and clearly it worked. Beat and Rattler once again getting the team out of a sticky situation. 6-4, and Hunters are now looking a little, I would say a lot better, comparatively speaking, to how they were in the first 4 rounds, but they still have a ways to go. 2 rounds is no joke, CCV. You've seen what just 1 round being needed can do to a team before. You know, 5-1s and 6-1s, the comebacks from there have happened. So you never know at the end of the day which side will end up walking away with this one.
Let's wait and watch. I mean, yeah, for Hunters, you know, they're going to take this a round at a time, and honestly, they should. With how each and every single round has been, the past 2 of them, a 1v1 from Sparko or 2 versus 3 for Beat and Rattler, they can't focus too much, you know, on the big picture. They can't focus on what if we push it to overtime, how do we win on overtime, can we secure Villa? No. Be very, very specific and think really about the short term. Think about the next round. That's what they're looking to do. Sandy found the initial kill, but a trade is there. Beat is now gone, and yet again, you know, the early rounds when MercenarieZ, you know, they're really looking to strike forward. And I feel like what MercenarieZ will develop their strategy or like evolve it into is going to be, we just kill Hunters before they can even enter the bomb site. Don't let them push the angles. Maybe it's time that MercenarieZ will decide to, you know, start picking the angles themselves as defenders. Is it risky? Yes. But then again, you can't really question it when you're in the spot of MercenarieZ who are potentially looking to face the possibility of overtime. I mean, I can be completely wrong. This round can go their way and it's going to be map over. But there is also that chance. Jittery goes down, Ayan secures the kill, and once more it's MercenarieZ with the advantage. This is what the defenders want. How can they combat it even further?
As the flames of the Goyo canister slowly fade away, you've got that angle being played by the Goyo. Oh, what? Sandy sees it! And a 1-tap on the MI7. What a way to equalize the body count, I'll tell you what. Sandy is half health as well from the Capcan trap earlier in the round, but it clearly does not matter to these players right now, Capcan or not. They're still going to be hunting for these kills. They've got 72 seconds right now to get into the site. Plenty of time, some would say. As Taha finds Sparkle, once again, your breacher is gone. Ayan gets Sandy, and Ayan gets Rattler as well. There was a glimmer of hope for but one moment. But MercenarieZ ultimately will finish off the round, will finish off the entirety of map number 1. And as we can see, folks, it is done and dusted. Map 1 with the instant replay. Of course, we got to see the 1-tap one more time. That was a great shot. But still, Hunters, a great attempt at the end of the day. Much more than we can say than compared to where they were right at the beginning of the map. But it is what it is. MercenarieZ walk away with a 7-4.
Yeah, that's it. MercenarieZ, their map choice. We went to Villa. We saw what they can do on Villa. And boy, oh boy, can they really have a performance if they like to. And that's essentially what MercenarieZ have secured right here. You know, they've shown to everyone, Hunters, yet again, can lose. Doesn't matter how their group stage went in the Nationals. Doesn't matter. The last time we saw these guys, it's about the future. It's about also, you know, the present and how these teams are playing right now. So keeping that in mind, now for MercenarieZ, really, you know, the potential is absolutely present. with the way these guys are playing, having a look at the highlights as well, let's bring those up, especially at the start of the entire matchup. If they can continue this momentum, if they can continue, this on Oregon, we may just be in for an upset 2-0.
I mean, we could be. This is the first map Hunters have dropped in the entirety of the tournament as well. And even then, by the end of map 1, they still were looking like in a position where they could mount a comeback, only for Mercenaries to shut them down, which is normally not the side we would take when talking about these sorts of comeback shutdowns. Normally it's the Hunters who do that sort of stuff. But again, that just speaks to how unusual this matchup has been so far. Even with Hunters picking up and kind of waking up in the second half, it just wasn't enough. It was too little too late even. And if it had been a 4-2, maybe they could have brought it back. Maybe they could have turned things around. We don't really know. I mean, it's a what if at the end of the day, so it's hard to tell. But I gotta give Mercenaries credit where credit is due. These dry peaks that never really should work, and the kind of plays that they were going for, just the confidence brimming from them to take these fights and to win them, which of course boosted their confidence even more going forward. Great stuff from them. From the Hunters, however, it was a little lacking, especially for those first 4 rounds where it really seemed like they weren't all there even. The coordination, the communication, it all felt like it was falling apart just way too quickly. Who knows, on map 2, we might see a different Hunters entirely, but for the time being, folks, Mercenaries on their map, they will secure a win against the Hunters, and, well, what a time to do it.
Oh, it's an amazing time, and I think Mercenaries will definitely be, celebrating for a bit before they will eventually realize that, there is one more map and we gotta ready ourselves for that one. We gotta deal with Hunters on Oregon as well, and maybe on Chile, because still, regardless of which team went in one map number 1, Chile is still a heavy possibility. And I feel like with the improvement Hunters have had so far on the map of Villa, with how they started, with after 4 rounds the entire team having 4 kills only, to then, looking to get a comeback of sorts, getting multiple rounds to a certain extent, winning out the 2v3s, winning out the 1v1s, they've improved a lot. I'm not saying this improvement definitely means Hunters will win on Oregon and it's decided. No way am I implying that. But what I do mean is Hunters winning on Oregon is still a possibility. You cannot rule them out of it. It's only a question of how exactly they perform. And speaking of performances, we can now have a look at, the statistics, the numbers, and they paint a picture of Hunters LFO that you've never really, and that no one has ever really seen before.
Yep. I mean, you look at that Hunters card, right? Sandy, of course, continuing his streak in the tournament. 10, 11, 55%, still lower performance than expected. 4-3 on entry, both being the first entry kill for Mercenaries and being the one to get those entry kills as well. Beat 7-9, 55%, Rattler 6-10, 45. Again, kind of just descending over and over until you get to Sparko and Jittery. Those two. I mean, Sparko does support, right? You don't expect too many kills from Sparko.
Yeah.
But for a 27% cost for Sparko in a given game, that means that he wasn't able to do his support work ideally either. And Jittery, just probably the quietest map from Jittery I have ever seen in Siege history, pretty much. I don't think I've ever seen Jittery with this sort of performance, and that kind of speaks to how Hunters performed today. We've never seen the Hunters in this sort of shambles even, right? Down in the trenches, in some rounds for Mercenaries, it was almost like shooting fish in a barrel. They were just getting these rounds.
I think how many flawless rounds did we see exactly? 2
maybe
or
3?
3? Exactly. 2, perhaps 3.
Yeah.
But from Hunters, a lot to think about. Necessarily, they weren't making mistakes. This wasn't, Shaheens versus KIRA Esports, where, teams just didn't have the best of performances and they were not as efficient. This was just one team not having a good day in the server.
Yeah.
And this has happened so many times in the Pro Series and Nationals, even in the Community Cups. But from Hunters, that too against MRCZ in the playoffs, difficult to think about and difficult to digest as well. But for the side of MRCZ, as we have a look at the map veto, their selection is their victory. 7-4 on Villa. We proceed forward with the map of Oregon, and still on board, the cold mountains in Chile.
Oh yeah, those two are going to be very, very, very exciting, as it were. But of course, Oregon is going to be the map that everyone will be shifting their focus to now, because Hunters with this 4-7, they're going to need this map to go their way. They
absolutely.
picked it for a reason, obviously, to play it safe probably. Who knows, maybe they expected their performance on Villa to be bad today. I mean, bad, I'm trying not to sugarcoat it too much, right? It wasn't great. I think we can all agree on that. But I think they expected themselves to be maybe a little out of touch today on Villa. Maybe going into Oregon, they'll start feeling a bit better. They'll start waking up as well. I mean, this is kind of the talk that, 2 years ago we would have never expected to have, right? Because back then, what was the overall idea? That Hunters were a team with endurance issues, right? Especially during the mini-majors time. When matches got stretched out to BO5 length, then you would have Hunters getting exhausted. Mercenaries took good advantage of that in the November BO5 as well, right? In the November majors. So I gotta say that, all things considered, the Hunters, they might, like I said, this is the polar opposite of what we talked about before. Maybe this time is the Hunters taking a while to get started. And if they are, we'll have to see how things go on Oregon, won't we?
Yeah, I mean, on Oregon, once more, the thing for Hunters is, sadly, even if they take a while, sadly, they can't. Why? They're starting out on defense. Oregon is heavily favoring defenders. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating a bit. I'm doing the CCV by saying heavily. But still, on Oregon, Hunters have got to be on the best foot forward right from the get-go. But until that happens, the players definitely need some time to ready themselves up, get through what just happened and make sure that they are perfectly fine to play on Oregon. Our back-end administrators will also be making sure everything is running smoothly. And we as well on, the Caster's Desk will be catching you very, very shortly after this break.
Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh
fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Don't you myself for a while.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome back everyone to the South Asian Nationals presented by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac, alongside our broadcast partner Loco. I am CCB, joined alongside Blackjack, and we are bringing to you the first play day of the playoffs. We have had hundreds and hundreds of players, so many teams registering over the entire course of the 2022 competitive year. Out of all of those teams, the four best teams are in front of us right now, Jack, and they are facing off against one another, best of three after best of three, for the next 4 days. Today as well, we had matchup number 1. We had Shaheens up against KIRA Esports. Shaheens managed to win it 2-0, and this matchup, well, let's just say it's been quite interesting.
It has been indeed, I gotta say, folks. Let's go into the map Vita to recap what we have seen so far. We have finished map number 1. It is Hunters versus Mercenaries, and in a shocking twist of events, MercenarieZ pushed the Hunters back far, making it a 7-4 on Villa. Now, Mercenaries were the ones to have picked that map, so in a way, it's no surprise that they ended up winning it, right? But it's the Hunters, and it was 4-0 to Mercenaries going into the 5th round, 5-1 first half, and then ultimately a 7-4. Hunters started to mount a potential comeback, couldn't quite seal the deal. Now we're going to go to Oregon, picked by Hunters, which already is a curious thing. Hunters don't usually pick this map, especially against MercenarieZ. But like we were discussing right before we ended the previous map segment, they could be playing it safe today.
Could be.
Maybe they expected their performance to not quite be up to scratch. Maybe they wanted to play it safe. That's why they picked Oregon. They are defense first there too, so they don't really have too much time remaining to wake up. It is literally now or never. Otherwise, lower brackets against KIRA Esports looks very likely.
Yeah, for Hunters, they have had plenty of time, or like an adequate amount of time in between the maps, right, to discuss what has just happened, how to recover from that, and how exactly to proceed forward. That is really, really good, I mean, I'm sure, again, Hunters LFO and Mercenaries, these teams, these players, highly experienced. You cannot have that doubt that are they prepared or not. Of course they are. They know exactly what's going to happen. What they really need to, what they really need to ready themselves up for is going to be, will it go according to plan? Because for either one of these teams, no, it's not going to go according to plan. There are times in the midst of rounds, you have a solid advantage, you still lose out. There are times in maps as well where you have solid advantages and you can get the floor from under you just pulled straight off and you're gone. Keeping that in mind, these teams should be looking to, just secure themselves in the moment and to just, like I said for on Villa, take every single round by itself. Like, don't think large picture.
Yeah. That's kind of what Hunters have to do right now. It's each round for itself, and that kind of builds into the larger story of this matchup right here. Because again, Villa, they kind of were, when they got started, right, they kind of were playing the same way we saw them towards the end of the group stages, where they kind of have this larger plan where each individual round feeds into each other, but they were thinking of the larger plan from the get-go. We win this round, we'll do this. We win this round, we'll do this. They were kind of playing it like that. They started out in Villa like that only, with the spread out right at the beginning, then you kind of pull it back, reserve yourself in the middle, and then spread it again right towards the end. We say before from them. But Mercenaries read into that. And they read into it so well, in fact, it was a 4-0 before the Hunters knew what was going on.
True.
That's important. Because MRCZ, for the first time in the Nationals, this National specifically, managed to get not only the leg up, but literally their entire, they got up to a different league before the Hunters could really catch up. And by the time the Hunters figured out what was going on, it was already map point. They took 2 rounds, they put it to a 7-4, 4-7 I should say, but it was still Mercenaries' round and map to win. Now, we'll be going into map number 2 very shortly, folks. It is Oregon, it is Hunters' pick, and like we said before, they don't have the kind of time they had in Villa to get started. If they need to get their gears turning, it is now or never, and they need to get themselves on the tracks running. They need to land running this time. They cannot afford to walk. They can't afford to take a brisk jog, nothing. All guns blazing or nothing, as it were. So with that said, let's go into the game to start things off for map number 2, Oregon, between Hunters and Mercenaries. And as you can see, of course, we've got the full team once again. Sparko, Jittery, Sandy, Rattler, Beat. We've of course introduced them already, but might as well go over it one more time. And this time, Mercenaries, today, Hasib coming in clearly has made a difference.
Yes,
because
it has.
group stage MRCZ versus today MRCZ is just heaven and, North and South Pole difference.
And I'm not going to lie, it feels like a change for everyone. And this is completely, really psychological, but I feel like everyone can focus on this and everyone can relate to it, is that when that one player comes back in, it feels like everyone is motivated again. Sure, again, I'm not saying that without Hasib being there, MRCZ completely failed. No, they still had victories, they still had map wins, they still had BO3 wins, but that extra boost of confidence is now going to be jumping back in, and that can also be a big factor to, the fact that Mercenaries have been able to surmount victories against the likes of Hunters. So, once more, it's Hunters on defense, Mercenaries starting on attack, and with that in mind, Oregon is a lot more focused on the aspect of breaching.
Yep.
Flores being banned for a reason. MRCZ is still sticking to their guns. Banning out the Lion yet again goes to show that they're fine with, Hunters bringing that Jackal if the need be. Or maybe they're quite aware Hunters just don't want to bring a Jackal. They'd much rather have someone like Beat, play that Twitch or have Rattler play the Sledge. But then again, on Oregon, is Sledge really necessary? Unlike Villa, not always. It's highly dependent on the bomb side. So keeping that in mind, the 2 bans from Mercenaries still standard, but it's the Lion that's really, a target ban to a certain extent.
Absolutely, of course. Lion is something that Hunters love to play, at least as of recently. Rattler has brought that out quite a lot, like you said. Valkyrie and Mira will be our final bans here. So in an interesting turn of events, Thatcher for the side of Oregon will remain unbanned, folks. It's rare, but then again, the current situation of this match is also rare, so I guess they cancel each other out in the end. Thatcher is available, Jackal is available, Valkyrie and Mira, the defender bans will remain the same. That leaves, of course, the Azami open to be played as well. So a couple of very important operators when it comes down to Oregon are going to be in rotation tonight I should say. And as you can see, Jittery already going for that Azami pick. We've seen Azami become so instrumental on this map. It's not even a joke, it's not even like a exaggeration. Azami, when she came out, or before she actually hit the live servers, the beta testers who played like the creators build and all that, everybody was saying that Azami was going to be meta changing, right? And in a way, she has been.
True.
She's reinforced utility, reinforced cover and reconstruction play specifically, right? And it's amazing to see like an operator like this be such a staple of so many maps of competitive Siege. But of course, speaking of the rest of the team, you've got the Frost, you've got Sandy back on the alibi this time. Sparko, as usual, playing the Jaeger, playing the support beat with the mute to round things out.
So, for the side of mercenaries, now what kind of a composition are they looking for? How are mercenaries wanting to get back into it? And essentially, start things off on this second floor execute, because yeah, the entire theme and tone of Oregon is always revolving around the aspect of hard breaching. This is one of the major things that separates it from a map like Villa, wherein Villa, yes, hard breaching is important. At times it can be quite important as well, but it's not the focus from the attackers. The attackers are a lot more focused on the roam clears. Here, it's really hard breaching. Meanwhile, no. Hunters are like, oh, hard breaching, all that will happen. Right now, we need to, again, distract these MRCZ players and again, confuse them. Constantly, have our roamers moving around. Ooh. And this time, Sandy wants to go for a kill, but he's caught in a very open, very vulnerable angle. Life gone, player removed. It means that once more, mercenaries have that early man advantage, and they're expending a lot of their Hibana X-Kairos on the first floor. So I guess they're looking to establish that vertical angle, play off of it. Once they plant the diffuser, I guess that in and of itself is their plan, because other than that, they don't really have a hard breacher present. Ayan was there, but he's now also gone. So for MRCZ, it's really going to be Taha and the 6 X-Kairos pellets that are remaining to open an avenue of entry. But these defenders are really troublesome. They are going to be isolated. They are indeed going to be eliminated. But Hunters are definitely wasting a lot of time for these attackers.
Absolutely, and that kill from Sparko, very, very necessary. He's been down in kitchen this entire round so far, and to finally get a kill off of security room is definitely going to feel really, really good right now. You've got the Dekebi logic bomb coming in, and Taha off the big window trying to find someone on a stray bullet maybe. Beat has got to be careful. Smoke grenade is out as the player there is going to be moving towards the breach slowly but surely at the very least, which means it's going to be a bedroom-centric push, potentially one player from White Stairs, given one of the attacker shadows that I can see, that being Taha, it seems like, coming up the White Stairs area. Din's in the bedroom door already, the balcony, so to speak. Breach should be done, which means entryway is taken care of as well. Last 30 seconds. It's now or never for the MRCZ roster to get in there. But is there a player inside of armory? Yes, there is. Din has found that player. Giving away the position, Taha gets Sparko in the meanwhile. This could be bad for them as, Hunters are left with just one player. Rattler's on the floor. It's all of a beat, and he's got to find one, but no. The Twitch will walk up, get the kill, and walk away. Once again, MRCZ with just a solid attacking round to start things off, and Hunters, yet again, are going to be feeling that pressure.
It's really interesting from Hunters, they weren't looking to allow mercenaries to plant the diffuser. Rather, they wanted to contest that plant. But in doing so, mercenaries were like, can we draw out the defenders in such a way that we are looking to give off the fact that we are, we want to plant the diffuser, get into a post-plant situation, and then they switch it up. And that's exactly what happened. Hunters were like, oh, are they planting? Let's try and kill them. Let's try and find a kill. No. 3v3 completely gone. Essentially, just neutralized to that 3v0. And it became that solid point for MRCZ, where of course they won the round following that. So yet again, the thing is, whenever these teams are defending, the one major factor that we have noticed so far is that the late rounds, surprisingly, for the defense are the ones where they are faltering. I mean, if we jog our memory back to, Villa as well, and the last couple of rounds there, it was MRCZ on defense. Until the final round where they eventually secured the map, there were many instances where early to mid round was really good. Even here, what did we see? The roam presence from Hunters was quite prominent, and it was working. Not only was it, killing the members of MRCZ, but wasting their utility. I talked and I mentioned Taha and, being on the Hibana, using so many of the pellets to, go for that first throw breach. That was quite good from the side of Hunters LFO. It was still a 3 versus 3. But then we move on to the late round. Then MRCZ get map control. Then they ready themselves up for the execute. And as soon as that happens, I mean, technically the execute didn't even happen. They didn't even go for, the diffuser. They just went into the bomb site and they got those kills. So yet again, the defenders this time have to focus on the late round, which is also again very surprising. But this time it's a far better start for the side of Hunters LFO. They're the ones who get the entry kill, and it's no one other than the Iana to be picked off.
That's huge, of course. Iana with the Gemini and grenades is always so important, but Beat gets traded out as the C pushes in aggressively. The Hibana jumps in. Sandy nearly missing one, but Sparkle's there for cover as well. They get two together. Din and Taha are now gone. Position given away. Sparkle will fall. MI7 is there for cover. Hasib is as well. But here's the thing, they've lost their breacher as well. So hatches are going to remain closed. Jittery now has that confirmation that, yeah, we've got a Hibana done. There's only a Thatcher and a Twitch. And he walks up tower stairs, gets MI7. Hasib, the last one standing. Much better round from the side of the Hunters, but it's not done yet, as Hasib gets Sandy in return. The alibi still on second floor. Got a bit, a bit too forward. Pressed a bit too forward, I should say, on that area. Now Hasib, the shots were fired. He knows that there's somebody probably towards the rotate of the laundry cubby, or the laundry corner, as it were. EMP out, but he's just going to try to delay time a little bit as well. Give MRCZ squad, that little few seconds they need to talk about what went wrong. They're kind of like a mini tactical timeout of its own. As Hasib will just, slowly approach, painstakingly, as it were, drawing out every single second. Just to, keep things going and keep the Hunters on their toes. Rattler and Jittery right now, they're probably expecting a peek out, right, from the Thatcher. It's not come yet, but they haven't got Nancy. That's because of the shotgun. Rattler gets it. Hasib goes down. Hunters will take the second round.
Yet again, lot better from Hunters, once more. This time completely just, dominating the side of Mercenaries, giving them no option to get back into the round. Keeping that in mind, yeah, Hunters have the advantage. They're looking good on the defense. It's just a matter of, can they keep this up? Can they constantly, time and time again opt for these kind of plays and opt to make sure that, it's not going to be completely fought out, or it's not going to be completely drawn out to such an extent that those 1v1s or those rounds or those situations where Mercenaries can get the advantage. Hunters need to reach that state of confirmation and that state of, again, stabilization, where they're already well aware that this round will go our way. It's a very control-oriented mentality defensive teams can have, is that you get 2 or 3 early kills and then everyone falls back. These kind of plays are mostly prominent in, like on the map of Clubhouse, I'd say, where the roamers, they effectively do their job and then they fall back, or even if they want to, they can get back into the bomb site. On Oregon, a lot more difficult to execute, considering, the attackers can and will kill you at a lot of moments, and there are not as many methods of escape, considering the way the map is structured, considering where the hatches are, and where those spots of rotation are present. But still, nevertheless possible for Hunters. They can get those early kills, bank on that fact, and get the round win. It's really up to MRCZ to, strike first and get the bad advantage early on.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need to do that. MRCZ right now will be looking for that first kill once again. The 2 rounds we've seen so far, the team with the first kill has been the one to win the round. So we'll have to wait and see how things go from there. As Hasib has made his way into Armory, Beat is expecting a double push any second now. Shotgun is out as Jittery will find Ayan. That's his Zofia gone this time. Shotgun's in. Hasib actually gets one and gets away with it. He's back in Armory. Oh no, Beat gave chase. And because he gave chase, he got taken out for his trouble. In the meanwhile, Taha has fallen by the wayside, so that's your breacher gone again. Jittery and Hasib are both extremely low on HP, so both of them will be playing a little bit more on the back foot. Jittery, going 3-1 into the third round so far. Definitely picked up compared to the last round. But again, site is second floor, so I want to see where these teams go from here. As Sandy, no, he could have had Hasib there, but he will finally get him. That is your sledge this time taken care of, and Hasib of course has been a bit of a pain for Hunters to deal with so far, so it's good that they've got him. At least MI7 and Din, the last 2 standing right now at 76 seconds on the clock. Hunters will definitely be a little bit more happier about this, but they still need to hold their angles because it's not done yet.
It isn't. At any point, MRCZ can swing wide. They can take side control. You have Jittery roaming in basement. He can be the X factor that really no one is anticipating. But Mercenaries themselves need to get a move on. Din finds one kill, and this can be it. If they isolate one of these kills, it can be really good. Yep, Jittery's gone. It's all down to Sparko. And in an instant, the final player is gone. Mercenaries, yet again, they take things one by one. Hunters LFO let them because of their positioning and because of how they thought they'd be able to win the gunfights, but eventually it ends up costing them. And that is another second floor round going the way of the attackers. Mercenaries are looking very strong. Hunters, question is, do they go to one of the tertiary bomb sites, or do they try out, second floor kids and doms yet again? If we know the Hunters, and if we, think of their theory, yet again, they will go to kitchen and dining, or they will go to kitchen and meeting. One of those two. They are not going to repeat a bomb site until, of course, basement is up to be picked. But that's, of course, the rotation parameter prevents that for this particular round. So tactical timeout opted by the defenders, and yet again, they'll go over how exactly this defensive half is going. And honestly, I hate to put the situation in front of, I hate to put it in such a manner already after 3 rounds, but Hunters, it's a must win for them for the next 3.
Yep.
They cannot sacrifice, they cannot give away any of the rounds on their defense, because heading on to your own attack with a score of 3-3 and equalized score on Oregon isn't bad always, but you have to put the context in. You have to put in the fact how MRCZ are playing, and that right there can really be the force that can drive the team in blue to take the win.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, right? That's why 3-3s can be pretty dangerous as well if you're not anticipating another huge fight in the second half. And for Hunters, they simply cannot afford that luxury. It is not possible. 4-2 or nothing right now, because of course, Mercenaries have already taken 2 rounds. So 5-1 is of course mathematically impossible. So right now, they'll need to go for these next 3 rounds. Like you said, they need to win them. Just like in Villa, they needed to win the last 3 rounds of the first half. Here as well, they absolutely need to win these. Go into the attack with an advantage. At least you have some leg room in case things start falling apart early, which, let's be real, they very likely could, knowing the way Mercenaries is playing today. Hunters, they will simply need to brace themselves for this next half, as it were. The next half of the first half, and then, of course, phase 2 proper, after which we'll just have to wait and see where things go from here. But, yep, the tactical timeout has been taken care of. It was requested by the Hunters at the beginning of round 3. So now we're going to be going into the 4th one. Meeting in kitchen is the site of choice from the Hunter side. So they have gone to, like you said, the tertiary bomb site. They can't afford to make the mistake on dorms again.
Yeah.
And after this round, they will have basement laundry open as well. So if they win this, and they are a little bit more comfortable on basement laundry, we've seen, so they could take 2 rounds away, get a lead, but then they're forced to go back to dorms again.
True.
That then becomes the question of, are they going to be able to pull that one out?
Whew. That is the problem, right? Opting for that 3rd time and going back to kids and dorms is going to be looming over the heads of Hunters. But yet again, I don't think, and they really shouldn't, be focusing on an event that will be taking place after, 2 rounds or so. Right now, yet again, surround yourself with the round at hand, with the objective in front of you. That's going to be kitchen and meeting. Maybe if you want to think about the next round, but Hunters can still secure the last 3 rounds. It's really only making sure no mistakes happen. And I saw, the HP really going down on Sandy, but later he was able to secure the kill. And it's Hasib the Ash. So not only is that interesting that the role of the entry fragger, that to Ash was given to Hasib, but also interesting that sadly, for the side of Mercenaries, the Ash isn't able to get the entry nonetheless. The alibi is still roaming, is still quite a problem for these attackers, and some more utility, some more manpower will have to be spent to get rid of her. But Sandy gets tagged even further. He's backed off into the corner. Does someone push him? He's right there towards stage. Anyone who checks that angle, anyone who peeks can swing wide and secure it. Jittery is also been tagged, but Sandy finds one more. Only now is this alibi silenced. But there is so much going on. Hunters are relentless with the way they're peeking these angles, with the way they're looking at the windows, waiting for the attackers to show their faces so they can shoot them down, and that's all that's happening. Mercenaries, they just can't progress forward. Look at that headshot.
Oh my goodness!
And it is Hunters LFO what a round for them. It's just going to be a total wipeout, and it doesn't even matter what the bomb site was.
Yeah, really, all the action happened on tower.
Yep.
At the end of it. Like, Sandy got the first kill from, like, I think, main door. And then immediately, you know, just completely busted legs towards tower, right? Like, I need to get there. Jittery's going to be pushed. They know he's there. He's probably calling for help because there were plenty of drones in tower as well, right? Jittery was climbing up the ladder hurriedly, and that's that exact time that Sandy made his way there. And the fact that he was able to squeeze his way across the stairs to the corner door, I feel like had they gotten him there, because he took damage.
Yep.
Had they gotten him there, I feel like tower would have been taken over far easier for MRCZ instead of the absolute unsurmountable mountain it ended up becoming. And of course, Beat came around the back to just be a bit more of a nuisance by finding, I believe it was Din, right, in that moment. So, good stuff from the Hunters. Again, keeping MRCZ on their toes, not letting up. This is the kind of Hunters we want to see. This is the kind of competition that we were expecting right off the outset. We're getting it now in map 2. As they say, better late than never. Let's see how the Hunters continue. The site is basement once again.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving out to locate
So,
a bomb and
for the defenders, you know, corrective course of action is just going to be that, you know, hold down, you know, basement exactly in the same manner it was during round number 2. You know, the last time Hunters managed to win a round. Don't do anything different. Have a heavy roam presence, and yeah, yet again they're implying the same thing, and you know, they're including the same method of defense this time around. That's good to see. If it worked before, it should work again, is how the saying goes. But then again, your opponents are going to try something different. I think Mercenaries are going to be a lot more vigilant with how they want to enter and where they want to enter from. They want to tackle these roamers head on. Look at Sandy swing wide, and this time he is eliminated. Gets a little too greedy for that opening kill. So that's one player gone. But here comes Beat, looking for that trade, looking for a refrag. Hasib knows this can be very, very interesting. Problem is, if Hasib goes down, that's diffuser dropped. Surely he spots Beat. Yes, he does. It's going to be pre-fire city very, very soon. No, Beat backs off even earlier than that. That's quite smart from him. You have got multiple gunfights taking place all over the map, but still focusing on, you know, this gunfight between going on between Beat and Hasib. It means that, yeah, Beat's gonna back off. Meanwhile, more attackers fall down. Yeah, Mercenaries, as good as they were looking on the western side, on the eastern side, they've got no presence whatsoever. Beat goes for another a team kill in the mix, because why not? And now it's genuinely 2v1. MRCZ have the advantage again. That is the 8th team kill we have seen in a playoffs play day of the South Asian Nationals. How?
I'm just going to say the pressure's getting to them. Rattler in the meanwhile taking a ton of damage as a grenade was being cooked. He heard that, had to fall back, of course. Camera's going to give away the fact that Ayan is there looking for a grenade toss. There you go. He's going to go for it. But do they know where Rattler is? I don't think they actually know where the smoke is hiding right now. And that, of course, is in Laundry Cubby, right next to this hard wall that affords him this sort of cover, right?
Right.
He's just going to be waiting here for a minute. Gemini is going to go out. That should give away Rattler's position if it goes for the rotate. Yes, it does. And there it is. Oh, he tried to peek the Gemini, and as he was watching for that movement exactly. Gets the kill. Hunters, honestly, this round should have been theirs. I'm just going to say it, right?
Yeah, no, this was,
Yeah. This round should have been theirs. They got way too eager, and then Beat team killing Sparko definitely did not help. Yeah.
It was a 2v4.
It was a 2v4.
And Mercenaries pulled it off and got a 2v0. So, I mean, actually, it was a 2v3 and an imposter. So, I mean, had to get that joke. I mean, after all the team kills that I just had to.
Yeah, no, I understand.
It's a very forced joke, but hey, 2020.
I mean, if you weren't, I was going to do it. If you weren't, I was going to do it, so.
But alright, enough of that. Okay, round over. Teams make mistakes. We've been seeing a little extra of that, which honestly, yes, I know as casters, we're always going to, you know, make light of the situation. But it shouldn't be happening. And it shouldn't be happening. Wait. KIRA have gone for a team kill. Shaheens have gone for a team kill. Hunters have gone for a team kill. Have MRCZ also gone for a team kill?
Not yet.
I like how you went to no. You didn't deny it. It's not yet.
Not yet. I think actually Hunters have had 2 team kills so far, right?
Yep.
One in Villa. I remember
Yes.
a C4.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is. Yeah. It's MRCZ, the only team who's really, just being safe overall, but all like committing the least silly mistakes, because honestly that's what team kills are. Yes, they happen accidentally. The ones that are truly accidental, when someone just comes into your line of fire, that's very unfortunate. Or you flick onto your teammate, which, okay, I mean, yeah, also happens, but they still shouldn't be happening, and they really shouldn't during a playoffs day of all games. I mean, during the group stages, we have had play days with 2 best of 3 so many times, and with other teams. But now the 4 best of the region, and this is when we see 18 kills. It's quite interesting.
I mean, yeah, the way the circumstances is kind of lined up. But in the meanwhile, of course, focusing back on the gunfights right now, Sandy's about to have one on that main door. There are a couple players here in garage as well. MI7 trying to get some entry going. Got to be watching Z hallway, but no, Sandy peeks first. Gets MI7. That's a Twitch gone. Taha, wait a minute. He's already close to it. This area is entirely free. Hasib's got the plant as well. They could go for this. Gas grenade goes out, and Taha taking damage. Dirty finds Ayan in the meanwhile. 3v5. Taha goes down as Rattler comes in, gets one, clears out elbow. He's looking to have completely cleared out. There's another player here. Hasib gets one more, goes down to Sparko, then gets another. It's a 1v2. It's all down to this SAS player. Then, who did a lot of damage to Sandy, mind you. But Sandy's just gonna peek. And Bailiff, uncooked grenade at his feet, picks up the Bailiff, says, no, I am getting this kill. You cannot stop me. And walks away with it. So credit where credit is due. Interesting decision from the Mercenaries. They saw the Rome heavy play and they said, all right, smoke isn't there right now. They droned it out. Smoke's not there. We have a clearance. Let's get in there. Unfortunately, the players of Hunters just turned around immediately. They got some sort of call out that, hey, they're actually in blue. You guys might want to do something about this. 3-3. But, like you said, this is that dangerous 3-3 equalizer.
I mean, it's really up to Hunters. Can they pull off a 3-3? Yes, of course. It's an equalized scoreline. If you think about it purely mathematically, it's 50-50 right now. But, like I had said previously, you need to factor in the context. For these players, no, they shouldn't. As I, another point I've mentioned a lot of times, forget all of that. You can leave it. You can just focus on completely, the gameplay itself. Leave that for everything else, the larger setting in which this match is occurring, the playoffs, the prize pool and all of that. But overall, if you factor in MRCZ's performance on defense, they have been looking quite strong. Thing is, what kind of a defense are they looking for? Because on basement laundry supply, you can go really anchor heavy as well. But that really hasn't been Hunter's way of opting. I think that's one of the major reasons why Hunters LFO chose this map of Oregon, is that they were like, let's try something different. And maybe it was after Villa as well, right? When they seriously just didn't have the best of times on that map, they were like, okay, we just need to be aggressive. So on defense, we are going to go for early frags. We are going to give 3/5 of our defenders to that roaming game, to going for those kills. MRCZ are not in any kind of pressure, or they don't necessarily have to do that. It's their choice. We can see they've opted for Taha to be one of the roamers, and as soon as I say that, Taha is indeed going to be eliminated. Someone who's not really having the best of times. Taha, only 2 kills for him after 7 rounds means that giving him the roaming responsibility means trusting him with, having a better performance right now. And Taha needs to live up to the expectations that his teammates and everyone watching have from him. But this time around, Alibi is gone, means that Hunters can focus on even more of the anchors, and should I say even less of the anchors that are present now.
Well, with one more gone, Sandy's just pushing into the side. Uninterrupted triple for the Zofia right now. Sandy is just in here. Position should be given away by the Prisma, but he's still peeking. He's still going for it. Finally goes down, but there's beat right from the back. The Osa from Freezer Stairs gets that trade, and that was a quick round and a half from the Hunters. They took no prisoners. Taha was droned out on 2nd floor. We saw the sledge go up, get the kill. Rattler, cool as you please, walks away, and then coming down from tower for Sandy to just pick up 3 like that. Like, there was almost no competition. Everybody peeked him solo. There was no like team coordinated gunfight happening.
Right.
He even caught the Goyo just randomly in the hallway. MI7 didn't even know, I think, that Sandy was already in Boiler. So that, of course, was a major misstep from Mercenaries that finally allows Hunters a lead. I think first time in the entire matchup so far, but better late than never. 4-3.
Yes, better late than never. Hunters would like to keep this momentum going. MRCZ, they'd want to stop it as soon as possible, because last thing MRCZ want is to go to Chalet. Because granted, yeah, on Chalet, it's again going to be neutralized, right? It's going to be that one map that matters the most. Mercenaries wouldn't like to opt for that because you already have a set advantage. Why level the playing field when they can finish off the entire matchup? Why take the risk? That too against Hunters LFO. Makes no major sense for them to, you know, necessarily look forward to Chalet. That's why they want to end it right here, right now on Oregon. But that is far, far easier said than done. I don't think, you know, MRCZ will just easily be able to get like 4 rounds consecutively and get like a 7-4, how they managed on Villa. That, it's highly unlikely something like that will happen. But they can still fight for the victory. They can still fight for, you know, equalizing the lead at the moment. Sandy, he knows there's that Vamai. He knows Ayan is present. Just looking around, Ayan as well doesn't want to give off the info just yet. So, Sandy's going to have to play a game. He will have to balance out from the bedroom window, from the tower window, hold every single angle possible. Watch for these defenders, because these defenders, they're just watching angles from within or adjacent to the bomb site. Major change for Mercenaries is not a huge, you know, roam presence. You can say Ayan is the one exception, and okay, I gotta agree to that. Ayan being, you know, in Big Tower is going to be that X factor that can allow MRCZ to pick up a couple of the kills. But other than that, they've got everyone very close to the bomb site. Taha as well has made his way to first floor. He's holding the main hallway angle, anticipating and hoping for an off-guard kill. But it's the bomb site where Hunters strike, and it's the bomb site where Hunters are like, no, we are looking for an execute. Roamers, we don't care.
And that, of course, being the Goya who goes down, but more importantly, MI7, Hasib takes a ton of damage from the big window of dorms as well. Grenade comes in from Jittery. No remorse. No, not remorse, excuse me. No mercy, I should say, from the Hunters. They are not giving up. Here come the Candelas. Maybe a jump in from the Ying is imminent, but Jittery goes down. In the meanwhile, as Jittery, no, not Jittery, excuse me, Beat goes down. Jittery found one, but Sandy went down to Ayan in the meanwhile. Couple of kills here and there, and suddenly it is a 2v3. Make that a 2v2. Make that a 1v2. Rattler, DBNO, and there goes the other player. In the meanwhile, Jittery now is caught in an awkward position between a rock and a hard place, and Rattler got caught by the frost trap of all things. Oh dear me. Jittery goes down as well, and that honestly, again, another round that the Hunters really should have won, given how they started, given the advantage, the kind of advantage they had, the 3v5. They should have won that, and unfortunately they were not able to close the deal. This kind of been a problem with the Hunters today, that they get these advantages but are unable to close the deal right now, as we have, Din temporarily disconnected, of course, has returned. The pause timer went off at the last few milliseconds, but yeah, we're going to be going right back into the game, folks. No worries, no unfortunate issues or disconnects here.
Yeah,
we're going straight back in. It is round 9 once again, 4-4 equalizer, and is that an Oryx I see from Taha? That is interesting.
Ooh, Mercenaries are looking to up the ante with their roaming game. Not only will Taha help out in the bomb site and, you know, get those rotations built very rapidly, and again free up the other defenders, because no more will Hasib have to use the super shorty to get the reinforcements done. You won't have Ayan using the bailiff to get the rotations, sorry, not the reinforcements. Yeah, Taha can just do that, heal himself because of the corner stations, and go on the roam, because that's exactly what the, you know, Oryx is looking for. Be on the first floor, open up the hatches that are there in Armory and inside of second floor dorms, and then play off of them if you'd really like. Not only that, but you have the supporting play of Ayan as well, and Ayan definitely has been having a solid day overall in the server. Taha, it's been the same case for him. 8 rounds have passed by, only 2 kills, but wait, Beat is on the Blitz, huh? And Jittery's going, it's
hold
8-20.
on.
What is up? Wait, huh?
Of all the times,
team kill number 9.
Of all the times to try something like this, Hunters, what in What in tarnation am I watching?
Why? Why?
They could have at least waited a little longer. Oh god, Taha's gonna clean it up. Sandy goes down, and my goodness. It was an attempted blue arm rush with the Blitz.
Amaru?
Blitz, Amaru. Was there a Ying? No, there wasn't
No.
a Ying, surprisingly. Probably flashbangs from the Hibana, right? For support, but like...
I'm going to say it. Because there was a team kill as well. And that was the 9th one we've seen. And it happened in the playoffs. Oh, it's been a while since I've said this. Like, everyone got to ready themselves up. That right there was a certified Jigesh Kurini moment.
There you have it.
We haven't had a lot of those, but what Hunters just did was make history. Not in the way they'd like to remember, but in a way that shall be remembered by the residents of South Asian Rainbow-Six-Siege. Today marks a day of highly anticipated certified JK moment. But yeah, no, really, what were they thinking? I'm sorry, that round was just, I take away from, okay, yes, I made a joke out of it. Yeah, I know. That's going to be CCV always. But really, how did they expect that to work? Ever. In any of the alternative universes as well. I mean, the thing is, again, context. Mercenaries are now around up, a single away from match point, 2 away from victory. This, like you had said, Jack, this is when Hunters were like, let's try it? Ah, come on.
I mean, if this were like map 1, right, and Hunters were like 4-2 or something up, yeah, sure, go for it, right? You've got the legroom to do it.
Yeah.
But not when you're 4-4 equalized.
And down a map.
And down a map. You're looking to equalize on the map count as well. And you're the best thing you can come up with is a blind blitz rush down blue elbow.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chief. That is, like CCV said, certified Jigesh Korini. Meanwhile, Hasib goes down once again. Hasib's second half has been rather awkward, I will say.
Yeah.
But Sandy's found, or was going to find too, wasn't able to clean up on MI7, but never mind, they're all in the site. Where are they coming from? Not site, second floor. But, oh, Taha?
He steps up when MRCZ need him. He gets 2 headshots. He's still holding second floor. And in the bomb side, you've got then constantly, pushing off the attackers, not letting them jump back in. These defenders, the way in which they're working, highly unusual but still effective. And that is really what's catching Hunters. They're like, how do you proceed forward? Good thing for them. They've got defender cams. They can get a little bit of information. I believe a bulletproof cam was also brought out from one of the defenders.
Yeah.
So maybe it gets more info. But yeah, there's plenty of drones. There are plenty of, Argus cameras, defender CCTVs and bulletproof cams to get info. Information is not going to be the problem, is the message I'm trying to convey. What is going to be the problem for Hunters is how do they act on it? Because Beat has got a DMR, not the best weapon in close quarter combat, and he's the only player who's tagged. He's on 40 HP or something along those lines. Taking a gunfight, him particularly taking a gunfight, is going to be difficult. The pressure now falls onto Jittery to isolate one of these kills and then move forward. Mercenaries are not looking to give away any of the kills, and why would they? They, on the safest spot possible, they will wait for the attackers.
Absolutely. They don't need to do anything, right? The timer's ticking in their favor as well until the diffuser gets, popped, as it were. But of course, diffuser's not going to be planted not until one of these two goes down. So again, the pressure is on the Hunters, more specifically on Jittery, to isolate one of these gunfights. Now, he's given his position away thanks to the Prisma. C4 goes out, will not find anything. Of course, the cross is there. Jittery, he walks away with that, but no, Taha gets the down.
5
and
seconds.
Of course, that means he can just run away with this. He's going for the revive. I don't think this is a good idea. There's not enough time for the plant. Miscommunication and ultimately a missed opportunity for the Hunters. Jittery, I mean, realistically speaking, even if he went for the plant, right, the timer would have bled over.
Yep.
And then he'd be caught in an even worse place. I think he was trying to get the revive off just
so
in case the final defender, decided to come back if they got the plant off in time. but it was a big risk either way.
True.
Unfortunately for Jittery, there's really nothing else he could have done there, so I can't even blame him for that. But for the Hunters, flooding in second floor, not a bad idea. The problem was they let up the pressure right when Taha was still there. And that, unfortunately, gave him the legroom required to, just completely turn the tables again. MercenarieZ, match point. Hunters on the precipice of an 0-2 loss after a flawless group stage. Talk about turning up the pressure.
Playoffs, you never know what's going to happen in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You never know how the teams are going to be performing in the playoffs as well. I mean, even our first matchup, I think, Baba and you, both of you had talked about, it going to decide a map, and then Shaheens had a really good performance on Villa at least. Team Park was a lot back and forth, and also, problems with the side of KIRA Esports with the communication with how they were playing that matchup. But this is just completely different. There's a whole another story. If Shaheens up against KIRA Esports was in the Financial Times of the newspaper, this is like breaking news.
Yeah, pretty
like
much.
Financial Times, it can be interesting, but you still expect it. This, in such a manner, no one saw it coming.
Yeah.
But still, there is that chance. Maybe, just maybe, Hunters win the final 2 rounds and they, push it to overtime. Problem is, even on overtime, will they get the win? Problem is, on Chalet, will they get the win? Many questions to be asked, and it's Jittery gone yet again. Top fragger, one of the top fraggers, sorry, gone off the board. Rattler departs, and MercenarieZ, they want to move on forward. They want to secure this BO3 now.
Absolutely. I just want to know where Taha got those kills from. I think it was on the rappel on tower, and he was probably peeking one of the bedroom or maybe hallway windows. Of course, Ayan is DBNO top of tower, and he's going to bleed out because the attacker pressure here stops anyone from coming in for the revive. There we go. Beat will secure the kill. He will get the defender cameras thanks to his passive ability, of course, which allows for more information for Hunters. This is something that, like you said, they've been lacking so far in this entire matchup. Particularly on Villa, I feel like a lack of info definitely had a lot to do with how they played there. But even on Oregon, something's been off about their drone work, something's been off about their camera placements, and how they sort of play around the fact that there is no Valkyrie involved. I mean, they should be used to it by now, but even then, the question has to be asked, right? Where has their info been going, and where's it been coming from, if at all? For the time being, we'll have to just wait and see. Sandy jumps in, gets rid of the frost. That's a seed gone, but shots are fired. Din wants to take another gunfight. Beat very low on HP, but still alive. Here comes another potential C4. I think, no, Din still has his. MI7 also has his. Okay, there's 2 C4s that Hunters need to worry about right now. I think Beat took one. That was Taha's C4. Taha himself taking damage. In the meanwhile, in the armory area, you're going to have to go right back in the trophy area, that is. Falls back into the side. Sparko pressuring from there. Sandy trying to jump down into attic main so that he can get into the site, apply pressure. But again, he's afraid of where these defenders could be because he doesn't exactly know where they are. Taha's back on this angle, but Sparko will get that kill. Yep, that unfortunate peek right there, not necessary.
They're playing good, but now Hunters have the advantage in this thing. MercenarieZ gave them that one kill. Sandy goes down. It's all equalized, 2 versus 2 and 20 seconds on the clock. Beat yet again, very low on HP. Last round it was Jittery who had to pull it off. This time it is Sparko. He's got full HP, pushing in. Does he anticipate the Warden? Yes, he does. Eliminate 7 is indeed going to be Hunters LFO, who win out the final round. MercenarieZ, they were doing good, but that one mistake of, re-peaking that angle, you just had to wait for the attackers. There was so little time on the clock. MercenarieZ were okay. They were peaking the angles a little bit, and then they fell back to the bomb side. They waited for the attackers. That was really smart. They were drawing the members of Hunters in, but sadly it just wasn't meant to be. And it's going to be basement laundry and supply yet again. Such a tough bomb site to win anyways, that Hunters will be attacking yet again for that, final round. Hunters will be looking to push it into overtime. On Villa, they were unsuccessful. They couldn't do it. This time on Oregon, a lot more likely considering it's 6-5 anyways. But it's the bomb side. That's been a major, thorn in the side of Hunters so far. They just cannot seem to progress forward, no matter what they've tried. They attack it normally, it still doesn't work out. They attack it whatever they were trying last time with the blitz and all. Of course, that's going to fail. This time it's a lot more standard procedure. Maverick comes in to open the hatches. 2 hard breachers being picked alongside a twitch that Jittery is opting for. So we can see the theory of these attackers. They want to open the hatches. They want to go for the execute properly, not rush in. Do MRCZ allow that?
That's going to be the real question here. MRCZ, whether it be with their plays or be with their denials, will try to just stop this from happening. Ideally, possibly even before it kicks off. But again, that will depend on where the Hunters go. Now, Jittery has been being taken down as the entry frag for MRCZ for the last couple of rounds. So he's going to need to avoid being taken down early, of course, as it were. He's had these troubles before, but beat. In the meanwhile, flashbang out. Of course, Maverick did lose his grenades. Wait, there's so many players on blue right now. Blue door, that is. You've got the Zofia as well. Grenades are going to go out. Of course, ADSs have been burnt. And shots are being fired. Beat is mighty low on HP, but Rattler gets away with that. Finds MI7. That's your Kaid gone. And Sandy fires through the... fires through the spray. Gets another Din gone. Zaha now the last one standing, but it's a flawless from Hunters. Folks, they did nothing other than push blue. There was one player on tower, I think. That's it.
Yep.
And they somehow won because MRCZ, everyone peeked it and lost the gunfight. Everyone peeked it and lost the gunfight. And well, folks, with that, we are now in, well, round number 13. Well, we'll get to round number 13 in just a hot minute. But MRCZ, what a time to take a timeout. I think, they definitely needed this. Sandy's already back on its feet, as you can see on the scoreboard. 17-10 in the map so far. That is 6 kills ahead of Hasib, who is MRCZ's top fragger right now. So, clearly doing a lot of work for the kills of Hunters. And of course, Jittery, Rattler, they're mostly doing a flex role right now. They don't have to go for kills. Sandy's got that taken care of. Sparko and Beat playing hard support this time around. Not really focusing on kills, is doing what they can, supporting the team, getting the drone work done, getting the breaches done, all of that. Of course, for MRCZ, it's a bit more mixed between everyone, right? No one's a clear fragger, no one's a clear, support. Except you could make the argument for Hasib, right? He's been going out and getting the kills, as it were. But with all that said, as the tactical timeout will come to an end in just a moment, we'll be going into the fabled overtime, folks. You know the drill, and we'll get to that. Again, I'm just waiting for the timer to end. Yes, of course, as me and CCV, we're all here. The 3 of us are at the studio, right, for this. So, CCV gets to experience the first, the drill, as it were.
Yes.
So, let's just see what the teams have. Like you can see, they're tense. It's overtime, almost about to be, right? So they're tense, they're apprehensive. They need to have a solid plan for this next round. They can't afford to think of round 14. They can't afford to think of 15 just yet.
Yeah.
They need to have a plan for this next round. And it's so long as they do, so long as they're able to pull something out here, something borderline miraculous for them, because the way that they're playing, they're both firing on all cylinders right now. So all credit where credit is due. And I think we should be ending the tactical timeout in just a couple seconds here. Not too long remaining. There you go, folks. So, you know the drill. Say it with me now. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play. It's round 13. The first overtime of the playoffs. Day 1, as expected. Let's go.
Attackers need to locate.
Can you just check on the mics? The mics are good? Okay. I feel like the sheer threshold and the tenacity of that may have, we got to make sure everything is running fine. But definitely, the one thing that's going to be blown on the minds of the viewers hearing this, but regardless of that, watching the gameplay as well is going to be just as exciting, because this has been these two teams, their level yet again. It was 4-4. Mercenaries had the advantage. They got 2 extra rounds. They pushed it into match point. They wanted to win, but the manner in which they lost both the rounds, highly different, yet the same thing. They just made that mistake of, peaking the angles. I think now is the time MRCZ should be beyond the point of realizing this is not Villa. They can't blatantly, openly peak the angles and expect stuff to go their way, expect kills and frags to flow in their direction. They gotta change things up. They need to be restricted. They need to be more restrictive, and they need to be a lot more conscious of the kind of kills they're looking for. So, MRCZ on attack. Yet again, Last time we saw these guys on attack, the score was 3-3. And this time, it's Taha who gets rid of Sandy. So that's the top fragger gone. And okay, this can be trouble. Certainly can be trouble for the side of Hunters LFO. Not the best of starts. They need this round win. Because next up, they'll be going on their own, basement laundry attack. So they need to ensure overtime match point is theirs. But this is really anything but the optimal start they were looking for.
Absolutely. I think we saw a brief flash of somebody breaking the garage door, right? I believe that was Sandy trying to go for a run out, maybe on a tower repeller or something like that. Unfortunately, that angle was being watched. So, him going down there, ultimately it makes sense. That is a risky run out to take at any point in the map, right? But to take it that early, I mean, let's be real here. For Sandy, that is expected behavior.
Yep.
Going for run outs and spawn peaks at the beginning. So it is what it is. Hunters will simply have to make do with what they have now. That is, of course, 4 players. They've got a Womai and a Jaeger, so very heavy on the denial. And tiny bits of damage have been done to Ayan and Din. Could have come from anywhere, really. It's like 1 bullet's worth, all things considered. So nothing to realistically worry about for MRCZ just yet. If anything, they'll be ecstatic to have gotten Sandy off the board this early. Like you said, top fragger, and very clearly the one leading the charge for the Hunters. So it's a lot of worry on the HLFO mind right now, as they will simply have to progress without him. Jittery Boiler position could be given away any second now. He's got to be careful about this. Rattler, wow, in the smoke, he actually goes for that peek and walks away with Ayan. That's an equalizer that they so desperately needed, and he's going to be reinforced out as well. A sacrifice, but a necessary one. He's going to hold down blue bunker like it's his life as Jittery sets up the site for the execute defense.
Now let's have a look at the attackers, right? Everyone in Hunters is ready for that blue and bunker take. Everyone is watching out. Din is on blue stairs. You've got Taha on the hatch in towards the meeting. Everyone is looking to jump in. The hatch drop down is present. Taha's inside of the bomb site. Location known, which means that, yeah, the breach will happen, but Mercenaries have forced off these defenders. They can plant the diffuser if they need be. They only have to worry about, any sort of retaliation they'll face or any sort of contention that'll happen. And Beat is present in the bomb site just for that. Taha goes down. That's diffuser drop inside of, Freezer as well. Another kill, and Hunters one by one, every single one of their gunfights goes their way. The bomb site is theirs, the round is theirs, an overtime match point. Now it's taken up by the team in orange. It's Hunters LFO on the brink of winning out on Oregon.
Well, like they say, if you're gonna perform, you better perform at the best possible time, and boy howdy have the Hunters picked the best possible time to start playing at pretty much the optimal way they could have today. 7-6, we're going to round 14, and this is interesting to me because Mercenaries have picked second floor dorms as their side of choice. Now looking back at dorms, we've gone, like MRCZ on the defense have gone to dorms exactly twice. Before this, both times Hunters have won. So it's an interesting and very risky decision for them to go there now, especially with Hunters winning basement laundry on the defense. But mind you, Hunters basement laundry defense, yeah, it was a 50-50. It was won twice by both sides actually. So that is, at least Hunters still had the safety of, yeah, we've won this side before. MRCZ haven't. So I wonder what's going on in their heads right now. They've got the Frost, they've got the peak we've seen before. This time bringing in Womai with Ayan, but Hunters have won this site. The last time they did, mind you, it got a lot closer than, anything else in this map. So it could be that MRCZ are banking on that fact that it could go just as close and will need to turn the tides. Now, that Jaeger I made 70 probably means that they're going to be actively looking for gunfights again. And for Taha, of course, the shotgun close range works out, right?
Yep.
You just have to pick his gunfights wisely.
Yeah, so where does Taha play? Does he play inside of Trophy? Yes, he does. Already tagged Sandy and he falls back. Ooh, these attackers, okay. They want to push in, but it's going to cost them. Hunters don't want to waste any time. This is quite interesting. Every single time we have seen the attacks from both Hunters and MRCZ, it's been quite slow. They slowly progress forward, get tower control, get attic control, push into armory, then you go for the breach. Hunters, no, they denied, blatantly denied, and they're like, we're just going to push up. First things first, what are you going to do about it? We want to get the bedroom breach open as soon as possible, the closet one, and indeed, it shall happen. Taha, yet again, he's next to it. He's got the shotgun in hand. Does he see an attacker? or is he flushed out before that? Any drone, his life is probably over, because he will indeed get pre-fired. The one advantage he's got, no one is aware, but that all can change. Sparko missed him.
Sparko see him? I don't think so.
No, he didn't. That's why Taha is still in that corner. He's still holding the angle. Hasib can draw it out. Taha is actually pushed even further into closet. Oh, and he gets second with the shotgun. That is going to be his end, but still a very valid contribution. He takes down one of the players before he dies himself. And yeah, Hunters will be a lot more careful with the kind of kills they want to go for.
That's a trade between Ayan and Rattler. The Ying going down, though, that means the side push will have to rely on more standard tactics rather than the Candelas of the Ying. So that's another big drop for the MRCZ camp right now. It's a 3v3 with 65 on the clock. They've got the time to hunker down. They've got the time to get used to their new situation right now. And Hunters, of course, don't have too much time remaining. MI7 still holding down the breach through that angle on top of White, but no, Hasib peeks aggressively, and so does MI7. That's 2 gone. And that, of course, leaves Jittery, the last one standing. He was gonna go for the peek on White, but not to be. Folks, this game is gonna reach the true zenith of Rainbow Six competitive. That is, of course, round 15. Maximum overtime is now in play. And you can see it on the Hunters' faces. They've got a little bit of regret about that last round, especially Jittery smiling wryly in the corner of his camera right there. He wanted to go for a White Stairs flank, but his teammates went down way too early for him to execute that properly. And of course, that will be one of their big regrets right now, as we have one final round. The final round.
Yep.
There's no more rounds after this. No infinite overtime, of course. And that means this round, whoever wins, walks away with the map. If Mercenaries win, we're done here.
Meeting, okay.
Meeting in
I believe
kitchen.
it's a pause just now. I believe a pause has been...
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like Mercenaries have taken a quick pause right here.
All right.
Let's just make sure all their players are in and, you know, everyone is ready. But as soon as that resumes, we'll definitely see a change and we'll see what bomb side Hunters want to go. But again, question arises, which bomb side are they looking to go? They already won out on laundry supply. That's done. Okay. Do you go for kids and doms? A bomb side where Hunters on their defense have struggled in the past? Or do they take up, you know, meeting in kitchen yet again? Or perhaps they throw a complete haymaker in there, but I don't necessarily think Hunters will be looking to do at this stage, you know, go for kitchen and dining. I think that's just completely out of the equation. So it's really up to the Hunters. I feel like they'll opt for second floor kids and doms once more. It's risky, but it's round 15. You gotta go for it. Having a look at the MRCZ members, yeah, there have been constant smiles. There's been everything, you know, up from their side. Yeah, you call it, you know, serious gameplay, or you wanna call it just, again, you know, good like mentality and just trying to have fun. Everything has been present. Hunters have definitely been a little bit more serious in this matchup, but I think that's got to do with how Villa went, and that's got to do with the situation already looming onto the shoulders of Hunters LFO. They lose this one round, that's it. They'll be out. They'll be into the lower brackets, facing off against KIRA Esports. So Mercenaries are, you know, essentially looking forward to secure it, and this is the one opportunity they had. Mercenaries had this chance twice before. 6-4 the score was, 6-5 it went, still equalized. They couldn't. They, you know, yeah, sadly for their side, they lost out on that opportunity. They can bank on this. They can capitalize off of it. And Hunters, they've gone for meeting in kitchen. Okay, tertiary bomb site, can still make it work. It's only a matter of the initial kill, and Hasib is on the ash yet again.
That is interesting. I mean, he is the kill leader for MRCZ right now, so I do kind of understand why. Give him the operator who has the highest frag potential pretty much in the entire game, right? Unless you count Diana's frag grenades. I mean, that it's debatable.
Yeah.
But right now, Hasib needs every opportunity he can get to get players, to get kills, to open things up for Mercenaries to then go for their setup and execute, so on and so forth. The role of the entry fragger, the role of the, you know, aggressive player, as it were, is never to be understated, folks. It is highly, highly important. Pretty much a cause and effect type of playstyle, all things considered. Because if the entry fragger goes down, then suddenly your setups will take so much longer to be done.
Yep.
But if the entry fragger gets like 1 or 2 kills, then boom, by the minute 30 mark, you're executing on the site. A lot of good stuff indeed. Meanwhile, Selma goes out onto the one piece of cover that Sandy had going from the reinforcement on that wall. Of course, that means he's open to getting shot from Big Window. But there's a player from down below watching Big Window with a shotgun. Hasib taking damage, then goes down. Beat gets the first one. Beats on. Sandy with another. Hasib off the board. 3v5. MRCZ under tons of pressure thanks to those 2 kills.
Yep. The KB gone. Ash gone. Down to the support players really to, you know, make some sense out of the situation. I mean, Ayan can go for a frag if he wants to. He's got the frag grenades with him. But really isolating these gunfights is going to get so much more difficult. Hunters, all they need to do is play safe. And my God, what a peek from
He just
Sandy.
gets away with that.
That's that's an excellent kill. He swings wide, headshot, and that's one gone. He even opts for the run out because why not? Might as well go for it. Ayan shuts down Jittery, gets 1 kill. There's a minute left on the clock. There's a minute for the side of Mercenaries to try and do something, but honestly, it feels like lost hope. Chalet seems like the rational, you know, consequence of this entire map. Chalet feels like what's coming next, but for Mercenaries, what may be next is more death for their side. Taha goes up white stairs, tags Sparko significantly, and the Eagles got no choice but to go back, and that is that, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Hunters LFO to secure out map number 2, and it's going to be Hunters to equalize the best of 3.
Equalize at probably the best possible time for them, saving themselves from the lower bracket. It is the Hunters who will walk away with now a win under their belt, equalizing the map count, going 1-1. And as you can see in that scoreboard, Sandy was 21-12, folks. Oof. That is a performance and a half from Sandy, and I think something that we'll be talking about once we go into, you know, the player counts and the match statistics and all that stuff, of course. We've got a long list of highlights to go through as well. This map specifically has given us everything worth talking about in a Siege competitive game. And boy howdy, it was a game and a half. I mean, kind of expected from a Hunters Mercenaries game, right? It took a minute to get there, but here we are, finally. After Oregon, it feels like the Hunters, once again, they themselves have now risen to that next league that we expect them to be at.
Yeah. They've slowly been, you know, improving themselves. We saw the start of Villa. Hunters nowhere to be seen on that entire map. Just no kills, no valuable map presence whatsoever. They moved on forward. They got better on Villa. Oregon, starting off, things were good. Let's have a look at the highlights as well. And, you know, let's see how things started on Oregon. And then, you know, they got a bit better, but still, MRCZ had the advantage. On attack, Mercenaries equalized it, you know, 3-3. Still favoring MRCZ. Hunters then got even better, pushed it into overtime, and that's when they really struck gold. That's when their performance was the best. And, you know, starting off this entire matchup, yeah, Hunters went for the all-out approach. Just go completely ballistic with the kills and go for the frags. But really, it went back and forth, you know. MRCZ also had that advantage time and time again. And it was just an active balance that both of these teams eventually reached out on.
Yeah, I mean, right towards the end, right? By the time we got to the last few rounds, it really felt like Hunters and MRCZ had been pushing each other up further and further, elevating themselves by their strides in gameplay, by the sudden burst of round that either team would take, and then pushing each other further beyond that as well. I mean, it almost feels like I'm describing a fight in Dragon Ball Z or something, the way it's been, but that really has been how it has been, right? That both teams have been constantly improving over the course of the map, constantly getting better, making new inroads into their enemies' defenses, and then now with, you know, the patch up from the opponents, the improvisations, the change in strategies, requiring new methods of making those inroads again. And it was just a treat to see these two go at it head to head like this. Mind you, going into Chalet, both teams will be pretty drained of energy, all things considered.
True.
And Chalet, I feel like, is going to be a bit sloppier from both, which might make for an entertaining match, might not. Depends on how we end up right by the end of Chalet. Of course, it seems like it's going to be a long night. So strap yourselves in, folks, because Chalet is going to be probably another humdinger of a game. We've got, of course, this match summary coming in, folks, for all of our viewers at home, and this is the one I'm excited about. Sandy, it says 1912 here. I thought it said 2112.
It may have been because of the
maybe
trades.
a couple of down
the
confirms
trades
and all
and
that.
the downs, but still overall excellent performance nonetheless. See, right, that's that's exactly what needs to be talked about the most. Sandy, we had mentioned him being one of the star players alongside Jittery for the side of Hunters. What Din and Ayan are to the side of MRCZ. Sandy and Jittery fulfill that role, and today Sandy definitely had an outstanding performance. Because
I see what you did there.
Because of his play style, but no, really, even when you factor in his rating being the highest, 1.34 overall, his opening kills as well, okay, a bit in the negative, but he always had that early presence. He was always, one of the players to constantly hound the side of MRCZ time and time again, pestering them like, kill me. Oh, come on, go for the kill. Even if they kill them, he's trying to waste their time, trying to waste their utility. At best, he can get those initial kills as well. But speaking of initial kills, Rattler really had the best time. Those frag grenades worked wonders. Him being on the sledge was also really good. 4-0 for him. As far as MRCZ is concerned, yet again, a very consistent performance from all of the players on the side of MRCZ. And sadly, that's the only thing. They lost by a single round. So you can't really fault these guys on the basis of statistics. Unlike Villa. On Villa, one of the teams really didn't show up particularly, but this time it was just that one final round that costed MRCZ.
And realistically speaking, that round could have gone either way.
True.
Right? Instead of the Hunters walking away with so many early aggressive peaks, it could have been that in the effort of doing so, they get taken out because Mercenaries managed to find their footing at just the right time. They just couldn't, right? They weren't quite there yet in their setup for that early second floor execute. And Hunters took advantage of that. Had Mercenaries been able to get ready in time, then probably Hunters would have ended up losing. And we would have been talking about a 2-0 finish rather than a 1-1 going into map number 3. But folks, of course, as you can see in the statistics, nobody had a quiet night by no stretch of the imagination. 8-7, the victory going to the Hunters. It was their map as well. They had to fight really hard for this. And then, of course, then there was one. Chalet, the last map standing. MRCZ attack first, and this, of course, is a twist on what we've been saying so far. Villa and Oregon, defender-sided maps. For Mercenaries to start attack first, they were starting on the side that was at the disadvantage. Now, MRCZ are attack first on Chalet. What is normally, at least in my eyes, considered an attacker-sided map.
To a certain extent,
To a certain extent, yes. So MRCZ starting off on the attack is already a twist in the tail of this game. And we'll have to see how that twist develops further, if there are any more sudden plot twists and dips and dives, as it were, as we go on with this match. Hunters definitely will be pumped up after that performance from them. MRCZ will be, but of course to them, it's going to be a little bit more before they can say that they have finished this game. It's going to be a 2-1 nonetheless. Whichever team wins, both have played their hearts out so far.
Absolutely. Yeah, you got to factor in that these teams, it's been a while since this best of 3 started as well, right? These maps, they've been pretty lengthy, and it must be getting to the players. I think once we jump into Chalet and once we see the player cams, we'll get a better advantage. But to further help these players and to, make sure that they are a bit rested as much as they can be, and also in order to help them to prepare for the next map, we'll be taking a very quick break. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned. Map 3 will be right in front of us very, very shortly.
the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Don't you think of myself for a while.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals. Here, hosted at the Esports Club, of course, presented by Ubisoft for Rainbow-Six-Siege, powered by Zotac, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is the real CCV, as we're back for map number 3 in this incredibly long match that is about to get even longer. Hunters versus MercenarieZ, the age-old conflict. Let's go into the map video to talk about what we've seen so far and what we can expect going forward, as it is now 1-1, and we are now in, of course, CCV's immortal words, in a glorified best of 1.
Yes, this best of 3 has indeed been converted into a glorified best of 1. Chalet is the map, and yet again, I think the question on everyone's minds is going to be the players and the condition in which they'll be playing. Maybe, just maybe, they may have, either one of these teams may have opted for a substitution, although that is also, it has its own risks. This isn't, traditional sports where substitutions are very, very common. If you have that team synergy, you don't want to break it. Unless a particular player in either one of the rosters is really tired, it's affecting them physically and mentally, then you've got to sub them out. For the side of Hunters LFO, if there indeed is a substitution, Venpai should be coming in, and for MercenarieZ, it's probably going to be Ashrit making that sub, but that is a major if case. I will take into consideration probably not, there won't be any substitutions. The players will just be looking to end Chalet as soon as possible, and if we keep that in mind, yet again, tiredness is going to be a huge factor, because this best of 3 has now, it's about to cross, the 4.5-5 hour mark. It's been a while since it has started. And for these players, it means again, they are playing the most serious Siege of their lives. I know a lot of people will be like, I've played Siege for 5 hours on end as well. And yes, a lot of people have. A lot of people love this game. But that may be in behind the scenes practice scrims, that may be in pugs, in ranked matches. That is really highly different to the scenario and the situation in which these guys are playing esports match right here for the playoffs for the South Asian Nationals for $11,000. Keeping that in mind, it takes a lot from you mentally and physically to be in.
That it does. That it absolutely does. And, in a competitive environment, you're constantly thinking, constantly actively trying to come up with scenarios and come up with solutions to the problems that you're being faced with whilst coordinating with 4 other living human beings. That takes a lot out of you than just playing Siege on ranked or something like that. Or even in scrims, right? Even in scrims, not a lot of players tend to take it too seriously, right? But in ranked as well, sure, you might be thinking you're playing it as seriously as comp players, but trust me, it's not even the half of it at the end of the day. But of course, enough about casuals and ranks and all that. We're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about this match, which already is pretty much gearing up to be one of the better matches of the playoffs and the better matches of the Nationals in general, given everything we've seen in groups so far. Hunters and Mercenaries, the last time they had fought, of course, was in the penultimate day of group stage finish, where they had fought each other to 7-5 on both maps, but it was a Hunters win. Hunters still didn't drop a map. Today is the first day that they have dropped a map in the Nationals so far. That is saying something else about their performance. But they've also taken one.
Yep.
Now we're in Chile. Mercenaries will be attacking first. This situation has just basically become one of those, like, there's nobody actually say anything about it, right? You say one thing and it could go that way, it couldn't. Most likely it won't, all things considered, because Hunters, they're just that kind of team, right? And tonight as well, they've been very unpredictable, right? Kind of turbulent as well in their performance. Yeah. They've woken up now, but harken back to Villa, it was very hard to say that even overtime would be possible.
Now, on Villa, really, it was MercenarieZ just having, a very easy escapade right there. They really didn't have to do much. Whatever they were trying, it was working, and it was certainly going their way by a huge margin. So, keeping that in mind, Hunters have managed to pull it back, and not only have they pulled it back, they have equalized everything. Now, to a certain extent, both of these teams will just have to forget what has happened on Villa, what has happened on Oregon, only think of Chile, only think of the one map. So, whatever the situation was prior is deemed null and void instantly. No matter how you won, no matter how you lost, doesn't matter what your performance was, doesn't matter what kind of plays you made, all of that, it's not going to be the most important. You just need to focus on that advantage, and that momentum is everything just completely tossed out. One could make the argument that, MercenarieZ had the momentum, had the advantage after the first map, after Villa.
Yeah.
They lost still, 7-8, but they lost nonetheless. Hunters have the advantage, but we know how strong of a map Chile is for MercenarieZ. Then again, we also know how strong it is for the side of Hunters LFO. And this really is the thing about Chile, is that both of these teams, are they in a position to take the risk and pull out something new, not go the standard route? Are they looking? We saw, we have seen newer things from these guys. Different methods of attack, different operator compositions necessarily on Villa as well. On Oregon, heavy presence from Hunters on that, roaming side of things and actively hunting for the kills. On attack as well, for a couple of rounds, they did some weird things. But they did something different. But again, desperate times call for desperate measures. Their backs were against the wall. Now it's all even Stevens. Do either one of these teams, make the decision of just trying out completely different something?
Like how you said, desperate times call for desperate measures, right? I think we'll have truly hit that peak the moment we see a Doc Rook Thunderbird come out, right? Because that is like in the underlying, right? Me, you, Aggressive, Baba, we've all been talking about it over the Nationals so far.
Right.
With Doc and Rook getting their respective buffs, arguably massive buffs as well. Chile, we've actually been seeing Doc come out every now and again as well as like this sort of 3-armor tank, right? Who can just go out there, take bullets like a sponge, heal himself back up, get kills, come back to site, all that stuff. So we will definitely see Doc, I feel like 1 or 2 rounds at least. But as soon as Doc Rook Thunderbird come out, that's when you've hit peak, right? Peak Siege moment. right there. There's a different word for that, but we'll say it when we get there, of course. Right now, speculations aside, I think we will see a couple of weird picks, a couple of odd picks. Maybe we might see another attempted blitz play from the Hunters.
Potentially.
It's happened before. Chalet Hunters, they've done the blitz rush before.
Yeah, they have.
It worked there. It didn't work on Oregon. So we'll have to see if they do it again. They could try for young rushers, of course. Zero could come out as well, or...
even Glass.
Glass? I mean, nothing's off the table at this point. They tried a blitz rush on Blue Elbow on Oregon. Nothing's off the table anymore.
That is true. I mean, for the side of, Hunters, they can do something. But now pressure's on MRCZ to a certain extent because the advantage MRCZ had during Villa and during, partially during, Oregon as well, them winning gunfights isn't there anymore. Now, it's genuinely what should have been at the start, right? A 50-50 fair fight. Mercenaries can't be like, as soon as we jump in, we'll get kills, we'll get those frags. They don't, and they cannot have this mentality anymore. So, as, we do not waste any more time, we can have a look at the players, and MRCZ still smiles for them. I mean, then definitely feels like if he's not, playing Rainbow Six, he's attending a stand-up show because he is smiling constantly.
Yeah.
And on the side of Hunters, still serious faces, so different approaches these teams have, but it's really the gameplay that matters the most. So without any further ado, let's jump in. Surely it is.
Map number 3, here it is. Ladies and gentlemen at home, we hope that you're strapped in and you're ready. Hunters LFO have the first ban on the map tonight. And of course, one of the final bans, it's going to be the Flores once again. Flores has become a stable ban when it comes to Chalet as well. Those RC Roteros so good at denying utility as long as there's no mute around the place. Flores and Twitch can be a very dangerous combo for defender utility. Now that, from the Mercenaries camp, is very interesting to me. Hibana is going to be banned. The Queen of Hatches and the Queen of making smaller breaches where necessary to open up lines of sight or small entryways. I think that's specifically what Mercenaries are trying to ban there, because Hunters on Chalet have shown a propensity to make smaller entryways, smaller, rotates, and get into sight or get into sight adjacent areas. But of course, I know CCV wants to talk about that Echo ban really badly right now, because that is not something we see at all.
But it's an operator Hunters play quite often. I believe Sparko takes up the Echo. It can be beat as well. But yeah, the two Japanese operators this time have been banned. Usually when we see operators of the same nationality, it's it's the Spanish duo in the form of Jackal and Mira. But no, this time it's Hibana and Echo that have been eliminated from the side of Mercenaries. Really very interesting. And then the final ban, set in stone, quite standard. It is Valkyrie taken off the board. So after the ban phase, Mercenaries are really going for the targeted bans, where Hunters are generally, staying in the regular vicinity of the ban composition and the operators you'd ban usually. But interesting from Hunters is opting for basement, snowmobile, garage, and wine cellar as their initial bomb site to start things off on Chalet. I mean, already they're on defense. One would assume they'd go to one of the stronger bomb sites, right? Bar and gaming, second floor office bedroom. No, they've opted for a basement wine cellar, which means that MRCZ will be caught a bit off guard. Already a couple of changes have been made to their composition. They're bringing a Thatcher because, on this bomb site, you need to prioritize the breach really heavily, especially at Snowmobile one. If you want, you can open up, wine cellar as well. But the defenders, what is their plan to hold them off? Thatcher hasn't been banned, so the Cade, Electroclaws, and the Mute Jammers, they can be, disrupted very, very easily if MRCZ see fit.
Absolutely, and I think that, of course, is kind of just bound to happen, right, all things considered. But Sandy's got a couple of interesting Mute Jammer positions all the way up on first floor, kitchen wall facing Trophy. Of course, that's for the drones that will go into Trophy room, right, to get the room up and running from the side of the Mercenaries attack. But I want to see what they do for the site itself. I don't think that Sparko has placed his artillers in any awkward positions, but wait a minute, Ayan gets the first kill. That's their Jackal, no, that's their Osa, excuse me, who starts things off, and that is Jittery gone as well. That's a big drop. Jittery in the last map, I mean, sure, First couple of rounds, he was taking it a little easy, playing on the back foot until he started to get his gears going, right?
Yeah.
It was Sandy for the majority of the map who was doing so much work, and he's going to be trying to do
Oh,
that. Oh
what?
my goodness, the smoke went off in his face, and he got the kill. Wait, why is there an OSA alert?
What?
He
What?
wins
Huh?
that?
Huh?
Beat?
Haha.
Yeah. You know how I said that this was going to be a sloppy game from both sides? It's begun. It's begun.
3 kills and 2 of them.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Okay, so then gets another, and
All right.
Hunters, who had the initial kill, yet again are outnumbered 1-2. MRCZ, full control. MRCZ want to, just essentially secure this round. I mean, yeah, they've got all the resources, right? Time with them, 75 seconds. Hatches open, manpower present, extra bit of utility. Yeah, we can spend our utility however we want to. No one is challenging us. It's really Hunters who will have to fight for their lives. Sadly, this fight may be short-lived. Now, both of these defenders looking at the wine hallway, looking at the garage hallway, waiting for an attacker to show face. Smoke canisters are going to be expended as well to get a bit more information as to where exactly MRCZ are coming from and to potentially deny them the area as well. But MRCZ are making progress nonetheless.
That they are. The smoke is going to be very hard pressed right now, but never mind. Both of them peak simultaneously and get taken down simultaneously as well. MRCZ take round number 1 over the Hunters. And again, the Hunters really should have done a bit better, especially with Sandy giving them that opening advantage. Now, Beat, I have no idea how he lost the gunfight. I think, so half of that gunfight was him trying to deal with the shield, right? And with the way Osa retracts her shield, it is to her right side, where Beat was. So some of the shots were missed. But Beat still had plenty of time where the Osa was still in recovery, taking out her gun. And realistically, he should have been able to get that kill. I think just a bad moment right there happened for that Jaeger. Couldn't finish it off, and of course that put, and once Sandy went down, that put Hunters in that unwinnable position where realistically it wasn't going to go their way. So unfortunate, but it is what it is. They'll simply have to say that and move on. Round number 2, we're going straight up to the second floor, the more expected site, as you were pointing out. Second floor dorms and office.
Right, so on this bomb side, Hunters should be a bit more confident. And yet again, it's not confidence that they're lacking, it's just simple procedure. How you move on forward in a particular round, Even if you've lost a bit of manpower, you don't completely give everything away. You don't go that method of, start throwing wild punches and swings and haymakers at your opponent, because your opponent is just going to, escape from all of them, go for a couple of jabs here and there, and then essentially knock you out. If I would put it in boxing terms, you don't completely lose yourself and, throw whatever you have in the tank. You can't go for kills like that. You still need to be restrictive. You still need to be a lot more, focused and concise with the method of entry. And not the method of entry necessarily, but the method in which you want kills if you are at a man disadvantage. So keeping that in mind, even if Hunters don't have the best of starts, can still pull the round. We just saw that from MRCZ. 4v5 for them, still got a kill, and they still got multiple kills actually, and ended up getting the round for themselves. So this time, it can be the same. All that everyone really is waiting for is that initial kill, and Jittery takes it, wins it, Hasib gone, but it's an instant trade, and Mercenaries are once again swinging back into action.
Beat now the next one on the chopping block, as he is on that west main area inside of kitchen hallway, actually dining hallway I should say, as Sandy for cover from long range gets one. That of course being Taha. A trade in return makes it a 3v3. They need a couple more here to try and really push for an advantage. As Mercenaries, mind you, most of this action from them has happened on this part of the map, and never mind, Rattler and Beat find 2 more. Beats looking for Ion as well. The swing from Solarium Stairs, ill-advised as it was, gets punished. Ion has to do a lot right now. Recover diffuser, get these 2 kills. Both players are downstairs as well. Mind you, site is second floor office and bedroom.
Right.
So, that's a point of contention, as it were. Secondary EMP is thrown as kind of like a distraction, but it won't work. Sandy gets that kill. Ion falls. And Hunters this time in that what is now pretty much their signature off-site aggression will get the second round.
It's working. The offside aggression is working.
Oh, it definitely is.
It worked on Oregon to a certain extent, and on Chile, they're looking to perfect it time and time again. Question is, MRCZ, when will these guys start, or if these guys will start, executing onto the bomb site directly? Because unlike other maps, on Chile, you can't necessarily do that. It's almost as if the way in which this map is structured, you need to go for a roam clear.
Yep.
Because if we take the different bomb sites as an example, right? In the bomb site we are on currently, first floor bar and gaming. How are you looking to enter the bomb site first? Most, if not all, would give the direct answer. You jump in towards the bar window. Oh, sorry, the games window, my apologies. You can't. There are too many anchors in the bomb site. There are defenders on library from the hatch watching the doorway. C4s will be tossed at you. There will be defenders in the hallway next to you towards the stairs. You will get bombarded. You cannot counter defuse or fall back. This is not, this is not like any of the other bomb sites. So you need to clear out the roamers. You need library control, or you need first floor bar and the hallway, the bar hallway control. This is not like, again, on some other maps, you can directly execute onto the bomb site. If I think of an example, Skyscraper, office and initiation, you still need a little bit of control on office and initiation, but if you can get the main breach done on Skyscraper, you can still, directly execute onto the bomb site. That possibility is present. Even on Bank, even on Bank actually, if you can get square control and execute into CEO office, maybe the post plant works. But on Chile, that's not possible. So MRCZ need to contest this offsite aggression from the side of Hunters LFO. But like I have said, doing so is so much more easier said than done, You can't just deal with it. You have to go for the kills, have to go for the players. Let's have a look at Rattler. Let's keep our eyes on him. Ayan is holding the angle. Question is, does the mute peak or does he stay?
He's gonna have to make a decision quickly as well. I feel like there will be drones approaching. Rattler trying to take them out one by one, shotgun no less. But he's gonna get a little passageway going towards first floor, but this is where a lot of the attackers are, especially towards that kitchen side. He's been forced out of the bottom floor, but I don't think he's gonna worry about that too much. After all, site anchor is something the mute absolutely excels at, but he's got to be careful. Actually deals with a couple of the Selmas on the wall. Couldn't quite stop the breach from happening, but still, it's an important thing nonetheless. Now, there's an interesting push that MRCC have kind of gone for here. They're playing in the hallway, but no, wait, they didn't clear Beat properly. Ayan, the Osa, goes down this time. Yep, Beat will be happy about that one, as that is going to be the first kill for the Hunters LFO right now.
First kill secured, and now still they are relentless with their pressure. Okay, Nade forces out Beat to, take new shelter under master bathroom, but he's still holding a highly aggressive angle. Problem for MRCZ is time is running out. The bomb site is first floor, bar and gaming. The attackers, they're dying on second floor. Library control, yes, it's with Haseb. Well, what can you really do with it? He gets one kill, gets rid of the frost, but still on the bomb side, there are no avenues for execution. Taha went for the Ace Selma breach. He wanted to go in, but everyone's dying out, and you can't just jump in the window, mate. You are going to be shot down, and Hunters LFO, yet again, solid defense round from their side. This time, everything worked nicely. It wasn't perfect to the best round, but these are the kind of rounds Hunters LFO should be looking for, consistency, and again, great team play and great siege overall. This is what can win them a lot of these defensive rounds, because otherwise MRCZ will run rampant all over the map of Chile if you let them as attackers. If you keep them under control, they shall stay under control. But for Hunters LFO, yet again, they don't want to go back to Snowmobile Garage. I can't fault them for that. That bomb site always as well favors the attackers a lot. Direct breaches can and will happen. So it's quite risky. That's why they have indeed opted for kitchen and dining. Not even the tertiary, the quad, the fourth bomb site is all I'm trying to say. Yeah, but even here, even on kitchen and dining, Chile is such a map where even though the attackers really have a prevalence overall statistically and they have that prowess over the defenders, the defenders still have the advantage of picking really any bomb site they want. This isn't a clubhouse, you know, where one of the bomb sites is completely off limits. Here on Chile, you can go anywhere you want, really.
Yeah, and that's primarily, I think, the great part about Chile, right? That all 4 bomb sites are in their own ways viable. Not just viable, but very viable, in fact. With the right rotations, the right operators, and of course the right site reconstruction, you can make these sites near impenetrable fortresses, which then forces the attacker's hand. Of course, attacker repick has mitigated the daunting nature of these sorts of defensive picks to a certain degree, because you can now specifically pick operators tailored to that site, operator comps tailored to that site as well. But of course, all is dependent on how the teams end up performing. Sandy playing by that piano window, very risky position to be in. He was aggressively peeking it as well just a minute ago. But of course, has since fallen back. Hasib coming down, all the way down to the ground floor, in fact. Will just decide to try and get rid of utilities in the first floor, I think, is the decision making there. Because there's plenty of operators trying to push towards second floor, right? Second floor bedroom and office, because that's the area that's directly above the site. Site adjacent room doesn't get any more adjacent than that.
Right.
So we'll have to just see how they sort of get the roam clear going, get these players out of here. Now this Osa is going to be a menace. These shields on the windows, both windows are going to be very, well, they would have been thoroughfares, right, for jump outs and all that, but no longer. As Sandy, this is a very precarious position. One player behind him outside a bathroom window, the other player inside a bedroom. Could be one approaching from piano as well. He's expecting somebody to be there, and he's pushed up once again. There's a player behind him on the shield, will be giving away the collar, but no. He's just going to play around with this instead. Gets rid of the shield again, makes it opaque. And that forces Shaheen to jump in. He's going to chase the kill right now. Will he get it? No, he doesn't. Sandy gets one. Walks into office. He's got a full breach to play with, but no. Unaware of another's position is DBNO. Will probably be killed, but Jittery is now here for backup.
The reinforcements are in. Hunters LFO hold their position. Make sure MRCZ yet again can't get vertical control very, very easily. Mercenaries are trying their best. All they want is the diffuser to be planted, have good post-plant positions, and then play off of them. Taha has the diffuser. He's got the support of Haseb, but still the active execution is what deters MRCZ the most. The evil eyes are present from Sparko as well, alongside that Alda that's going to go off very shortly. The flank eliminated, but one of the attackers follow suit. It's the same result for them. Jaeger holds the angle. Thermite goes down. That's diffuser drop. There are 10 seconds left on the clock. MI7 now gone, leaving the IGL all by himself. And yeah, there's just too much for Hasib to do. It's going to be another round favoring the side of Hunters LFO. Their defense is really looking very, very good. The team plays there. They're not losing gunfights anymore. I feel like communication has improved a lot as well. And this time, Smiles boarded on multiple players. Beat as well. Sparko. Everyone is feeling better, and they're definitely feeling themselves. As for MRCZ, I think pressure is getting to them.
Not just pressure, but the drainage of energy, right? After the last game, they will have definitely been feeling the effects of playing such a long 8-7 map, and going into this one where attack, sure, Chalet again to an extent is considered attacker friendly, but you have to make it that way, right? You have to play the attacker compositions that you can use to make it attacker friendly, more so than any other map. Sure, you know, Oregon and Villa, they're still considered defender-sided despite, you know, Chalet being considered attacker. That's primarily because most attacker comps on Chalet, so long as you have a breacher, so long as you have a couple of deniers, and just, you know, roam clear, just done properly, it can still be, you know, taken over. But Hunters have shut it down for 3 rounds now. 3 rounds straight after Mercenaries took round number 1, as Hunters have been employing everything in their arsenal. Now they've got the cap can coming out from Beat, Rattler on the smoke, back on the smoke I should say. Sandy's back on the alibi. You've got the mirror from Sparko once again. It's really a daunting ask for the Mercenaries at the moment because, like we said before, Mercenaries were the ones to really bring out and popularize Chalet as a map in South Asia, as a viable, playable map, right?
Yeah.
But Hunters have long since taken over the title of the reigning champions on this map. However, with Sandy going down first, Din with a very important kill, this could turn the tides.
We'll see, and we'll wait and watch the effects of that. Still, the defenders, you know, they're like, one of us went down, that's perfectly fine. We can still contest for kills. Us as Hunters LFO on our defense, we've got a 2-round advantage already, and it feels like Hunters are looking for that 4-2 mark, you know, have a set advantage before the side swap takes place. Achieving that, yet again, I mean, I think 4-2 is the rational outcome, or will be the rational outcome. This round favors MRCZ because Hunters just did not have a good start. Sandy eliminated by himself, Jittery tagged significantly, Beat also departs, and the attackers, one by one, they're picking off the defenders. So just how good Hunters and their defense and their synergy was earlier, it's the other side of the spectrum for that. It's the polar opposite. Yeah, sadly for them, they just can't get their footing properly. They just can't seem to, you know, move on forward and get a good round. All down to Sparko, he's going to be eliminated, and it's a quick round that's done and dusted, flawless for MRCZ, but still job not yet done completely. They trail by a single round, and yeah, these players know how much work they've got left to do.
I mean, a lot, that is for sure. You know, Hunters still have the lead, right? They still are 3-2 up. MRCZ are currently still trailing behind, given that they have to win another round, and then they're going defense on Chalet. So that, of course, leaves the question wide open. Where do we go from here? Office, of course, would have been Hunters' round had they played it a little bit better. I feel like they were all just kind of wandering about, trying to go for kills and trying to hunt for kills, right? Like how they normally do. But the coordination felt a little off. They played it very loosely and pretty fast as well. They didn't really give each other time to like consolidate, I feel. So they end up with rounds lost, and now we're going to be going into round number 6. The site is first floor bar, immediately changing up Hunters, knowing full well that they cannot afford to make the same mistake twice. This is, after all, Mercenaries, whom they're going up against. This time, once again, Sparko with the Razor Blooms of the Thorn. You have the mute from Rattler. The same pick, actually, I think, that we saw from round 3, Hunters LFO, when they came back to this site. So it worked once. Surely, if they play their cards correctly, it can work again.
It can. Yeah. The Razor Blooms can be again an effective way to damage the attackers, potentially in certain situations if the attackers really messed up badly, get rid of them completely, and of course force them off of certain positions, you know, ensure that they're not moving on forward too quickly, or they're in a prominent angle from which the defenders themselves are at risk. So we'll keep an eye out for the Razor Blooms, see where indeed they go off, if they do even. But overall, from the side of Hunters, yeah, their early round preparations are done. Now they can wait for the attackers. Now they can wait for them to see, and they can also anticipate, you know, exactly where the attackers should be coming from. So looks like Mercenaries want that library control, and they'll do anything to get it. No roam clears just yet. They've got people on library, they've got people on first floor as well. A smoke goes off next to the bomb chassis, I believe outside, and it's clipping through the wall. That is quite interesting. Maybe it was a misclick, you never really know, or it was intended for someplace else. But that is now Hasib gone first, and yeah, MRCZ really wanted a direct library control. Sadly, it has costed them. Diffuser gone, Hasib and Taha also eliminated.
MI7 in mudroom right now, and you have a player throwing a grenade in from the top. MI7 looking for somebody in the pantry hallway, but can't quite land the shot. Of course, mudroom is a powerful position to be in, but he's going to take a ton of damage. He's downed as well. Rattler cleans up the kill, and it's all up to Din and Ayan. Din with a grenade, Ayan with a kill. Rattler to go down. That's 1. They need 3 more. They've got time as well. 65 on the clock. That means they can just wait and bide themselves. But wait a minute. Jittery's all the way out towards the office side. He gets one, nearly gets the Jackal as well, being tracked, but it doesn't matter to him. He's going to peek all the way until the day is done. And Din just kind of has to deal with this very, very antsy Frost on the second floor. Players from down below shooting at his location as well. How much can he realistically even do here? The Frost will find him. Jittery finishes off the round. Hunters, like you said, the very rational idea would be a 4-2. Well, it is exactly that. No plants either in the first half so far. I think we've had, what, like 1 or 2 plants in total so far in the entire match.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's
On
all been about
Villa,
the kills.
Yeah, even on Villa, the one round I really remember is Sparko's 1 versus 1. Even
Yeah.
that plant wasn't confirmed. He got the elimination. And
No, there were 2 plants on Villa, actually.
there were. Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
All
I've got it written down here. One is related to Sparko, but it's all the way down in round 9, actually. And the other, again, by Hunters on round number 7.
Oh, interesting, interesting. Alright, but yeah, this entire matchup, the teams haven't really focused too much on, the diffuser. Maybe it's because of the map choice. I mean, had we seen Clubhouse, I feel like we would have potentially seen a lot more of diffuser cons, especially on Basement Church and Arsenal. But regardless of that, however these teams want to finish the rounds, that's how they shall be ended. If they want to go for the kills, which they definitely want to, that's the procedure we're going for. Those are the kind of methods we're looking to, have, and those are the kind of ways in which they're ending the rounds. Well and good, that's perfectly fine. No worries with that. It's more about the victories for the teams, and again, this applies to both the rosters, MRCZ and Hunters, right?
Yep.
There's no particular team that's really winning right now, even though it seems like, yes, Hunters have the 2-round advantage. MRCZ have still had their ways in this map of Chalet. They've still won a couple of those rounds, and they'd like to increase it even further. So, with that being in mind, it's their defense. Hunters, very similar tactic of attack. The only major difference is going to be the Nomad brought out by Sparko, a proper flank watch being set up instead of just drones and claymores, what MRCZ were relying on. But also it means that in terms of hard breachers, well, they have no hard breachers. So it's very interesting what Hunters are looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to have to see, we are going to have to see, of course, how they approach this situation. And like you said, no hard breaches, right? So there's no coming in from Mezzan, and I feel like they want a brute force from Solarium.
Yeah, from
Rattler with the
bathroom or
diffuser,
something.
yeah, he just went in, right? He just repelled in the double window. Sparko's here as well. He's just picking up his own drone, as it were. Ion's taking damage. Rattler already going to work, it seems, and Ion will go down. That's Jittery to take that kill. Big first drop as well. Your Jaeger is now gone. Nobody has gone towards library, curiously enough, as I feel like there's going to be a grenade towards the bathroom shield in just a second. Sparko's drone has given away the smoke's location as well. Hasib constantly getting pinged. A grenade could fly his way. He knows this. So he'll fall into the closet. MI7 goes down. Sandy to take the second kill.
More to follow, and Hunters, yeah, it's looking to be a flawless round. Taha finds one, and that's that. Yet another elimination and yet another round going the way of Hunters LFO. The players are still in the matchup, but yeah, it's getting to the players as well. I mean, looking at Sandy right now, seems to be not under the weather. That's like sick. That's CCV's under
He's
the
like
weather.
he's fighting the sleep, right? He's fighting the sleep, yeah.
But still, again, the thing is, that's your body forcing you. Like again, it's, I mean, I don't know too much of like medical terms and like how humans work. Commerce student, I barely know anything. But it's still, yeah, for these players, with so much going on, like keeping their minds focused on the game is a big part of the job. And I feel like, yeah, this is one thing that everyone can relate to, It's 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m., 3 a.m. You and your friends have played 4 ranked matches. Lost all of them. You still won the MMR. You still just need to make sure, just one game, I'll still be platinum. Just one game, I'll be plat 3. Just one. We'll ban out Kilnall. We'll play on Chalet. Just one more game. But your body is telling you, no, really, you can't. And that right there's a decision most people have to make, like, do we continue or not? Sadly for these players, they've got no choice. But yeah, that's part of like traditional sports as well, right? And there is a reason why we're talking so much of that right now in the playoffs, because again, Jack, right now it matters the most to these players.
Oh, yes.
Whatever late night matches they must have had, because we have had a couple of them here in the 2022 competitive year. All of them that happened in the community cup, so like the early stages of the pro series as well. they didn't matter as much. Like, they still mattered to these players. Of course they did. But compared to the South Asian national playoffs, oh, it's a different feeling. So yeah, so far, no matter what's happening to Hunters, their performance and whatever, sleepiness Sandy surely had, he is still performing. Sandy, he's got 9 kills, highest in the entire server. He is just 1 away of reaching double digits yet again, and Hunters are 1 away from getting match point, and they're on their way to do just that.
Absolutely. Sparkle will go down, but Jittery's on the hunt for another. Will find the Mira. There you go. And really, the plant could go down, and there's not much that that Mercenaries can do about this. Ayan is just on the magic fix, so Sandy will put him out of his misery. MI7 gets the trade, but Beat is right there to trade immediately back. And you can see that Sparkle, is just all smiles right now.
Yep.
He is, just getting himself amped up, keeping his team amped up as well. Hunters now match point, series point, all the points. It is now on their favor, as it were. And at the minute, Mercenaries, you can see once they were all smiles, they were joking, laughing, playing jovially. Right now, it's all serious faces as they contemplate the fact that they could very well lose in this situation.
Yeah. And what started with Villa, what went on to Oregon, can now be ended on Chalet. Hunters LFO winning and moving on forward, facing off against Shaheens. And you must gotta imagine, right, that Shaheen, surely they will be watching this matchup, and Shaheens as well will be considering how this match has been progressing,
Exactly.
definitely preparing themselves for tomorrow. Because tomorrow, I mean, again, given if the fact that if Hunters win, which seems like the rational probability and possibility right now, tomorrow's matchups are going to be MRCZ KIRA, Hunters and Shaheens. If that happens, yeah, both Hunters and Shaheens, not only will they be, VOD reviewing their own matchup, figuring out what went wrong for their side, improving their gameplay overall, they of course will be focusing on this best of 3 as well. And the thing is, this is the one advantage these teams now have in the playoffs compared to the group stages. In the group stages, you had 7 potential opponents that every single one of them you had to face off. So if I am someone from, say, Hunters LFO, I have to see the gameplay of Team UWU, of Team Won't Stop Peaking, of Militant, MRCZ, everyone. Now, it's a lot more streamlined, so it saves time for these players, and the, analysis they can have is going to be a lot more streamlined as well. But right now, all of that analysis needs to be put into effect in the server, and in the server, Mercenaries, once more, Ayan is gone, Hasib is tagged, no way for them for these guys to heal back up. Hunters want to just be, running through the map and get that final round. They don't want to waste the time. They want to end this as soon as possible. Mercenaries looking to delay their opposition. Yet again, will they be able to? That's the main question.
And that's the thing, right? They got the drone confirmation on where Ayan was, and they immediately went for him. Like, nothing spared in taking that Mozzie out, because they know full well if Mozzie stays alive, any drones he's captured become a liability. They can't afford to let that happen. And I'm pretty sure Ayan, even if he caught a drone, it probably still wasn't in its final position, because Mozzie drones keep changing positions, right, as the round progresses. They're kind of similar to Valcams in a sense, that last Valcam specifically. But of course, that is all that could have happened, didn't happen, doesn't matter at the moment. What matters now is the fact that MI7 could probably be next on the chopping block if he isn't careful. There's verticality set up by the Buck as well, playing down to up, which is not a very normal thing you see even on Chalet. Map like Chalet, that is, as MI7 is peeking over this railing, trying to get a line of sight on that Buck. As shots are fired from down below, his position, MI7's position, is given away, and Rattler will get Din in the meanwhile with a grenade. Hasib fires back, Rattler goes down, but Hasib goes down as well. Jittery gets that kill. The the Buck, runs away before things can get too dicey on that vertical peak that he was peaking just a moment ago. Diffuser has been recovered, 45 on the clock. Hunters, time is running out, but they've got the body advantage, not counting the fact that Beat is severely low on HP right now.
Oh, that is true. Mercenaries, yet again, they've got plenty of explosive utility. Look at that, 4 impact grenades. Azami Kiva barriers present as well for MI7. He can start launching them through the knives, and it's going to be, knives out very, very soon for the side of MRCZ, but still it's bullets what matter the most, and the bullets that shall be fired need to be lethal, need to get to Hunters LFO, otherwise Hunters will be getting to the upper bracket finals. It's all down to Jittery against Taha. 1 versus 1, 6 seconds on the clock, and he secures it! That right there. And you can see Sparko as well. Oh man, the delight. All the people watching, even if you aren't, fans of like Hunters, or if you like a particular other team, you can still understand the joy like these guys must have gone through. And yeah, Sparko definitely being the most vocal one. Still, the other players, there will be a huge amount of relief for multiple reasons. I think the primary one being Hunters still secured it. Hunters still secured the matchup, no matter what happened on Villa. It was theirs.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, Villa really just feels like a completely different game now compared to what we've seen so far, right? Even after Oregon, we could logically follow the path, right, from Villa to Oregon. Hunters towards the end, they did pick up, right? And in Oregon, we saw more of that. And in a way, now, having finished off Chalet, it kind of feels like the way it was about to end, right? Because Hunters, they kept going up and up and up and up and up. MRCZ, by the end of Oregon, you could slowly start to feel them, just crumbling a little bit, slowing down. Their defense is coming lower and lower, as it were. And unfortunately, the flying high that they were doing earlier, I think going from 6-4 to 6-6 was what really sealed it for them right there.
Even
let's go into the highlights and talk a bit more about it. Yeah. Overtime, as soon as they went overtime, I think MRCZ really deflated from there. And it kind of never stopped, especially in the break between. And the first round they took here and the other round, what was it, round 5 that they took, right? Again, they looked good on the rounds that they took.
Yeah.
They just weren't able to string the performances together.
I mean, it's kind of like Hunters for a bit on Villa as well, right?
Yeah,
the couple of rounds they managed to win, they were looking good. And we know the potential Hunters have. We also know the potential MercenarieZ have. It's kind of about consistency, which again, a consistency in a very specific and a very short-term manner, which doesn't get talked about a lot because it's really not something that should be talked about. If a team is having a bad day, they're just having a bad day. The kind of matches we have seen in the best of threes in the group stages of the nationals, if a team just can't get any foot forward, sadly for them, they probably usually lose out the best of 3 like 0 and 2. Here, that almost was the case, but we saw so many changes taking place in the teams in the middle of the maps. Which is what makes it interesting, and which is also what makes it so, interesting for all of us viewers, right? Seeing Hunters improve and improve and improve, even if you aren't, like I said, even if you aren't a Hunters fan, you can appreciate that. Seeing MRCZ's performance, be really, really good, but start to defragment a little bit, you can understand why that happened. But for the players, that's a scary thought, and that's a scary position to be in. I have, again, I'll give an example, like everyone, put yourself in the shoes of like MRCZ or Hunters. The way in which you started and the way in which you ended all over the course of the past, however many hours it has been.
I think like 6 almost.
No matter how many hours it has been for this best of 3. You think of the progression these teams have had, and eventually everyone will realize consistency is a big factor. But I feel like there will not be too many consistent plays in the playoffs, considering the caliber at which these teams play, considering how back and forth everything is going to be. Which essentially, my final, summary being, yes, the playoffs are going to be very interesting for us as viewers, as casters, and as people watching and enjoying the game. But for these players, it's going to be nerve-wracking heading into a map.
Absolutely. Every single match, every single map is going to be absolutely nerve-wracking, absolutely terrifying as well in a way, because you don't know what to expect. All 4 teams here have at some point in their lifespans been known as masters of improvisation at their craft, right? Masters of roam, masters of anchor defense. Back when, Oregon turtle defense used to be a thing, right? You would turtle up all 5 players in the site. I feel like back then, KIRA really used to pull ahead, right, in Oregon. Oregon used to be one of their favorite maps. Now look at it, when the meta has changed, it's all about reconstruction, right? Breaching and Kiba barriers and mirror windows and all that stuff. KIRA does not play Oregon at all anymore. they've
Not too much, yeah.
completely shifted. Yeah, unless they're taken there.
Yeah, unless it's like a decider map, and
Yeah.
like if it happens, it will happen later
Exactly.
into a veto.
Exactly. But now they play more of Clubhouse, a map that is more suited to things like reconstruction, like
Exactly.
flanks and all that. KIRA is a very adaptable team, and yet they fall short because this meta, in a way, doesn't quite agree with their steadfast playstyle. This meta, if anything, agrees more with Hunters and Shaheens, and to a degree MercenarieZ, all of them can improvise, all of them can change the pace of the game in a heartbeat. Just give them a round and suddenly the game goes from steady last 30-second pushes to minute 30 and the round is done, kind of.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. There has been a huge shift in the dynamic of Siege. And again, of course, this is different to other regions. You know, many times regions who are really focused, or like the meta of the region is really focused on slow utility burn
Yeah.
plays, where maps like, again, like Cafe and Skyscraper are preferred. The late round pushes, the 30-second meta is going to be quite prevalent because you need that heavy presence of, you know, the execute, the diffuser, the utility clearance. But right now, for South Asia specifically, things have definitely taken the approach of kills, which is good and bad, because it's good in the way that kills are the most effective advantage you can ensure in a matchup, right? Even if you are the most utility oriented team, if you get a kill, it's still going to be really beneficial, equally as beneficial as you wasting a lot of the utility on the side of the opponents. You know, you just completely take off an entire player from that round. One set of, you know, utility and guns, everything is gone. So keeping that in mind, these teams want to be a lot more direct in the way they are attacking and even defending. Having a look at these highlights, right? Let's see how many early round kills we witnessed. There were plenty of them.
Oh, yeah.
And eventually towards the late round, it became a 3v4, a 3v3, a 2v4, or something along those lines. But both of these two teams traded blows time and time again quite early into the rounds. Very, very few rounds where, you know, the initial kill took place like after the first minute. It's usually in the first minute someone dies. But regardless of that, still very entertaining gameplay nonetheless, and it's up to the teams. Whatever kind of meta they want to go for, they can. We have seen it evolve. We shall see it evolve even further. Maybe the playoffs are the breeding ground for that, right? Maybe the playoffs are what inspire up-and-coming teams, up-and-coming players, and of course inspire these teams to do something different as well, because it really is the pinnacle event of the 2022 competitive year.
Absolutely. For South Asia, this is it. It doesn't get any better than this,
Yeah.
right? The biggest prize pool, the biggest stakes, and of course, the best players selected over the course of the entire competitive year through Pro Series, through Community Cups, all the like. It has all led to this moment, to these 4 days of matches,
Right.
the first of which has concluded today, folks. It's been a long one, like we said. Multiple hours of streaming, watching, and casting, and playing, of course, for these teams, specifically Hunters and MercenarieZ, because really, the Shaheen's game from earlier, Shaheen's KIRA, feels like a footnote compared to what we've seen so far. And not in terms of quality, just in terms of time spent on it.
Yeah.
The Shaheen's game was a quick one compared to this. It was over in a jiffy. And yet, here we are, right towards the tail end of the highlights of this particular match. It's been a hell of a game. I think we can all agree on that. And win or lose, I think MercenarieZ can still be proud of however many wins they got.
Yeah.
I think Chalet will just be the sticking point for them from here on out, going forward into their game. Now that they have lost, they'll be going into the lower bracket, right? So they will be fighting against team like KIRA. So Chalet will be a sticking point for them, improving thereon. And Oregon, especially losing that match point, that was devastating for them, absolutely.
I feel like MRCZ may pick up Oregon again, but enough, you know, that's all speculation for tomorrow. We'll deal with those matches tomorrow itself. Right now, we have to talk about what exactly happened on Chalet. And yeah, this is now polar opposite to what had happened, you know, on the map of Oregon, on map number 2, where everyone was so consistent, everyone was so equal. This time, MRCZ as well, trailing by 5 rounds. Even in terms of kills, it was mainly Ayan, who again, being that star player, you know, he got 7 kills. That's only equal to the amount of times he died as well. They just couldn't move on forward. The ratings of Hunters LFO as well, 1.56. I think that's the highest. Yeah, 1.56 is the highest we've seen in the entire best of 3 from Jittery nonetheless. 12-5 for him. So Jittery went from having again a really quiet day early on to now having a good performance and a really stunning performance. A KD of over 2. I think everyone in Hunters will be happy, but more so, I'd said this before, they'll just be relieved that they have managed to come out victorious of this BO3. No matter how it started, at least for all of us watching, it's the end score that matters, and the end score says 2-1 favor of Hunters. They will be the ones moving on forward. They'll be the ones facing off against Shaheens tomorrow. But Hunters themselves, yeah, I know for a fact they'll be spending a lot of time, maybe right now, today night, and especially tomorrow morning and afternoon, preparing themselves for the next matchup, making sure something like this doesn't happen again. Because again, you know, if all of us, if we think Hunters, this kind of a performance, this kind of a quiet day that happened on Villa, if that happens against Shaheens, a team who love to capitalize off of kills and exploit that factor, Hunters will not be surviving that map very long. They need to be as good as Chalet.
Absolutely, yeah. This Chalet performance we saw from them, they will need to bring this right from the outset.
Yeah.
Starting tomorrow and in the grand finals, if they want to have a chance of winning. Because let's be real here, even if somehow Shaheens end up losing tomorrow, right? They go to the lower bracket finals, they will probably still end up bouncing back, right?
Very well
into the finals, and we could have a repeat of the match, not the score, but just the match of Hunters versus Shaheens. It looks very likely at the moment, and I think for a majority of people right now, that is the matchup that they'll be predicting, Hunters versus Shaheens. MRCZ looked so good for so long. And on Oregon, there was a very quick, brief flash of hope for them that we'd be done in a 2-0, and we're going to be going into tomorrow. Shaheens are a very difficult opponent, but for them, the Hunters just happened to pick up where it mattered the most. Push them into map 3, push them into overtime, then map 3, then a 7-2 on Chalet. This is crushing for MRCZ, this second half of this fixture. As we go into the brackets, folks, as you can see, the matchups for tomorrow are set. Hunters LFO versus Shaheens and MercenarieZ versus KIRA Esports on the lower bracket round 1. That will, of course, lead into the lower bracket finals. The winner of MRCZ KIRA and the loser between Hunters and Shaheens. That game, which will be on Monday, if I recall correctly, that is going to be a very, very exciting one. Usually what happens, right, is that last semifinal before the grand final becomes arguably the most talked about game, right? Because sometimes in the grand finals, conclusions are bygone, right? You kind of can predict what's going to happen. But that second semifinal, man, that's going to be a barn burner of a game.
Yeah, for MRCZ, for KIRA, if they want to take the trophy of the South Asian Nationals, they'll have to win 3 matches consecutively. 2 BO3s, a BO5 for Hunters and Shaheens, a little bit more cut down because they managed to win the first matchup. You know, the winners tomorrow will be going directly into the grand finals. But of course, you know, tomorrow we will be having both of these matches. Make sure you are following R6 Esports SA on Twitter. Make sure you're following the Esports Club on Twitter and Instagram to, you know, you don't miss out on the times and when exactly we go live with these matches, because they definitely are going to be, yet again, amazing. Have you seen the quality we had today? Have you seen the matches that were present? This is just the benchmark. If anything, it's only gonna get better. So keeping that in mind, I gotta say, I am really looking forward to tomorrow. I know it's quite late as well. All the players, definitely, they should get adequate rest. You, the person as well watching, get some adequate rest. If you want to go for some, you know, midnight matches and play some rank with your friends, if you are looking for that extra FPS boost, definitely go down to the description, check out Zotac GPUs as well, you know, get yourself some extra frames. And of course, if you're looking for a new game to play, if you've loved watching this stream, Siege is a definite game to go. And of course, the Esports Club right here on YouTube and right here on Loco have been your place for entertainment. But right now, we shall indeed be signing off. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, take care and bye-bye.